The Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications is now called to order. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record and call the roll?
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Maurice C. James absent. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph absent. Present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden present. Mr. Chairman, you have 5 present, 3 absent.
Okay, very well. We have a quorum. We will proceed.
2 absent.
Can you please repeat? Repeat.
Mr. Chairman, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very well. We have a quorum. We will proceed. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Letter from the Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Esquire, to the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, dated April 8, 2026. Dear Chairman Blyden, please be advised that I will be late in attending today's April 8, 2026 Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication meeting, scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetz Conference Room. I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Those are the correspondences, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Before I let you read the agenda, today's agenda onto the record, let me just start by saying that we will consider 2 bills within our jurisdiction along with a telecommunications update. And these matters touch on property owners' responsibilities regarding road and infrastructure maintenance, the inspection of vehicles in the territory, and our telecommunications network, which are of paramount importance to the functioning of any modern society within the 21st century. Reliable communication service is essential not only for commerce and daily communication, but also for public safety, emergency response, and access to basic services. The committee has received numerous complaints from constituents regarding job calls, inconsistent coverage, and the overall quality and reliability of service throughout the territory. Today's update will provide an opportunity to hear directly from relevant agencies and providers to better understand the root cause of these issues and to discuss what steps are being taken or must be taken to improve service for the people of the Virgin Islands. Before we proceed, I would like to take a moment to address some serious issues facing our community. Normally, in the month of April, much of my remarks will be focused on the upcoming carnival season and its cultural importance to our community. However, today there are much more serious matters that I must focus on. We live in a world in which conflict in the Middle East is resulting in serious economic and social challenges all over the world, and we are certainly no exception. Here in the District of St. Thomas, we have been suffering blackouts that would embarrass and shame most third world countries. And it is not an exaggeration to say that for much of the last, say, about 2 weeks, it appears that the power has been off more often than it was on. And just as alarming, the drastic increase in the price of oil presents serious challenges to us in just about every area of life. Not just prices at the pump, but other areas. Just this morning, I read in the consortium that Tropical and Crowley are increasing shipping charges due to the increased cost of oil. This will result in higher prices for literally every commodity and necessity that we consume here in the territory. And it will cause serious challenges not only for the government and businesses, but for every household in this community. Tomorrow, we will be in a committee of the whole to hear from WAPA. And I wrote to the Senate President back on March the 19th, urging the President to convene another committee of the whole to look at our current energy and economic situation on a comprehensive and holistic level, not just access, plan, and response. This being said, I will still be remiss if I did not take an opportunity to wish everyone a safe and happy Carnival. It is important that we celebrate our culture and assure that we do it in a safe and responsible manner. Madam Clerk, please proceed with reading the agenda onto the record, please. And also, before you do that, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Kenneth Gittins, our Vice President, and Senator Angel Bolquez for being here this morning.
The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Block Number 1. Bill Number 36-0109, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to establish the Inspection and Safety on Public Highways Fund, amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 39, Section 435, relating to the collection of fees, amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 41, Section 461, relating to equipment and inspection of vehicle requirements, and Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 38, Section 416, relating to motor vehicle restrictions for the car rental industry, proposed by Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance. The Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The Honorable Mario M. Brooks, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Ms. Barbara McIntosh, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Block 2, 11 a.m. Bill Number 36-0074, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, by amending a Chapter 3 establishing the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act to require property owners to maintain roadside vegetation, prevent obstruction of public roads and utility lines, provide for enforcement, penalties, and exceptions, and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins and Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Trugenza A. Roach Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Debrick Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Carl Knight, Executive Director and CEO, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Mr. Hannibal Mike Ware, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Dr. Gregory Gunnell, Director, Caribbean Green Technology Center, Mr. Stefan Adams, Chief Executive Officer, VI Next Generation Network, Ms. Sebilion James Alexander, Chief Executive Officer, One Communication, Mr. Clay Jones, Principal, Airbearers, Heritage Tree Care LLC, Ms. Eliane Cornelius Correa Esquire, County Manager, T-Mobile PRVI, Mr. Ravindra Maywihal, County Manager, Liberty USVI. Block Number 3, 2 p.m. The committee will receive and will convene and receive testimony, its annual update on telecommunication issues for providers, regulators, infrastructure owners, and policymakers, with a focus on evolving systems, reliance, redundancy, and policymakers with a focus on, affordability and reliability of services. This discussion will inform legislative efforts to strengthen infrastructure planning, disaster preparedness, and public safety communications, while also assisting technical technical standards and the development of emerging technologies in the Virgin Islands. The committee will also take testimony regarding compliance with ADA mandates requiring website accessibility for people with disabilities. Invited testifier, the Honorable Leon Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Department of Education, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Carl Knight, Executive Director and CEO, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Technology, Information Technology, Mr. Stefan Adams, Chief Executive Officer, VI Next Generation Network, Mr. Gregory Conal, Director, Caribbean Green Technology Center, Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Ms. Elaine Cornelius Correa, Esquire, County Manager, T-Mobile PR, VI, Mr. Ravindra Maywahal, County Manager, Liberty USVI, Ms. Sibian James Alexander, Chief Executive Officer, One Communication. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we go to the introduction of the bill, I'm going to do a mic check, starting with Director McIntosh. Can you please
Morning, good morning.
Good morning. State your name and your position, please.
Okay, Director McIntosh, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Thank you. And we're going to start in the St. Thomas District first with the testifiers. Miss Modeste Elliott, please introduce yourself. My left to your right. We are not hearing anything on this side, media. We are not hearing anything on this side. Can you please go try again, please? We are not getting anything on this side. Media? No sound is coming through in the St. Croix district. Can you try one more time, please? We're gonna take a recess for 2 minutes. We are back on the record. Let's try again. Modest, Elliott?
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning. Clarina Modest Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance, on behalf of Commissioner Kevin McCurdy.
Good morning. Next.
Good morning. Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning. On my left.
Good morning. Lieutenant Alexander Moorhead, Motor Carrier Commander, Sequoia District.
Good morning.
PD.
Good morning. Arthur A. Joseph Sr., Sergeant, Commander, Traffic Investigation Bureau, St. Croix District.
Good morning. Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator DeGraff as present? And also, I know earlier we said Senator Carla Joseph. I want to make sure she's marked as present. Can you give me a recount, please?
Mr. Chairman, we have 6 present, 1 excused.
Thank you so much. Who introduces this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Boquist, you're recognized for the introduction of your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues, listening and viewing audience, central staff. Today I present to you Bill number 36-0109, a measure that takes a necessary step toward improving road safety, strengthening enforcement, supporting small businesses, and modernizing how we manage vehicle inspections and registrations in the Virgin Islands. Right now, our system is not working the way that it should. We require everyone to go through the same process regardless of the risk, while at the same time lacking the structure and resources needed to properly enforce safety on our roads. First, this bill establishes the Inspections and Safety on Public Highways Fund, which will be ensuring that revenue generated from inspections and violations are captured and tracked and reinvested into personnel, enforcement, vehicle safety programs, subject to legislative appropriation. This ensures that these funds are not used, this ensures that these funds are used for their intended purpose and not absorbed into the general fund for other unrelated purposes or uses. Second, the bill takes a smarter approach to inspections by focusing on higher risk vehicles, including school buses, taxis, commercial vehicles, and vehicles entering the territory, while allowing standard vehicles to renew through a certification process. This reduces any unnecessary burdens on residents while still prioritizing public safety. Third, it expands access to by allowing certified local garages to perform inspections, which reduces wait times, increases convenience, and creates new opportunities for small businesses across the territory. Fourth, it strengthens enforcement by clearly empowering the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and our Virgin Islands Police Department to inspect vehicles and require repairs and remove unsafe or unserviceable vehicles from our roadways. Additionally, through an amendment that I plan to bring forward today, it would introduce multi-year registration options and establish late registration procedures and clarify that the funds are dedicated specifically for inspection, safety, and emissions program administration and enforcement, and would update the timelines for implementing a territory-wide vehicle emissions inspection program. Colleagues, multi-year registration is already being used in many states across the United States of America, with many offering 2 to 5 year registration options, showing us that this is a proven method to reducing administrative burden and improving service delivery. This would reduce the volume of annual transactions at the BMV and ease the wait times and allow staff to focus more on enforcement and public safety. Studies have shown that vehicle emissions are also a major contributor to air pollution. And by implementing emission standards, it would help reduce harmful pollutants, improve our air quality, and protect our public health as we move the Virgin Islands towards a cleaner and healthier environment while aligned with modern vehicle standards. At the end of the day, colleagues, this bill is about what makes sense. Improving our roadways and our safety, supporting our small businesses, protecting our environment, and delivering better and more efficient government services to our people, and having a dedicated fund that can be utilized by the BMV and the Virgin Islands Police Department for related uses, rather than going into the general fund and being absorbed. I respectfully ask you, colleagues, to consider Bill 36-0109. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquist, for the introduction of your bill. So we're going to go right to the testimonies. We're going to start first with Director McIntosh. I think she's on Teams. Please proceed with your testimony, Director.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications Committee, members of the committee, other senators present, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Barbara Jackson McIntosh, and I am the Director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I appreciate the opportunity given to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to appear before the committee to offer our testimony on the proposed amendments to the Virgin Islands Motor Vehicle Inspection and Registration Framework. In the United States and its territories, vehicle safety and emissions inspection are governed by each state and territory individually. Most states do not require an annual safety inspection for all vehicles. They rely instead on law enforcement and owner responsibility. There are 37 states where no periodic inspection of any kind is required before a vehicle can be registered and operated on the roadway. There are 5 states that require biannual safety inspections, while others require only emissions testing, often limited to certain counties. There are states that require inspections only for special cases, such as if the vehicle is out of state or from another state. At present, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicle operates under a tiered inspection structure, where inspection frequency is based on vehicle age, with some newer private vehicles exempt from annual requirement inspections. While this framework reflects an effort to reduce unnecessary burdens on motorists and the BMV, the proposed amendment builds upon that progress in a more comprehensive and forward-looking manner. The BMV, therefore, is in support of Bill 36-0109. This measure represents a thoughtful and practical modernization of our current system, one that balances efficiency, public safety, and administrative sustainability. First, the proposal to eliminate routine inspections for private passenger vehicles while still allowing the BMV to assess administrative fees are both reasonable and necessary. The BMV remains responsible for maintaining vehicle records, processing registrations, and ensuring compliance with insurance and statutory requirements. The collection of an administrative fee ensures that the Bureau can continue to perform these essential functions without disruption, even as inspection-related workloads evolve. Particularly, this change reduces unnecessary congestion at inspection stations, aligns safety oversight to actual risk categories such as school buses, commercial vehicles, vehicles for hire, etc., provides revenue continuity for the BMV to maintain operations, and enhances customer convenience and reducing processing delays. Modernizing this fee authority is essential for the efficient operation of the Bureau. Second, the BMV's current system already supports a multi-year registration capability, specifically the operational capacity for 2-year cycles. The proposal to initially implement 2-year inspection intervals aligns with existing system functionality and provides a measured transition toward broader multi-year registration renewals in the future. This phased approach promotes efficiency, reduces long lines and wait times, and improves customer efficiency and promotes customer efficiency, while allowing the BMV to scale implementation responsibly. Equally important, this legislation appropriately shifts the responsibility for ensuring safety back to where it belongs, on vehicle owners and operators, while empowering law enforcement to act decisively when necessary. The Virgin Islands Police Department will, under this amendment, have greater latitude to identify unsafe vehicles, remove them from the roadways, and issue citations based on observed violations. This is a critical improvement. Too often, unsafe vehicles remain in operation under the assumption that prior BMV inspection equates to ongoing roadworthiness. However, as has been acknowledged in prior BMV policy statements, vehicle owners bear continuous responsibility for maintaining safe operating conditions. By strengthening VIPD's enforcement authority, this legislation eliminates the misplaced reliance on periodic inspections as a proxy for safety and instead ensures real-time accountability on our roadways. Note that the Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter 49, Section 396.17, which deals with periodic inspection, Section 396.19, which deals with inspector qualifications, and Section 396.23, which speaks to equivalent to periodic inspection, affirms and solidifies that the fact that the onus is on the motor carrier, the business, to self-inspect and maintain their vehicles in a roadworthy manner. There is nothing in the federal regulations that prohibit the use of private inspection stations to conduct the annual inspections. Of course, the inspector must be certified. In addition, this approach reduces administrative bottlenecks at the BMV, allowing personnel to focus on core services such as registration, titling, and compliance oversight, while law enforcement addresses active safety concerns in the field. The result is a more efficient division of responsibilities between agencies and a more responsive system overall. The BMV reaffirms its commitment to Virgin Islands military service members stationed outside the territory. Under current law and practice at the BMV renews vehicle registrations for these service members without requiring in-person inspection, provided the vehicle is titled in the Virgin Islands. This bill maintains that important allowance, and the BMV fully supports keeping this exemption in place. Military personnel serving abroad often face logistical challenges that make in-person inspections impossible. Preserving this accommodation ensures that our service members and their families are not placed at a disadvantage while fulfilling their duties. The BMV strongly supports the bill's continued requirement for emissions inspections for all motor vehicles. This should be developed in coordination with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The statutory structure requiring an emissions program by December 2026 aligns with best practices for environmental protection, roadway safety, and compliance with federal expectations. Emissions testing is an important public health measure, reduces pollution, and ensures that vehicles operating in the territory meet modern environmental standards. The BMV also agrees with the bill's amendment that vehicles in the rental car industry should not require inspection by the BMV, provided that the rental company certifies that the vehicle is in full compliance with all safety and equipment requirements under Title 20, Chapter 41. And the company affirms that each vehicle is roadworthy before it is made available to customers. This approach rightly places responsibility on rental businesses, which are best positioned to monitor their fleet conditions daily, while reducing unnecessary strain on BMV facilities. It is also ensured a high standard of safety for residents and visitors who rely on rental vehicles while preserving BMV oversight through certification requirements. We also support the bill's authorization for the BMV to certify private automotive businesses as inspection stations. This will improve access and reduce bottlenecks at BMV sites, support local businesses, expand inspection capacity across all islands, and enhance customer convenience. The BMV will develop appropriate training, standards, audit protocols, and anti-fraud safeguards to ensure inspection integrity. In summary, this amendment establishes clear penalties for false vehicle safety certification, ensuring accountability and deterring misuse of the self-certification process, provides a structured implementation timeline, including a transition and grace periods to ensure a smooth, responsible rollout, strengthens enforcement by maintaining authority for inspections when necessary, including in situations where others operate exempt vehicles. This amendment enhances regulatory clarity and consistency by standardizing authority under the Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. It expands service options through multi-year registration, improving convenience and reducing administrative burden on both residents and the Bureau. It establishes fair and uniform late registration penalties to encourage compliance while maintaining equity across all registrants, and supports modernization of the motor vehicle system through improved administrative procedures and updated program structures. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the legislature to support this important measure. It represents a balanced, modern, and practical reform that will benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. This is the end of my testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Director McIntosh. Next, we're going to go to the Department of Finance. Ms. Elliott, please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Blyden, esteemed members of the committee, and those listening and viewing. My name is Clarina Modeste Elliott, and I'm honored to appear before you today on behalf of Commissioner Kevin McCurdy in support of Bill number 36-0109. This bill establishes the Inspection and Safety on Public Highways Fund and amends section relevant to Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code. The Department of Finance supports this legislation as it establishes a structured mechanism to enhance roadway safety while strengthening the government's ability to capture and retain revenues associated with vehicle inspection and regulatory compliance. From a fiscal perspective, the consistent enforcement of these fees will broaden and stabilize non-tax revenue streams, improve compliance, and support more predictable revenue generation. These funds can then be strategically reinvested in critical infrastructure and public safety initiatives. Equally important, the establishment of a separate fund ensures that revenues generated for a specific purpose are not commingled with the general fund, strengthening internal controls and aligning with audit best practices. Our support, however, is contingent upon the implementation of a strong financial control framework, including clear guidelines for allowable uses, defined reporting requirements, and appropriate oversight to ensure the fund achieves its intended purpose. With these safeguards in place, the fund will enhance transparency, accountability, and public trust, while supporting ongoing efforts to modernize financial management across government. This bill presents a meaningful opportunity to advance public safety while improving fiscal performance with the potential to deliver sustainable and measurable benefits to the territory. This concludes my testimony. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Elliott. Next, we're going to go to DPNR. Assistant Commissioner, you may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other committee members and non-committee members present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Josette J. Walker, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I appear before you today on behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol to provide testimony in support of Bill number 36-0109, which proposes the establishment of a vehicle emissions inspection program in the territory. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources appreciates the opportunity to testify on this measure and supports the intent of the legislation. In an island environment such as the Virgin Islands, where we take pride in our picturesque skies and surrounding seas, emissions from motor vehicles directly affect public health, environmental quality, energy use, and climate resilience. Mobile source emissions contribute to carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, and greenhouse gases, all of which are pollutants of concern under the framework of the Clean Air Act and guidance issued by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Transportation. Vehicle emissions raise serious public health concerns because, in addition to conventional pollutants, they also contain hazardous air toxins, including carcinogenic compounds. The EPA has identified mobile source air toxins from motor vehicles such as benzene, 1,3-butadiene, and formaldehyde. The EPA has specifically noted that benzene is present in motor vehicle exhaust and is associated with an increased incidence of leukemia. Further, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, part of the World Health Organization, has determined that diesel engine exhaust is carcinogenic to humans and is a cause of lung cancer. These findings underscore that reducing vehicle emissions is not only an environmental objective, but also an important measure for protecting public health in the Virgin Islands. At the federal level, emission standards are imposed on manufacturers so that vehicles meet regulatory requirements at the point of production. Programs such as the EPA's Tier 3 motor vehicle emission and fuel standards reduce sulfur in gasoline and lower allowable emissions for key pollutants. However, compliance at the point of manufacture does not eliminate the need for local oversight. As vehicles age, are imported, use, or experience emissions control failure, localized inspection becomes necessary to ensure continued compliance and environmental protection. The EPA has long recognized vehicle inspection and maintenance programs as an effective mechanism for identifying high-emitting vehicles and reducing excess pollution. Federal guidance supports the use of onboard diagnostics, testing for newer vehicles, tailpipe testing for older vehicles, and ongoing program evaluation. These frameworks should serve as the foundation for any program developed in a territory. DPNR's position is that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles should serve as the lead agency responsible for the development and implementation of this program. DPNR, through the Division of Environmental Protection and its Air Pollution Control Program, can provide technical support related to emission standards, environmental thresholds, and federal alignment. However, this program is currently unmanned as DPNR seeks to fill these vacancies. Accordingly, DPNR will support BMV in any way we can, but DPNR should not serve as the lead implementing agency. In structuring this program, the Virgin Islands should draw from proven models rather than building a system from the ground up. California offers one of the strongest examples of a mature emissions inspection framework through its smog check program, including standardized procedures, certified stations, and a combination of OBD-based inspections and other emissions testing protocols depending on vehicle type and model year. The state of Georgia likewise provides a practical model for emissions program design, particularly through its use of OBD-based testing, certified inspection stations, and registration-linked compliance for subject vehicles. Hawaii is also instructive, not as a primary emissions model, but as an island-based inspection administration model with a decentralized network of permitted inspection stations and recurring inspection requirements. Finally, Puerto Rico offers a closer territorial and Caribbean context reference point, illustrating how inspection requirements may be integrated within an island jurisdiction that shares similar market realities, including a heavy reliance on imported vehicles. Based on these examples and federal guidance, DPNR recommends that the territory adopt a phased and practical framework. For example, vehicle model years 1996 and newer should be evaluating using OBD-based testing, while older vehicles should be subject to tailpipe emissions testing and visual inspection for emissions control tampering. New vehicles may be exempted for an initial period, and zero-emission vehicles, such as electric vehicles, should be recognized accordingly. Inspection compliance should be tied directly to vehicle registration to ensure enforceability. In closing, DPNR supports the intent of Bill number 36-0109 as a meaningful step towards strengthening environmental stewardship, protecting public health, and advancing a more modern approach to transportation-related emissions in the territory. We respectfully recommend that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles serve as the lead agency for implementation, with DPNR providing technical support as capacity allows. With a practical framework grounded in federal guidance and informed by proven models, the Virgin Islands can move toward a more effective and sustainable system for managing vehicle emissions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Walker. Next, we're going to go to Lieutenant Commander Moorhead for his testimony. Please proceed.
Good morning to the Chair, the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, legislative body, staff members of the Virgin Islands PD team, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Alexander A. Moorhead IV, Lieutenant and Commander of the St. Croix District Motor Carrier Safety Unit of the Office of the Highway Safety for the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. I come before you on behalf of Police Commissioner Mario M. Brooks to discuss Bill number 360109, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to establish the inspection and safety of public highways funds, amending Title Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 39, Section 435, relating to the collection of fees, amending Title 20 VI Code, Chapter 41, Sections 461, relating to the equipment and inspection of vehicle requirements, and Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 38, Section 416, relating to motor vehicle restrictions for the car rental industries as it pertains by Senator Angel L. Bolkes, Jr. The VIPD respectfully submits this testimony to express concerns and opposition to the bill as currently drafted, with the intent to improve public safety, streamline inspections, and create a dedicated fund is well intended. The bill in its present form introduces significant conflicts with federal law and threatens to the integrity of the Virgin Islands commercial motor vehicle inspection system. Bill number 360109 aims to create inspections and safety on public highways funds to collect all inspection-related revenues, amend Title 2435 to direct these revenues into new funds, reenact Title 2461 to update vehicle inspection requirements, limit mandatory inspections to selected vehicle types, and authorize private repair shops to perform inspections, amend Title 2416 to require car rental agencies to ensure vehicle safety and compliance before operation, permit online registration renewals, and introduce an emission inspection program. These objectives reflect the legislation's commitment to improve efficiency, service delivery, and roadway safety. However, several of these provisions conflict with federal mandated inspection requirements that govern the Virgin Islands' participation in the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program. Under 49 CFR 390.5T, a commercial vehicle is defined as a vehicle that has a gross vehicle or combination weight rating of 10,001 pounds or more, transports more than 8 passengers, including the driver, for compensation, transports more than 15 passengers not for compensation, or transports hazardous material in qualities that require placarding. Pursuant to 49 CFR 350.0201 and 38.309 and 36.23, only inspectors certified under the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, CVSA, and trained through the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program are authorized to perform or certified inspections for these vehicles. These requirements maintain uniformity and compliance under the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration within the Virgin Islands, the Motor Carrier Safety Unit of the Virgin Islands Police Department is the only entity legally authorized to conduct commercial vehicle inspection consistent with MACSAP standards. However, it is necessary to clarify that the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Unit currently holds exclusive authority to perform commercial vehicle inspections in the territory. No individual or agency in the Virgin Islands currently holds federal certification for commercial vehicle inspections for hire or passenger carrier vehicles under the CVS standards. This distinction is critical, expanding inspection authority to uncertified private auto repair facilities as proposed in Section 461F of the bill would place the USVI in direct violation of federal law. Any such inspection would be invalid for commercial or passenger carrying vehicles under FMCSA oversight. Currently, roadside inspections conducted by the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Unit identifies such serious safety concerns that directly affect public safety. Data illustrates this ongoing need for qualified inspection oversight. FY 2024 of inspections of 134 of 816, 134 of them resulted in out of service orders, which is 16.4%. FY 2025, 20.9% resulted in out of service orders. FY 26 for quarter one, 16.2% resulted in out of service orders. These findings confirm that nearly 1 in 5 commercial vehicles inspected were unsafe to operate. Such results demonstrate the necessity of federal guided inspection procedures administered by properly trained personnel. North American standard inspections levels 1 through 7, examining everything from driver documentation and braking system to fuel leaks, steering mechanisms, and passenger safety. Without adherence to the North American standard protocols and inspection certifications, inspections consistency and data accuracy cannot be guaranteed, and the safety of the Virgin Islands roadway could be compromised. The 5 areas of concerns is omission of the motor carrier program. This bill does not acknowledge the existence or role of the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Unit, the territory's sole federal recognized enforcement body for commercial vehicle inspections. 2, delegation of federal controlled authority, section 461F, authorize uncertified repair facilities to perform inspections and issue certifications of inspection contrary to the requirements of 49 CFR 396.23B. Number 3, certification deficiencies related to for-hire and passenger vehicles. While the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Unit possesses inspection authority, non-qualified inspector currently holds certification to inspect for hire or passenger carrying vehicles. Extending such authority to unqualified entities would make inspections non-compliant and unenforceable. Risk number 4 is risk to data integrity. Allowing multiple private operated inspections points without certified access control or state validation increases the risk of inconsistency or fraudulent inspection documentation. 5 is lack of direct funding for the motor carrier functions. Although the fund proposed in Section 3100H8 centralizes revenue, it does not dedicate budgetary support to the Motor Carrier Safety Unit or the federal mandate functions necessary to maintain motor carrier safety assistance compliance, such as inspector training, data management, or the establishment of weigh stations, which are critical and necessary for the territory. Recommendations with interest of preserving both public safety and federal compliance. The VIP respectfully recommends that the committee amend Bill number 36-0109 in the following manner. Codify Motor Carrier Safety Unit Authority, clearly identifying the VIP's motor carrier unit as the sole entity authorized to perform inspections for commercial motor vehicles under local and federal law. This would also require mandating a minimum of 5 full-time inspectors, a commander of 4 inspectors in each district to ensure effective unit operations. 2, mandate interagency coordination requires a formal memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Unit to manage share inspections and registration data security. Adopt federal definitions. Incorporate 49 CFR 390.5T definition for key vehicle classification, motor vehicle, commercial motor vehicle, vehicle for hire, and passenger carrying vehicles to ensure statutory consistency with federal requirements. Dedicating fund supports for compliance activities. Amend 3.3 Virgin Islands Code, Section 3100H8, subsection C, to allocate a portion of the new funds specifically for inspector training and certification through the CVSA. Develop a weigh station and inspection facility in each district. Acquisition of safety equipment and inspection vehicles continued interrogation of Virgin Islands inspection data and FMCSA systems, restrict inspection insurance to certified personnel, limit all certifications of inspection for federal regulated vehicles to personnel who hold recognized federal motor carrier inspection certifications. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, Bill number 36-0109 seeks to strengthen road safety and creates a more efficient inspection structure, objects that every enforcement body shares. However, advancing the bill as currently drafted will place the Virgin Islands in conflict with federal motor carrier safety regulations, jeopardizing highway safety funding and exposing the territory to potential liability for invalid inspections. To achieve both modernization and compliance, the bill should return to the committee for amendment, ensuring that 1, the Motor Carrier Safety Unit Exclusive Authority is clearly established. 2, certified inspectors remain the only personnel authorized to inspect commercial and for-hire vehicles. And 3, inspect fund revenues directly support enforcement training. Inspection fund revenues directly support enforcement training, equipment, and safety infrastructure in accordance with federal law. With those revisions, the legislature can accomplish this bill, accomplish the bill core intent, improving safety, accountability, and regulatory efficiency, with maintaining full compliance with FMCSA and safeguarding the traveling public. Thank you for your time and for your consideration of this testimony. For your questions.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Moorhead. Traffic Commander Joseph, you may proceed with your testimony. Traffic Commander, you're not testifying? Okay. Oh, you also have to answer questions? Okay, very well. Thank you so much. That wraps up the testimony. Testimonies, what we're going to do now is go to a line of questioning, and I'm just going to call the order of senators. We're going to start with Senator Ray Fonseca, then Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Kurt Bialy, Senator Kenny Gittins, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and I'll chime in as necessary to keep it moving. We have a long day ahead of us. So, well, before I go to the line of questioning, let me ask Lieutenant Commander Moorhead, you have a lot of good recommendations in respect to your testimony. I really want to thank all of the testifiers for the testimonies, real in depth, and I can see that you did your research. I want to thank you guys for that. It's important. And apparently the bill is a good bill, but there is some more work to do in terms of amendment and recommendations. You spoke to your recommendation in terms of codifying the MCSU authority, mandating interagency coordination and adopt federal definition. And you also spoke to dedicated funds to support in terms of compliance and activities and restrict inspection, insurance, or certified personnel. In respect to the VIPD, what does your inspection entail when it comes to inspecting vehicles?
Inspection.
Speak in the mic because you're kind of soft.
That unit.
Lieutenant Alexander Moorhead IV, Motor Carrier Division, St. Croix District. The inspections vary, sir. There are 7 inspections currently in the Virgin Islands. We do on a regular basis 1 through 5. Level 1 inspection is on the roadside, around the vehicle, on top of the vehicle, under the vehicle, inside of the vehicle, to include the mechanical parts of the vehicle. So it's a whole inspection. Level 2 inspection for the Motor Carrier Division is what basically you can see without manipulating the vehicle. So around the vehicle, under the vehicle, is basically the best way to explain that. A level 3 inspection, as per the federal mandate, is to deal with license registration, proof of insurance, medical certification of the driver. It's all documentation based. Level 4 is any parts or combination of parts of an inspection for the commercial motor vehicle. So it could be as simple as I pull you over, I said I'm doing a level 4 inspection, and today I am going to check your windshield wipers. Or it can say that I am pulling you over, I'm doing level 4 inspection, I'm checking your windshield wipers and to see if your headlights are working. Level 5 is exactly the same thing as level 1, but level 5 is conducted in where the yard for that vehicle or organization where that vehicle will rest at night when it's not in operation. The 6 and 7, the 7 will be government, when the government will call us in and say, hey, we would like you to come in and check our commercial motor vehicles. We have done that already in the past for VI Waste Management. We've also checked the buses for when it was just Ann Abramson. And then you have the radioactive, which we really don't have that in the Virgin Islands. So those are the inspections as our average day inspectors as it pertains to, and we have somebody certified 1 through 5 currently in the Virgin Islands in both districts. We do not have anybody that's certified in the district for radioactive. We do not have anybody certified in the district or the territory, I should say, that is certified to do passenger vehicles currently.
Okay, very well. I'm going to go to DMV director in respect to for hire and passenger vehicles, right? But you spoke in your testimony also about fraudulent documents, etc. So let me ask you in respect to that, because I believe in your testimony you stated about the risk of having that under different private areas that don't do inspections. What's your take on that, though, in terms of what do you see as the risk? Because I know in most states, when I used to live in the states, California, etc., I used to take my vehicle to a mechanic shop that had an individual there. But you're saying it needs to be certified. That's your point? It needs to be certified?
To be certified, yes, so that it is about being certified. There's a little bit of a difference between a privately owned vehicle and a commercial vehicle. When it comes to a commercial vehicle, you need to be CVSA certified. And that's with North American standards. You have to take a test. There's North American standard A and B. Each of them is 40 hours long. One happens after the other. Once you've done that, then that individual is required to do 32 level 1 roadside inspections with a certified inspector already under their supervision. After that is complete,
Continue.
After that is completed, then that inspector will do another 32 unsupervised inspections, but their inspections will be scrutinized and supervised as far as the paperwork is concerned. Once they have completed that, then they are a certified inspector and can go out on their own. One of the issues, or I shouldn't say issues, one of the concerns having private garages or entities do this is that it's a roadside inspection to stay recertified. So even though an individual or an agency or an individual of a private garage can go sit the test, complete the 2 40-hour weeks that they need, come back, sit with VIPD, and get the 32 supervised, 32 unsupervised. When it comes to the following year, they're going to have to come back to VIPD, or they're going to have to find a way to do roadside inspections, which is going to cause a problem with enforcement because they won't have that authority in the territory. That answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir. But before I go to Senator Vialli for his point of information, let me ask the director for DMV in respect to what she stated, and also in conjunction with what you're saying, because she said they're going to develop appropriate training, standards, and added protocols and anti-fraud safeguards to ensure inspection integrity. So, Director McIntosh, can you speak to that, number one? And number two, can you speak to the process right now in respect to for hire vehicles and private vehicles at the DMV, please? And then we're going to go to Senator Cord via for his point of information.
Thank you, Director Barbara McIntosh. So, just for clarification, And I totally agree with Lieutenant Moorhead as far as the roadside inspection. That is the process and the procedure. But we are talking about two different systems. The annual inspection, what the police department does is enforcement. They're responsible for ensuring that the vehicles that are on the roadway are safe, and they do their inspections that they would have done any regular inspection. As a matter of fact, based on the different types of inspections that the lieutenant just spelled out, that is correct. However, the inspection that is spoken to in this bill and the inspection that is existing currently is a annual safety inspection that's done either by private concern or by the BMV. It has nothing to do with the road safety, because the police department really and truly they're not supposed to be doing annual inspections. Okay, we allow them to do it because we made it that way and it was just that way. But technically and legally, that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is enforcement. So we will do the inspection. So the current process is we'll do the inspection, and we don't inspect all of them. Like I said, the PD does some of it. We will do the inspection, and when they go out on the roadway, then the enforcement takes place. So a private concern based on the Federal Motor Carrier Law can be certified to do the annual inspection. That's it. They do the annual inspection. They're not required to go out on the roadway to do any roadway inspection, because that's not their job. That's not their responsibility. That's the responsibility of law enforcement. So after they have done what they know what they have been trained to do, once the vehicle goes out on the roadway and PD finds that they're unworthy, PD still have a right to take them off the road, even after the private inspector or the BMV inspect the vehicle. That's the process. As far as the taxi and the for hire vehicles, that's what we do. That's how we do them right now. We inspect. When they're done, they go out on the roadway. If PD finds that they're not in compliance, they still have the right by law to remove them from the roadway.
Okay, thank you so much, Director. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And officer, when you refer to Section F, you're literally saying that Section F should only be applicable to private vehicles but not applicable to commercial vehicles?
When it comes, as I understand the bill and its intent, you have two parts going on. One part, privately owned vehicles, rent-a-cars, so on and so forth. My concern and my testimony was on the commercial vehicle side and the concerns of that. The director is correct that she can create standards, so on and so forth, as it pertains to what she wants the private entities to do, even to include the commercial vehicles.
Okay, so hold up 1 second. So I'm trying to look at what is the interpretation of Section F. If Section F applicability is meant for all vehicles to include everything that was under Section A, which would include commercial vehicles. So you're saying that a private garage would be able to inspect and certify a dump truck, a backhoe. I'm trying to get that clarification, and perhaps the sponsor of the bill could provide a clarification as to whether or not subsection F is applicable to everything under A, and if it is the intent that you want to be able to have private businesses, private repair businesses certify commercial vehicles. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. If I can get some clarification.
Thank you, Senator Viola. Are you ready to prepare to explain, Senator Boquist?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, succinctly, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. What it allows for is for BMV to outsource inspection functions to private businesses, whereas they will be obviously certified to become certified inspectors thereof. It wouldn't be that any business would be able to just inspect vehicles. They'll have to go through that procedure and process. In addition to that, these private garages or businesses that are certified by the BMV, who would technically oversee them, would only certified what would be considered to be standard vehicles, not the larger vehicles that you would see as school buses or commercial rated vehicles for passengers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Booker, Senator PLA, you recognize?
Thank you so much, and I think it needs to be in the language. We need to clear it up a bit more that this doesn't pertain to commercial vehicles. Auto repair shops all across America inspect vehicles on a regular basis. So, I mean, I do agree with that particular clause, but I also do agree with Officer Moorhead in reference to if you're talking about commercial, Lieutenant. I don't know which.
It's okay, Senator.
Which one is it?
It's Lieutenant, but you got the last name right, so I go with it.
Okay. That's the most important part, the last name.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I do agree with Lieutenant Moorhead that if it is extended for commercial vehicles, that there must be specific mandates that are met in reference to certification and having those requirements to certify those type of vehicles. So it would be good for us to make that distinction in Section F. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Biele. Point of information, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Director McIntosh. Presently, the DMV do the inspection, do they charge for the inspection? Because when it goes out, I'm just looking from a budgeting standpoint for the government of the Bonannas.
Director McIntosh, the BMV currently charges, but as I can see in this bill, we can still charge an administrative fee.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information, and then Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding of the bill, which with the previous speaker we could clarify, is VIPD will inspect every vehicle on the road. All vehicles on the road in terms of a general inspection.
Media, one second, Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff,
sure.
For some reason we're having technical difficulties. Can you start over again, please? We didn't hear anything you said. Repeat yourself, please.
Okay. Yeah, testing. You can hear me?
You're good now.
All right. The motor carrier inspection is different, but it still entails all vehicles that VIPD can inspect. So VIPD can inspect a sedan and then inspect a dump truck and a general inspection. A motor carrier inspection is a different inspection altogether that every vehicle on the road doesn't go through. I think that's probably where the previous speaker mentioned that the majority leader mentioned that we need to clarify as to where. So all vehicles are inspected through inspection lane. The same vehicle are inspected through motor carrier, but motor carrier does a different type of inspection that's certified differently from me going through the line where I take my dump truck and lights, brake lights, indicators, wipers. That inspection is done by inspection lane. So I think that's where, as the majority leader mentioned, needs to have the clarification in the bill. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good morning to all of the distinguished testifiers. Director McIntosh, I wanted to start out questioning with you. Okay, so the bill now is going to force, it's going to concentrate on the higher risk categories, which you listed here. The bill lists commercial vehicles, vehicles for hire school buses. I want to know how does this improve things? Is it better use of resources, limited resources? How does it improve things?
Well, it improves, Director McIntosh, it improves, first of all, the service for sure, right? As you know, we have to go to the inspection lane, and even if we were in the same place, it eliminates the need for the customers to have to either wait or go through an inspection process, which is kind of minor. You know, it doesn't really do anything, in my opinion. And so it will eliminate that. It will eliminate the wait time. It will eliminate the congestion. Currently, if customers have to do an online registration, they still have to go and get their vehicle inspected and then go online and get it done. So it eliminates a whole bunch of bottlenecks along the way.
Okay, so as the director, would you then say that the lower risk categories are the private cars as opposed to these other ones that we just listed?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So I want to go now to the bill also authorizes you to certify private auto repair businesses as official inspection station. This is something that is done in some certain other jurisdictions, etc. So how would the fee structure change? You know, you take your vehicle to a private place that you've certified. What would the fee structure be? How would that be changing? Would it be a standard fee? Discuss that, please.
So what I am, that has not, like the actual fee that was going to be charged is not flushed out, meaning we know that for a standard vehicle is $17, right? For example, a motor carrier vehicle, a commercial vehicle could go up to $32. If we are talking about having a private concern doing the inspection, of course, they're in the business of making money, right? So it's going to be either the business is going to, we're going to charge the customer more, or the government is going to have to be absorb less of the cost or realize less of the cost if it's going to stay, let's say, $52, right? So if now we are saying that we don't want to lose $52, and the concern, the business is saying, well, we have to make at least $20, it's going to be more. So it's either going to be more to the customer or less to the government. That's what I'm thinking.
So, excuse me. I'm a little concerned there, but I know my time is short, so let me just go quick to the FMCSA compatible inspection procedures. Is it now going to be fully compatible? There's not going to be any issues?
Okay, so Senator, if I may, in Section 3 of the bill, right, it speaks to the vehicles that must be inspected annually. Those require inspection by the Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles shall require examination, and commercial vehicles are one of them that are listed there. They have a list of vehicles that must be inspected annually. I don't see, and I do agree, I know that I'm reading it, and I think Senator Bailey brought it up, that maybe it needs to be flushed out that these vehicles cannot be sent to an inspection station, a private concern, but every other vehicles can. Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if I heard my time was called, can I just finish one question?
Yes, it was called. You can
Thank
wrap
you.
up.
Getting back to the cost, Director McIntosh, do you are going to promulgate all of the new rules and policies, etc. And so are you saying that there's a possible increase in the registration fees coming due to this change?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying if these inspection stations, or when or if these inspection stations are certified through a procedure and a process to issue inspection, there may be, if the BMV retains the right to inspect, no, there would not be. But if we decide to outsource our inspection station, then there was going to be some changes in the cost. If we decide that the inspection for regular vehicles, for example, that newly comes into the territory, which is one of the inspection requirement, is $17. Now, if it's a private concern, how much are we going to charge? If we don't want to lose $17. So if the private concern say for every vehicle I need 10 and we're going to retain it at 17, then the government will only get 7, right? Or we may have to raise the cost to the consumer. That's a decision that has to be made between myself, finance, and OMB and all concerned. That's not something that the BMV, I don't think that we can make by ourselves.
That's a long explanation for a short question. That maybe is more likely will be, based on my experience. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Clifford Joseph, co-chair, you recognize for your 4 minutes. One moment before I go to Mr. Co-chair, point of information, Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I wanted to go back as I wasn't clear on the question or statement posed by the majority leader, but there was talks about backhoes on the roadway. We have seen backhoes on the roadway. I wanted to ask the police department, are these backhoes allowed to traverse on our roadways?
Okay. Be inspected.
Isn't it illegal for backhoes to be traversing back and forth on our public roadways?
You want to?
Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Commander, Traffic Investigations Bureau. Good morning, Senators. Senator Gittins, the short answer is no vehicle is permitted to operate on the public road without being registered and insured. Backhoes must be on a truck with a trailer and moved from one destination to the next. And there are several reasons.
I understand the reasons. I just wanted it to be clear on the record that backhoes are not allowed lawfully on our public roadways traversing on the paved road. Title 20, I believe is 501, is clear regarding the heavy equipments that these vehicles must be transported on a trailer or on a truck that has pneumatic tires. So I just wanted to be clear as we are having this discussion that these backhoes and certain heavy equipment shouldn't be allowed on our paved public roadways. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Now that you said that, before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph, I would like to add and ask a question for Commander Joseph and also DMB Director McIntosh, because based on what you said, and many times I've seen and tried to know who to call in respect to tracos, which is the one with the metal that actually damages the road. And it's like there's no one responsible for those individuals damaging roads throughout the territory. And right now I have one in my area that mash up our whole road. Who is responsible for, who do you call when it comes to you actually see these heavy equipment damaging roads and private roads without, I know back in the day they used to have tires, they had to have tires in order to move or come on a trailer. Right now they're driving on the road like it's nobody's business. So who do you call when you see these type of instances occurring? Because based on what my colleague said in terms of they have to be inspected, I understand the backhoes have soft tires and you usually see them on the road, but they are not inspected, most of them. But for tracos, who do you call?
Senator Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Commander for the Traffic Investigations Bureau, St. Croix District. You call 911, and the police department, any police officer can stop that vehicle, find out who's the owner for that vehicle, and have them, they cannot move that vehicle until they provide the proper transportation for that vehicle, issue the appropriate citations, write a report so that the Department of Public Works can file a claim against the owners of that vehicle to ensure that they repair the damage to the government property, which is the public road.
Very well. Thank you so much for that. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning to the listening public. Good morning to the testifiers here this morning. I understand the intent of this bill, this legislation. However, the implementation of the emissions testing remains problematic. I feel our vehicles should be tested for the emission annually. So although we start to speak within this bill, this piece of legislation about 2 and 3 years without coming back for inspection, I just feel between the time limits of the inspection, your emission could be gotten worse within the year period. That's my point on that. I think also we don't require rental companies to change the vehicles. We don't have a requirement in place for that. So I don't see why they should be exempt from being tested as well. I mean, they have their own change-out process, but I'm saying we don't have a line about Netherlands that asks for them to make sure that it's changed. So if you do have, just for instance, if one of you have a rental company, a next person could buy all your cars and start renting them back. Because if you exempt them, you're exempting all. So I don't feel they should be exempted at all. This question is for Director McIntosh. Where are we between the DMV and DPNR in implementation of an emission program anyway? Because it is the law. Presently, it is the law. Before this legislation moves forward, it is the law presently. So do we have anything in place or any plans of making what's in place ready to work for emissions? Where are we?
Director McIntosh, yes, you're correct. The law is already existing, and we do have plans as per Assistant Commissioner Walker's testimony. They do coordinate. I'm not back in the past. We have coordinated on how this should happen, and we are still going to do that. We still have the plan to do that.
So
DPNR has offered and will be offering their technical assistance to us in that area.
And any time limits or any time period that we could expect that if you guys start to work together, we could see it in another year and a half or 2 years that a plan is in place?
Well, the plan in place should be completed way before the end of the year, but actual completion of the plan, after implementation of the plan, we are saying a year. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you for your response. I don't think I have any question.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Next, we now go to Senator Kurt Viale. You recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that was an important question because when you look at the code, the present code, subsection 461, it clearly says that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, in conjunction with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, shall develop and implement a vehicle emissions inspection program. So do we presently have a vehicle emissions inspection program? McIntosh?
Senator, Director McIntosh, no, Senator, we don't.
Okay, and that bill was probably passed 10, 12 years. So, I mean, a lot of stuff goes back to legislation passed and then lack of implementation. And then we end up re-legislating to try to make sure that it is done. We expand the categories, but the law exists where this should have been in place, and it hasn't been enforced. In reference to the fees collected by motor vehicle and Samohead Motor Carrier, they do the inspections for the commercial vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Do they charge a fee?
No, sir. So,
okay.
Lieutenant Alexander Moorhead, the fourth.
Okay, so there's a rationale as to why a fee isn't charged for commercial vehicles for inspection?
For the inspection is an enforcement portion. We don't deal with the actual registration at this point in time.
Right, but you deal with the overall checking the truck for safety.
Yes.
And that's a free service.
Yes, sir.
And then you issue them some type of certificate that they carry to motor vehicle?
Yes, they get issued the paperwork, and the paperwork is stamped. Once it's stamped, they take that information, and it's just like instead of going to BMV and pulling your car forward and doing your lights and all of those other things that are required by a BMV, you'll just go in and turn in your paperwork along with your other documents, and you've skipped that process.
Okay. Okay, and then at motor vehicles, then you conduct a final inspection and you charge a fee, correct?
Correct.
And that fee goes where?
I don't recall which fund offhand, Senator, but I don't remember.
The Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund?
I don't think so. It's either the personalized license plate fund or the general fund. And I know for sure $2 goes to the peace officer training fund.
Okay, so the bulk of those monies, to your understanding, goes to the general fund?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay. So, and I guess we'll have further discussion. If it goes to the general fund, then if we separate those monies moving forward, then we're decreasing the amount of monies that the general fund receive on a regular basis. So then we'd have to carve this out. And I'm just thinking in terms of budgeting as you move forward, because if you have it separate and apart, going to a distinct fund, and it was going to the general fund, then that's minus that. I don't know, what is the proposed, do you know what is the amount that we usually collect on commercial vehicle inspections? So can you look for that?
I have the amount for, I don't have a comprehensive amount for 26 to date. But on an average is registration, on an average is 4.9 million.
That's everything or commercial alone?
Everything together.
Okay, so I'd like to carve out commercial if you can. So for budgetary
I can,
purposes.
but I'll send it to you later. I can.
Okay, no problem.
I have 2024 for commercial. It was 550,000.
Time
for commercial. Yeah, so it's about 500,000 for commercial.
Okay. Now, vehicle for hire. Do you have a definition of vehicle for hire?
Not offhand. No, I don't. There's a definition, but I don't have it offhand. Yeah.
Okay, so presently a vehicle for hire must be inspected?
Yes, correct.
So taxis are inspected?
Yes, they are.
The rental cars?
Yes, they are.
And rental cars pay an inspection fee?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Biele. Senator Boquet, you recognize for your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to provide a point of information in relation to the fact that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Virgin Islands Police Department are the ones who usually administer these types of inspections or penalties on the roadways, and they technically do not get to see any of the funding that they technically work for, in the sense that it gets absorbed by the general fund. We have the BMV operating in both districts out of trailers, and they need funds for infrastructure and many other things, and it is unfortunate that they're not able to move forward with some of the enhancements that are necessary, not only for their operation, but the employees. So, I believe that this would help to move the needle forward when we talk about modernizing the facility at the BMV, in addition to providing the Virgin Islands Police with additional resources or tools necessary for them to properly enforce this area, in addition to the modernization of all of the traffic fees that we just passed recently. The Vice President was the primary sponsor of that piece of measure, and I know that he would be particularly interested in finding out how enforcement efforts are going in that area. But again, that is my input on what was placed on the record, and I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquist, for your points. Point of information, Senator Gittins. I'm sorry. Point of information, Senator Cole-Field.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree, and I hear the concerns, but in the overall scope of things, as we proceed with the Committee of Finance and being able to put the budget together, every dime that you remove, you have to replace or you have to reduce the overall budget. So if you remove 500,000 and you put it for specific purposes under that particular bureau, that is fine and well, but you have to remember that overall now you have to account for the 500,000, and unless you have increased expenditures increase revenue someplace else, then your budget must be adjusted accordingly. So I understand the purpose of the bill and I know the intent and everything else, but I'm just speaking overall. We just got to make sure that we're looking at financial impact, and if we make the financial impact, then we adjust accordingly. It's 500,000, so we adjust accordingly. Mr. Chair, to Lieutenant Moorhead, most of the monies utilized, or motor carrier is literally funded by federal funds.
Lieutenant Alexander Moorhead IV, yes, Senator.
Okay, and is there a specific federal grant that covers the safety check of these vehicles?
Lieutenant Alexander Moorhead IV, no, Senator, it's not a grant. It is we have an ECVSP between the local and the federal government, that what we are responsible for inside that packet, and we are giving that federal grant for, I think it's at this point, 250,000, I think, is what it is, the grant for motor carrier.
So that $350,000 grant is for those safety issues in reference to commercial vehicles?
In a whole, sir, not just pure inspections.
In a whole?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just trying to find out because that particular entity usually give back quite a number of federal funds. So I'm just trying to make sure, so I'm not going to go into whether or not they should charge, because that entity is well funded and they usually send them back money. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator PLA. Point of information, Senator Angel Boquist.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. When the majority leader mentioned in his previous statement before the last one that he made, he mentioned about the definition for vehicle for hire. I just want to let you know, colleagues, that the VIPD did recommend the alignment for the definition for that specific item under CFR 390.5T of the CFR federal regulations. So that amendment will be prepared at the appropriate time based on the recommendations of VIPD to include that definition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I begin, I just want to say, while we discuss this measure, we must carefully balance efficiency with our responsibility to ensure public safety as we maneuver with these types of legislations. I do believe that I can support the measure. I just want to ensure that enforcement is truly stepped up. But before I go there, there were some discussions regarding emissions. Director, I was in and out earlier, but do you have a vehicle emissions inspection program at the BMV?
Director McIntosh, no, Senator Giddens.
Okay, but we are required to have one. What would it take to have this program in place?
What it would take is for a clear plan and policy, equipment, training, and of course some technical assistance, which is going to be offered through.
So with the laws being on the books for quite some time, that we should have had this in place. How long would it take for us to get this in place?
It will take a year, about a year.
Now, you also testified that the BMV will develop added protocols for private inspection stations. How exactly would the Bureau plan to monitor these private shops to ensure that they aren't approving unsafe vehicles? Because as I traverse this territory now, I'm seeing more and more people modifying their personal vehicles. They no longer want a car or a truck. They want a Jeep all of a sudden. And now you're seeing the doors are removed from the vehicles. How would the BMV ensure that the shops are not approving unsafe vehicles? And I also want to hear from the VIPD as to your enforcement strategy to address this problem that I'm seeing.
Director McIntosh, that's not really a short answer because it's a comprehensive plan, right? But
Okay, I tell you what, do it this way. How long would it take you to put those audit protocols in place?
About a month, because we do have a framework. We are fine tuning the framework actually.
You're fine
I could give
tuning.
you our plan in a month.
Okay. Can I get a little assurance that these audit protocols will be in place within 2 months?
Of course, sure.
All right. VIPD, how are we addressing the enforcement with these modifications?
You want me to answer, Senator?
Somebody. Are we enforcing these modifications? Are you all seeing these vehicles on the road?
Senator, currently, my officers in Sergeant Joseph, Commander Traffic Investigations Bureau.
Man, you eating up the time or not? Just tell me if you're seeing these vehicles out there, Sarge.
I'm trying to give you a quick answer and the appropriate answer. So
first question.
If I'm being methodical, just forgive me, but...
First question is, are you seeing these... See the time done, gang. Are you seeing these vehicles on the road that I'm talking about? These modified vehicles where they're removing the doors?
Yes, Senator. And we have spoken about enforcement. Also, there are two pieces that we need to focus on. And you've started out with helping us increase the fines. But there are things that we have to talk about to ensure that we change some of the behaviors that people undertake. When a vehicle is registered and comes on the public road, it is our job to ensure that regardless of what they get inspected and do, if there's a violation, for example, the front windshield is tinted, you're going to get the citations. If there's no, and one of the most important things that we can ensure today as we move forward with the modern technology is that all vehicles in a territory, regardless of whether they're private vehicles, government vehicles, have the front and rear license plate visible. Because we can't go forward without making sure that those fines for those front plates not being on those cars, it's currently $30. And so we have to make sure that when we do enforcement, the fines are compatible. Some of them you have already corrected to ensure that people monitor themselves.
So stop right there, Commander. And Mr. Chair, I beg your indulgence here. Because you're telling me about fines and whatnot. The fine structure or fee structure, whatever the case may be, has nothing to do with you enforcing. Why are you looking at that? I just want to know about your enforcement strategy. I mean, I'm getting a political answer rather than a direct answer. I just want to know that the VIPD will strictly enforce this, as it is illegal to modify your vehicle. These vehicles are already nationally certified and roadworthy. Why are they able to now come and remove their side doors and operate on our roadways? I just want to hear that you're going to clamp down on them.
Senator, we do enforcement every day. So we do enforcement every day in as much as we have other responsibilities, but we do enforcement every day. My team at the Traffic Investigations Bureau, you will see them in different parts of the District of St. Croix do enforcement.
I want to see those vehicles being addressed as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's times like these, I'm telling you, rest his soul, I miss a Melbourne Clark. These are things that will not be tolerated. I mean, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Pleasant good day, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions. I want to first thank the bill sponsor for putting together and doing some work on this piece of legislation. I do have some concerns relative to the bill. I think some of the wording, and I took a look at one of the wording that really stands out. I don't like these passive verbs. I like action verbs. And so even where you say in Section 1B, the Commissioner of the Department of Finance may require a monthly report. That may is a passive. It should be will or shall, because that leads into what the testimony we received from the Department of Finance, which really speaks about clearly that the fiscal controls that needs to be in place. And that's critical because we have the sense of, monies being available and commingling of monies, and persons need to be paid who actually are generating the funds. But we have a situation wherein the monies are not collected, but I know BMV is a different situation. So that's one of the areas that I have a concern. So tell us, Director, how do you propose to assure that these funds are collected appropriately and they are reported? Because you explained to one of my colleagues when they asked you a question relative to where the inspection for these funds go and where certain funds go. I know clearly for the personalized license plate, there's a distinct fund, and you could tell where that money goes based on the number of persons who want to pay a fee, and it's a higher fee, to have a personalized license plate. So how would you be able to distinguish this fund from the other funds when you're depositing it into the accounts? How is that done right now?
Is that directed to me, Senator Joseph?
Yes, you are the only director here, right?
I didn't hear you say director.
I sure did.
I said I didn't hear you.
Okay, so I sure did.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. This is Director McIntosh.
Thank you.
So in terms of the fund, currently, I told the previous, I don't remember who asked the question. I don't remember which fund, but each revenue that's collected in the BMV based on the service, it is coded in the ERP to a fund. And I really don't remember offhand. I want to say it's a general fund, but I know for sure $2 from every inspection goes to the police standard and safety, police standard and training fund. I know that. The rest of it, I want to say is the general fund. So it's coded according to the service based on the VI code. So whichever the code say, whichever fund the code says should go to, is coded that way.
Okay, so my concern is the fee schedule. I like things to be put in writing, and sometimes we operate in silos, and I think I really appreciate the Vice Chair when he had a whole schedule of fees or percentages of fees, how much would be charged, proposed, so that we have it written in law that this is it, rather than persons coming up with their own fees and it's not properly vetted amongst the public. That's my concern with the bill. I think if we're going to develop a fee schedule, it should be out in the public for their edification, because they are the ones who are going to be impacted. And it also leaves for us in this body to be able to audit the fee collected based on documents that are written in law, which is easy to go to compare to some of the rules and regulations. Because sometimes people say they can't find it, they change it, all of these things. So I think that is one of the things I believe will be able to enhance this measure, to have those fees and whatever clearly indicated. Mr. Chairman, was my time called?
Yes, it was, Senator.
Oh, I didn't hear her. May I be allowed to wrap up with one final question, Mr. Chairman?
Please proceed. Thanks.
Thank you so kindly. I wanted to ask Ms. Clarina Modeste Elliott, in your third paragraph of your testimony, you mentioned, and I paid very close attention, and I asked you also off the record, you said your support of this legislation is contingent upon the implementation, and we already have delayed implementation with a emission program of a strong financial control framework, including clear guidelines for allowable uses, defined reporting requirements, and appropriate oversight to ensure the fund achieves, keywords, its intended purpose. What would you look for as far as this is concerned to make sure that it has that strong financial and I would say fiscal controls in place? Can you delineate on that?
Good morning, Clarina Modeste Elliott. Yes, specifically stuff like, because we just updated our fiscal policies, so making sure that they follow DOF financial policies and making sure that, checks go through the telecheck system. So things like that. But we have all of our policies on our DOF.va.gov website. And so maybe just taking a look at it and putting in some of those stringent policies to make sure that the collectors are in compliance.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for your line of questioning. Next, we're going to go to Senator Dwayne DeGraff for your 4 minutes. But before I go there, I'd like to recognize the President of Senator Nobel E. Francis. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Senator Carla Joseph.
Senator DeGraff?
Yes, it's Senator Carla Joseph. That's the one. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listeners present. Director McIntosh, how much money revenue generated annually from the BMV?
10.5 million last year.
Of that 10.5 million, the majority of it was for inspections?
I can't tell you offhand, Senator. Because I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, well, I think the majority of it will have to come off inspections because that's where the bulk of the money is. Now, that money is what's deposited into the general fund basically to keep the budget, and monies are indirectly paid to everyone by salaries and the fringe benefits and stuff. So it may not be where you charge fees for certain things that come back to BMV, but indirectly across the government is what it's used for. Now we have two police commanders. The sergeant is the traffic commander, the lieutenant is the commander of the commercial vehicle section, what they call the vehicle. As a matter of fact, let me put it this way. Lieutenant, you can do the sergeant's job. Your team can do the sergeant's job with inspecting any vehicle as a police. Now, Sergeant Joseph, can you do the motor carrier portion of VAPD inspections?
The short answer, any vehicle that is on the public road can be inspected by a police officer. There's a different level of inspection that is required by motor carrier that is done. So
right. Okay. So hold it right there. So basically, your team isn't certified. If you aren't certified to do that work, you don't do it. I just wanted to get a clarification for my colleagues to understand that we have two separate commanders where both commanders can do all inspections of all vehicles. but the traffic investigation commander cannot do the motor carrier inspection. Just to make that clarification here, because basically what I see with the bill is Director McIntosh, what exists in this bill that isn't already being done? Other than we trying to get private entities to do inspections, what exists that isn't already being done?
Director McIntosh, what exists in the bill that jumps out at me is that the fact that private vehicles don't have to be inspected. That's what I see. Private vehicles don't have to be inspected, and reiterate the fact that the rest of the vehicles that should be inspected can be given to private inspection stations to be inspected.
1 minute.
Right, and that's what because I mentioned school buses, vehicles for hire, vehicles are required to pass emission. So the private vehicle section of this already exists where you cover inspecting all of these vehicles to include private vehicles. So I was just saying, I understand the intent that my colleague is trying to bring, and I support the effort that he put into it. But to me, I don't see the necessity for having the bill currently right now. I don't see any different to what exists other than specifically going towards school buses, vehicles for hire, vehicles that are required to pass emission testing, vehicles that are newly brought into the territory, vehicles that will be issued junk or salvage title pursuant to Section 220 of this title, commercial vehicles and taxis. So I think because everything already exists, I don't think I see the need for the bill. And if you do, Director, because you supported it, then you could explain to me, since my time was called, what do you see that the bill would enhance currently going forward? You could answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Director McIntosh. So what I see the bill is doing is highlighting the fact that, or allowing for us on the record, in law, not to inspect private vehicles. Right now, we do that for vehicles that are newer, but it needs to be codified that all private vehicles do not have to be inspected except when they newly come into the territory, because we have to make sure, A, there's a presence of a vehicle, that we verify the VIN and the odometer, because that has to go on the title, and the emissions, etc. So that's what I see the bill as doing. We do everything, but it needs to be put on the record that we have the permission not to.
Just in wrapping up, Mr. Chair, just to answer, would be, like I say, I don't think that's something we should look to give up at this point going forward until without more just auditing what is going on and actually looking at it. I don't think that's something we should give up at this point. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Degas. Senator Noel E. Francis, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgins. I had an opportunity to listen to a portion of this on my way in here after attending a function over at UVI this morning, and I'm just imploring careful consideration of this measure as we move forward, because obviously, the discussion presents some opportunities for us to create an additional fund and, take away some $500,000 from the general fund to go to a specific purpose. And I think that is important that we are mindful of, every time we take money from the general fund, the challenges that we present here. I heard from JFL this morning while at the event, their need for funding. I see our good friends, Waste Management, in the audience here. I know of their need for funding. I spoke in a meeting yesterday to the University of the Virgins and their need for funding. So once we start to take away, then how do we replace replenish that if we don't have additional funding coming into place. Outside of that, I think that the emission control that we're talking about, and for me, I think this whole discussion needs to surround enforcement and implementation. In 2014, there was legislation that was passed in Act 7619 that require emission inspection. I heard some conversation today that we still have not gotten the rules in place to be able to do that. And I know that the emission, especially when we talk about the emission safety of this community, it's important that we're able to evaluate those emissions. Director McIntosh, in respect, what is the conversation being had in regards to the implementation, the drafting of the rules and regs as it pertains to emission control or inspection?
Director McIntosh, I must say the conversation is ongoing. The rules and regs, or the rules, are basically in draft form, and indeed we have not been able to move any further than that.
12 years. So, again, I know that you've just been there for a period of time, and I must say that I believe that, when the motor vehicle was under the Virgin Islands Police Department, and, some years after that, there may have been a need for us to be able to allow for efficiency, to allow for the outside maintenance to be able to do that. I think that time has passed. The efficiency that has been created by the Bureau of Motor Vehicle under your leadership, Director McIntosh, is now a pride and joy for individuals to go to a motor vehicle. They're out there within 20 minutes, 10 minutes. So I believe that time has truly passed for us to require these other entities to do that. Well, truly what we're doing is creating the next level of bureaucracy. Because how do we then ensure that our funding that's collected by these outside vendors channel that money to the government of the Virgin Islands? What is the mechanism that we intend to, when we lack enforcement, auditing, and I know that there is some conversation, I think in one of the testimony that speaks to from finance that talks about transparency, accountability, and public trust. When we start to decentralize the ability to collect our funds and put that in the hands of someone else to then redirect that funding to the government of the Virgin Islands, that presents some challenges. So that is something that we need to take a careful look at as well. I heard my colleague alluded to the fact that we miss Melbourne Clark, but he have his good understudies here. Certainly Sergeant Arthur Joseph was an understudy, as well as Chief Cornelius and even Alexander Moorhead. The fort has been around quite some time and should be able to carry out the task that's mandated by them. Real quickly, as my time wrap up, motor carrier safety, that has been a conversation for quite some time in terms of creating a wait station and some other enforcement requirements that's required for motor carrier safety. Where are we with that, Lieutenant Moorhead, in respect to the establishment under the Office of Highway Safety, the standing up of the entity that will be responsible for the inspection of commercial vehicles?
Lieutenant Alexander Moore, the first senator, if I understand your question, you're asking as it pertains to the way station, where we are with that?
Yes.
No place, sir. No place, sir.
No place. Again, that's a conversation that's been had for quite some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And final, I recommend that if we're going to require, well, I don't believe that we want to open up the ability for all motor vehicles, private motor vehicles, not to be inspected. I think that there should be some cap. I would say between, I'll offer to say between 3 to 5, perhaps even a maximum of 7 years. But outside of that, I've seen some vehicle on the road. I want to know, what are these vehicles doing on our roadway? How are they being licensed to operate on our roadway? So I believe, and I'd like to ask the commander what his thought is on that in terms of a cap of vehicles that should not be subjected to the inspection. 3 to 5?
Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Commander, Traffic Investigations Bureau. I am aware that currently there are vehicles based on the year of that vehicle that the Bureau of Motor Vehicle do not require inspection of those vehicles. There are vehicles, however, on the public road that are unsafe. And once we encounter those vehicles, we tow those vehicles, issue the appropriate citations, and move forward in that regards. Since this body has increased the fines, we have seen a downturn in individuals in the way they operate their vehicles, in the way they inspect their vehicles and put those vehicles on the public road, and even to reduction of crashes on the public roads.
As the traffic commander, would you recommend a cap? Do you believe it should be wide open for all private vehicles, or do you see the need for us to, again, while yes, you might be able to do the enforcement if these vehicles are allowed to operate in an unsafe manner because they're not suited for the roadway, then we're being reactive. How do we prevent those vehicles from even operating? Do you believe that there should be a cap of 3, 5, 7 years?
Yes, I agree with you, Senator. There should be a cap to ensure that we maintain some continuity and consistency in the types of vehicles that are on the public road. We have to be responsible stewards as government officials to ensure that any vehicle that we certify to be on the public road does not contribute to crashes.
Thank you so much, Senator Novel Francis, for your line of questioning. Now we go to the bill sponsor, Senator Angel Boquez. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I quite enjoyed the commentary here today in relation to this piece of legislation, which I believe is desperately needed. I will go down the line in the sense of the recommendations. I know that the majority leader recommended subsection F being expanded to clarify the types of vehicles that are to be inspected by the certified inspectors and the MCU division. There was also a recommendation about emissions being recommended to be done yearly rather than offset by the amount of registration years, whether that be 1 to 5 years. So we can look at that. Also, I understand that there is some concern about the fees that the inspectors would be applying. I want to put on the record that in the United States of America, there's standard flat rate fees by these inspectors who are not in the public sector that provide the inspection for these vehicles. So we could put a cap in the legislation to state that the fee would be X, similarly to what the registration fee is right now, or maybe a little less. Outside of that, there's a recommendation for the cap of the amount of years, particularly for a vehicle to be registered, which was recently stated between 3 to 5 years. But colleagues, I want to take away, I have some takeaway comments about commentary concerning the general fund. I think that is far-fetched, and I say that out of due respect. The BMV and the VIPD are the ones who are working on generating these funds. And the funds are being absorbed by the general fund for hundreds of unrelated purposes. That is like robbing Peter to pay Paul. And if we're going to get serious about this, then let's talk about a split. Let's talk about a split that of the fees that are generated, then let 25% or 50% or whatever amount of percent everyone feels comfortable with go to the VIPD and BMV so that they can have funding in order to do what they need to do. We complain and say that there's no enforcement, which we know it's very, very tight and very critical that enforcement is applied, but if they don't have the resources and the tools to provide proper enforcement, how are they going to get it done? They won't be able to get it done. So let's talk about a split if we're going to get serious about this. Without any other further belaboring, I just wanted to thank VIPD, BMV, DPNR. Actually, I may have one statement for you, DPNR, because I understand that you have a air pollution program. And apparently in the testimony, it was stated that you prefer for BMV to be the lead concerning the air pollution or emission standards. Curiously asking, what is being done in that program right now?
The program has been unmanned, I would say, going about 2 years. We've been trying to hire an air pollution control program manager as well as an environmental engineer and an environmental specialist. As is widely known, salaries are one of the largest issues that we have in terms of recruiting.
Very well, but based on the...
So at present, the responsibilities are being shared amongst the EP executive director as well as the staff.
While we're repealing Section 261 and including some of the original language that deals with emission, we felt during our research that DPNR would be rather more poised to assist or lead in this effort concerning emissions. That is an area that I'm definitely would like to speak to you or the commissioner concerning how we can try to get that division up and that program up and running. Mr. Chair, I know my time has expired, and I want to thank you and my colleagues for the time, and I would appreciate your support on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquez. I usually do a quick rapid round, but based on our agenda, we're going to move forward and I'm going to give the testifiers 30 seconds to give a closing statement, starting with the St. Thomas District. Assistant Commissioner Walker, you may give a 30 seconds closing statement.
The Department of Planning and Natural Resources thanks the committee for the opportunity to testify. We stand in strong support of the bill and any future amendments and are willing to provide support to both the Bureau of Motor Vehicles as well as the Virgin Islands Police Department as they seek to finalize rules and regs in respect to the proposed bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Modest Elliott.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 36-0109. We do understand that, taking away from the general fund is a negative. However, we try to support our colleagues, and we communicated with Director McIntosh, and she was in support of the initiative, and so we felt it was necessary to be in support. But we understand that taking away from the general fund, has to be considered, but based on the initiative and what we communicated, we felt it was necessary. And, I would like to continue to thank the DOF staff and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Modest Elliott. And Director McIntosh.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Thank you. Thank you and the committee for inviting us to participate in this robust discussion here this morning on Bill 37-0109. We do continue to stand in strong support of the bill and any amendments that will be forthcoming. And we are also stand ready at the appropriate time to offer any most assistance, testimony, information that may be required of us. And I thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the police department, my colleague have a point of information for the police department. They recognize Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have, Lieutenant Moorhead, they got 4 trailers, or maybe 5, prior to going to the Richmond post office. The police department was here prior. It's the first time I'm seeing you here in front of me to ask this question to you now. I think in looking at it for what it is a safety issue, and I want to make sure that we're using the prong of prevention, and I ain't worrying about an accident happening, because maybe it takes it for we to talk about it, and then we have a tragedy. And I don't want a tragedy. I just think they need to be addressed. I feel they're too close to the roadside. It is an impediment to the road. You can't see coming out of the post office presently.
Lieutenant Alexander
Richmond
Moore,
post office.
Board.
Yeah.
You're talking about the container trailers. You're not talking about trailers as office, right there on the shop before Richmond.
Yep.
Yes, sir. something that can be easily addressed as far as having a conversation.
Yeah, because I think at least the first or second one to the road needs to be removed from the roadside. It is causing an impediment. Thank you for your response.
So we're asking for that conversation and assure that it's dealt with expeditiously. Point of information, Senator Kurt Viale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Really, we're not asking for a conversation, no. We're asking for compliance in reference to any impediments that stop the motoring public from being able to have visual or a view of traffic coming from both directions. I think we just have too many conversations in the Virgin Islands and we need to have more enforcement. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commander Joseph. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to Lieutenant Commander Moorhead. Closing statement, 30 seconds.
Lieutenant Alexander Moorhead IV, on behalf of the Virgin Islands Police Department, I thank you for the opportunity to come here, express our concerns, and then be part of the conversations to move forward, to make some amendments to the bill. Also, to have healthy conversation, Senator, as far as it's concerned to a conversation. When I say conversation, it's something that going to be addressed.
Thank you so much for that. We did have a robust discussion on the bill. There were many recommendations and amendments, so the committee is going to take a 2-minute recess. The committee is on recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. Do I hear a motion? You recognize for a motion, Senator VLA?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0109, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to establish the Inspection of Safety and Public Highway Fund, amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 39, Section 435, relating to the collection of fees, amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 41, Section 461, relating to equipment and inspection of vehicle requirements, and Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 38, Section 416, relating to motor vehicles restrictions to the car rental industry, be held in the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. I so move.
Second.
Very well. Bill number 36-0109 was motioned by Senator Kurt Bialy, seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 36-0109.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. Yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yea. Senator Marie C. James. Senator Marie C. James, absent. Senator Carla Joseph.
Yay.
Senator Carla Joseph, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Kurt A. Vialet, yea. Senator Marvin Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Marvin Blyden, yea. Mr. Chairman, you have 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0109, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to establish the Inspection and Safety on Public Highways Fund, amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 39, Section 435, relating to the collection of fees, amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 41, Section 461, relating to the equipment and inspection of vehicle requirements, and Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 38, Section 416, relating to the motor vehicle registrations for the car rental industry, will be held in this committee for further consideration and action. I so move. Colleagues, that concludes the first block. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 2 onto today's record, please?
Block 2, Bill number 36-0074, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, by adding a Chapter 3 establishing the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act to require property owners to maintain roadside vegetation, prevent obstruction of public roads and utility lines, provide for enforcement penalties and exceptions, and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins and Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see we have our testifiers in the well, but before I go to our testifier to do a mic check, I'll do a mic check first. I'm going to start in the St. Thomas District, starting from the far left. Please put your name on the record and your title. St. Thomas?
You have to sit here.
Good afternoon. Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Good afternoon, Director Stevens.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sheena Georgie Sanderson, Chief of Solid Waste.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greg Guanell, Director of the Kern Green Technology Center at the UVI.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems, VI WAPA.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lawrence Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Brent Laird, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mike Weir, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Good afternoon. Do we have anyone online?
Madam.
Okay, very well. Who?
This is Tom Bolt on behalf of Liberty Mobile USVI.
Good afternoon, Attorney Bolt.
Good afternoon.
Okay, very
Good
well.
afternoon, Clay Jones, owner of Heritage Tree Company.
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Stephen Adams, Ms. Adams.
Good afternoon, Stephen Adams, CEO, VINGN.
Good afternoon, sir. Who introduces bill number 36? Who introduces and speaks on behalf of bill number 36-0074? You recognize for the introduction of the bill, Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. On behalf of Senator Avriel Lewis and myself, I present to you today bill number 36-0074, legislation that would establish the VI Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act by amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code Part 1 to add a new Chapter 3. This bill addresses a persistent and territory-wide issue: overgrown roadside vegetation and private property encroachment onto public roadways and utility lines. Too often we see bushes, trees, and unmanaged growth obstructing visibility for motorists, interfering with power and utility infrastructure, and creating hazardous conditions for pedestrians and drivers. Public safety must always be our priority. When vegetation blocks sight lines at intersections, encroaches upon roadways, or interferes with utility lines, it increases the risk of accidents, outages, and costly emergency response. These are preventable hazards, in my opinion. Bill number 36-0074 establishes clear and responsible guidelines requiring property owners to maintain vegetation along roadways adjacent to their property. It authorizes the Department of Public Works to enforce compliance, outlines penalties for non-compliance, and provides a structured process for notice and correction to be made. Where violations, however, persist, the bill allows for liens on property tax records to recover costs incurred by the government of the Virgin Islands. This bill does not seek to unfairly burden our residents. It includes reasonable exceptions for financial hardship and extraordinary circumstances, and it provides and ensures due process with ample opportunity for property owners to remedy violations before penalties are actually imposed. Additionally, and contrary to what some have said, even in the corridors of this very legislature, this legislation does not in any way, shape, or form suggest that private property owners should undertake the dangerous task of cutting or trimming vegetation that is directly entangled with utility lines. That responsibility must remain with trained and authorized professionals. Rather, property owners are expected to properly maintain vegetation on their property and where growth begins to encroach upon utility lines or poles, to engage qualified professionals to address the issue safely and appropriately. What this legislation also does is it affirms a fundamental principle that property ownership carries responsibility. The maintenance of private property, including vegetation that affects public rights of way, should not fall upon the taxpayers at large. The government of the Virgin Islands should not bear the cost of maintaining private property. This measure promotes accountability, it improves public safety, protects our infrastructure, and ensures that limited government resources are used where they are truly needed. I respectfully ask for your careful consideration today as we discuss this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Thank you in advance to the testifiers.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins, for your introduction of your bill. We have a lot of testifiers, so I just ask that when you speak into the mic, and to include when you're responding to my colleagues, you don't have to look at them, just speak into the mic, please, so we can keep it moving, okay? We're going to start with the Lieutenant Governor's office. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications, other committee members, other members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and viewing and listening audiences. I am Lawrence A. Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Tax Assessor, and I am accompanied today by Mr. Brent Leardam, Tax Collector, Office of the Tax Collector within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. On behalf of Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Real Property Tax, it gives me great pleasure to testify on Bill number 36-0074, an Act amending Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, by adding a Chapter 3 establishing the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act to require property owners to maintain roadside vegetation, prevent obstruction of public roads and utility lines, provide for enforcement, penalties, and exceptions, and for other related purposes. The intent of Bill number 36-0074, as stated in its preamble, is to reduce government expenses, to improve the beauty, aesthetic appeal along our public roads, and to improve the safety along public roads for motorists, pedestrians, and public utilities, while reducing the likelihood of accidents, power outages, and other infrastructure damages. These goals are commendable. We recommend that the definition of public roads be clarified. Is Bill number 36-0074 suggesting only federal public roads, or are territorial public roads included? Additionally, are publicly used estate roads, rights-of-way, and other easements included in the definition of public roads? Some suggestions. First, implementing this bill requires a massive amount of enforcement. It may very well be that the cost of enforcement equals or exceeds the present cost of paying roadside crews to control vegetation. Second, adding a minimum of $1,500 non-compliance cost to the property tax bill, which is almost 10 times the minimum property tax bill of $180, will create a tremendous burden not only on the property owners, but also on the Office of the Tax Assessor. The Office of the Tax Assessor will have to identify and verify every property that is bound by a public road at a minimum on one side. Furthermore, the Office of the Tax Assessor will have to update property records as the Department of Public Works provides updated information. These activities have implications for additional personnel, time, and functionality with the property tax software. Third, what evidence will be needed by DPW, by Department of Public Works, to prove an actionable offense? Additionally, where will such electronic media be stored? If it is within the real property tax management system, the application will require additional storage and functionality. Because the real property tax division within LGO handles the collections for this activity, any waiver or payment plan for the lien should fall under the Office of the Tax Collector, not DPW, as Bill number 36-0074 suggests. Fourth, it is not clear in Bill number 36-0074 whether the amount of a fine will be related to the amount of property bound by a roadside. For example, if one property has only 10 feet bound by a roadside and another has 21 feet, will both properties be fined the same? Or will two properties with the same roadside exposure but different property values pay the same amount for the same infraction? Fifth, more trees and other vegetation contribute to a cooler environment. A possible unintended consequence of this legislation may be that property owners bound by a public road will make changes to their property so that vegetation cannot easily thrive or propagate in that area. Properties zoned R1 will be at a greater disadvantage than those zoned with higher numbers because of setback requirements. We recommend that the aforementioned scenarios be considered as you deliberate the passage of this bill. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Lieutenant Governor Roach and the rest of the LGO team concerning Bill number 36-0074. We are available to answer any questions that you or members of the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robney. Commissioner Gabriel, you are recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Marvin A. Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other senators and colleagues in attendance, and members of the listening and viewing public. Thank you for the invitation to clarify the Department of Public Works' role in the implementation, enforcement, and operational impact on the proposed bill, Bill number 36-0074, the VI Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. DPW recognizes the critical importance of this bill to ensure safe and clear roadways for the movement of people, goods, and services. While fully in support of the intent of this legislation to hold property owners accountable for roadside maintenance, we must address the practicalities of its implementation. Currently, DPW does not have dedicated enforcement officers to patrol, identify violations, and serve formal notices to private property owners territory-wide. Without a robust mechanism to issue citations or ensure compliance, the fines proposed in this bill may remain uncollected, rendering the law unenforceable. To ensure this bill is enforceable and achieves the important goals set within, DPW recommends enforcement via property tax liens. This would allow any unpaid fines for roadside maintenance violations to be recorded as a priority lien and attached to the property's annual tax bill. Utilizing this statutory collection framework ensures that the GVI has a reliable, automated, and cost-effective way to recover costs without requiring the recruitment and training of a new fleet of enforcement officers. Further, DPW strongly recommends that 100% of the revenue generated from any assessed fines be deposited into a dedicated roadside maintenance special fund with statutory restrictions that allow those funds to be utilized exclusively by the department for its roadside maintenance program. This creates a sustainable closed-loop system where the penalties from non-compliance directly fund the crews and equipment needed to keep our territory's roads clear and safe. Furthermore, we must address the critical issue of disposal. As the chairman of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Board, I am acutely aware that in St. Thomas, our landfill does not currently accept green waste from residents. Without a clear disposal pathway, the bill risks creating piles of debris with nowhere to go. By utilizing the proposed special fund, DPW and Waste Management can collaborate on managed drop-off sites where vegetation can be processed into mulch or safely staged for disposal rather than becoming an illegal dumping burden at our bin sites. To be clear, Senators, these recommendations are not reinventing the wheel. Municipalities from New York to Washington State utilize tax levies to handle precisely these types of maintenance violations. By moving the collection from a manual billing process to the property tax roll, they have seen higher compliance rates and reduced administrative overhead. Furthermore, the creation of a dedicated roadside maintenance fund aligns with national best management practices for infrastructure. This dedicated revenue stream will ensure more consistent, timely payments to our vendors and eventually reduce DPW's dependence on the anti-litter and tourism advertising revolving funds. This ensures that specialized equipment like brush hogs, sidearms, and industrial mowers can be procured and maintained, and roadside contractors compensated without competing for general fund dollars. To provide context on the scale of our current efforts, DPW manages an aggressive roadside maintenance schedule primarily through private contractors. As of January 31st, for fiscal year 2025, the department expended approximately $2,445,720 territory-wide on roadside vegetation management. Currently, we manage 16 roadside maintenance contracts and 16 maintenance contracts in St. Croix and 16 maintenance contracts in the St. Thomas St. John district. Despite these expenditures, our ability to keep pace with rapid tropical growth is often limited by the rising costs of fuel, equipment maintenance, and specialized machinery. While our current appropriations allow us to maintain major thoroughfares, additional revenue from this proposed special fund will allow us to significantly increase our capacity. Specifically, it would allow for a more frequent cutting cycle on secondary and tertiary roads which often present the greatest safety hazards due to overgrowth. A dedicated revenue stream would also allow for greater procurement agility. Rather than waiting for general fund allotments that may be delayed by broader fiscal constraints, a dedicated fund would allow DPW to execute on-call maintenance contracts and procure specialized sidearm mower attachments as soon as the operational need arises. In closing, Chairman Blyden and committee members, DPW supports the passage of Bill number 36-0074, provided that a realistic enforcement and funding mechanism is included. It is critical that we ensure the legislation results in cleaner roads, not just more administrative work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions. Mr. Chair, before I move on, I just want to say that it does seem that several of our concerns were addressed in the amendments that were provided. So I just want to recognize that.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator. Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel. Next, we have DPNR.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members and non-committee members present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Planning on Natural Resources, and I appear to you today on behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0074, which would establish the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act, and among other things, authorize the Department of Public Works in consultation with DPNR to grant temporary exemptions in extraordinary circumstances, such as natural disasters or severe weather events that have caused overgrowth. The department understands and appreciates the bill's public safety objective. Overgrown roadside vegetation can obstruct visibility, interfere with utility infrastructure, and create hazards for motorists, pedestrians, and emergency access. However, DPNR has significant concerns with the bill as drafted, particularly with respect to agency roles, environmental risk, permitting implications, and the management of vegetative debris after cutting or clearing occurs. First, the bill creates jurisdictional ambiguity by inserting DPNR into an exemption or waiver role, even though DPW is the agency responsible for implementing roadside maintenance and vegetation control under the framework contemplated by the measure. DPNR's proper role is regulatory, not operational. The department's responsibility is to oversee environmental compliance, land disturbance, erosion and sediment control, and relating permitting thresholds where applicable. It is not the agency that carries out roadside maintenance. For that reason, the proposed exemption language creates blurred accountability, and therefore we request that DPNR's role in the oversight of this program be removed from the bill. Second, This concern becomes even more pronounced in post-storm conditions. When the governor declares a state of emergency following a natural disaster, normal procedures are often suspended or streamlined to allow agencies to restore access and protect public safety as quickly as possible. In that context, roadside vegetation clearing needed to reopen roads and restore safe passage would more logically fall under DPW's emergency authority and implementation responsibilities, rather than a separate waiver structure involving DPNR. The committee's agenda on Bill number 36-0074 reflects that this bill primarily concerns roadway maintenance, utility obstruction, and interagency operational impacts, with DPW as the central implementing entity. Additionally, DPNR is concerned that absent careful limiting language, this bill may produce unintended consequences beyond public roads. A broadly worded temporary exemption could be misread by some property owners as authority to engage in clear cutting or aggressive roadside adjacent vegetation removal on private property without proper authorization. In the Virgin Islands, such activity can destabilize slopes, remove root systems that hold soil in place, increase erosion, accelerate sediment transport, clog guts and stormwater conveyance routes, and contribute to downstream degradation of coastal and marine waters. Those are not abstract concerns in a small island setting. They are foreseeable consequences of vegetation removal when undertaken without environmental safeguards. For this reason, if Bill number 36-0074 moves forward, it should be expressly stated that roadside vegetation maintenance must be performed using tools and methods that do not result in significant soil disturbance. Selective trimming, pruning, and cutting are different from grubbing, uprooting, grading, scraping, or broad-scale clearing. The bill should therefore make clear that any temporary exemption does not authorize earth disturbance, root zone destruction, or slope destabilization without the otherwise required environmental review and permitting. Regular vegetation maintenance that rises to the level of brush clearing or earth change should remain subject to applicable oversight through DPNR. Accordingly, DPNR respectfully recommends that the bill be amended to, number 1, remove DPNR's role as co-administrator of roadside exemptions in Section 13. 2, specify that any temporary exemption under the Act shall be limited to periods in which a state of emergency has been formally declared within the territory due to a natural disaster or severe weather event. 3, distinguish between routine maintenance and post-disaster operations, with routine activities remaining subject to applicable environmental permitting thresholds and post-storm debris management falling under DPW and the Waste Management Authority for operational responsibility. Number 4, require that all vegetative waste generated under this program be handled via lawful debris management or other approved disposal methods. Number 5, revise the penalties in Section 12 from a property lien to a series of citations and proceeding to a lien if left unpaid. For example, the corrective action should be a 15 or 30-day notice followed by a citation, such as a citation of $500 for the first offense, $750 for the second offense, and then $1,000 per offense afterwards. The compliance period between citations should be no more than 14 days, and the citations become cumulative. A $1,500 property lien will be ineffective from a process standpoint, but the cumulative citations can be reported to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor as a priority lien. In closing, the department supports safe roads, safe utility corridors, and efficient post-storm response. However, in the Virgin Islands, roadside vegetation policy must be drafted with care. Cutting vegetation can affect slope stability, drainage systems, watershed health, coastal water quality, fire risk, landfill burden, and agency enforcement responsibilities all at once. The bill should therefore be revised to preserve DPW's operational authority, protect DPNR's regulatory role, and account for the full life cycle of vegetative waste management. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I remain available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wallace. Next, we have the Water and Power Authority. We proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Marvin A. Blyden, honorable members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications, honorable senators present, testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer of Electric Systems of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which I may later refer to as WAPA or the Authority. Appearing today on behalf of Executive Director and CEO Carl Knight. Joining me today is Dion St. Clair, General Counsel of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0074, which proposes establishing the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act. This testimony provides the authority's perspective on the bill's potential impacts on utility operations and seeks to offer guidance on its implementation and practical implications. WAPA supports the intent of this bill and recognizes its importance to public safety, grid stability, roadway visibility, and overall community well-being. Vegetation overgrowth, particularly around the authority's power lines, presents a persistent and well-documented threat to the system throughout the territory. In fact, vegetation contact with electrical lines is a major cause of power outages, accounting for an average of 20% of monthly outages per district, with significantly higher impacts during storms and high wind events. Additionally, trees conduct electricity from nearby power lines and create hazardous conditions. For these reasons, routine vegetation maintenance is necessary. WAPA has significant concerns regarding vegetation encroachment in proximity to or on energized lines, vegetation management within minimum clearance distances of power lines is highly specialized work. It cannot be safely performed by untrained individuals or contractors without line clearing certification. Put simply, vegetation near power lines is not routine yard work. It is specialized high-risk work that must be handled with proper training and coordination. As drafted in the context of the utility, the bill places responsibility on property owners to control vegetation on their property without distinguishing between general vegetation maintenance work and maintenance work occurring in proximity to energized infrastructure. For purposes of clarity, WAPA refers to the space as its clearance zone, within which vegetation management must be performed by trained personnel using specialized equipment and in accordance with established safety standards. This clearance zone refers to the area within 15 feet below and 15 feet on either side of the power lines where specialized safety standards apply. Improper trimming practices in proximity to energized lines can result in serious injury, death, property damage, and electrical outages. Realistically, property owners may attempt to comply with the bill without realizing that vegetation removal near power lines requires specialized handling. As a result, compliance with this bill may place property owners in a difficult position. They may attempt to undertake the work themselves, incur the cost of engaging unqualified or under-trained contractors, or obtain properly trained personnel where available. Without a clearly defined pathway for safe compliance, including coordination with qualified line clearance professionals and the authority, the requirements of the bill may not be reasonably achieved in a safe and consistent manner. The bill should establish a clear and accessible compliance pathway for property owners, including when to contact WAPA and engage qualified line clearance professionals. Therefore, WAPA recommends that the language of the bill be updated to distinguish between general vegetation maintenance and vegetation maintenance within the clearance zone, and that such work be performed by personnel in coordination with the authority. Clarifying this distinction will help ensure that hazardous work is handled safely and appropriately. While the bill assigns enforcement authority to the Department of Public Works, it does not expressly incorporate WAPA into the operational framework to ensure the level of clear required for vegetation management around power lines. WAPA is already called upon to respond to vegetation-related issues involving electrical lines, consistent with standard utility practice and existing easement rights. The bill does not define WAPA's role in its implementation or establish how coordination with enforcement agencies will occur in situations involving energized lines. Without that clarity, there is a risk of inconsistent response, delays in addressing hazardous conditions, and uncertainty regarding fiscal responsibility. This becomes particularly important in situations where vegetation creates an immediate hazard, for instance, when trees are caused to interact with an energized line during property owner vegetation management activities. In those cases, WAPA will likely be called upon to respond in real time to protect the public safety and restore service, regardless of formal responsibility. It remains unclear whether the Department of Public Works has the capacity or access to specialized contractors necessary to address the overgrown vegetation, or whether WAPA would be expected to intervene without a defined cost recovery mechanism. To ensure long-term sustainability, a clear cost recovery or funding mechanism is necessary. A related concern is also what happens after that work is completed, where the authority undertakes vegetation removal to protect its infrastructure. The bill does not provide a mechanism to prevent recurring encroachment. When power lines are clear from vegetation, a property owner may plant or allow vegetation to regrow in the same area, potentially requiring repeated intervention by WAPA at WAPA's expense. This raises concern regarding the potentially repetitive costs imposed by the property owner on the authority without clear control or reimbursement. The bill may benefit from provisions that prevent planting within the clearance zone or requiring ongoing compliance within designated areas. For these reasons, interagency coordination will be essential to the successful implementation and enforcement of this Act. At a minimum, WAPA is provides technical and operational support for matters involving electrical infrastructure and recommends that the committee includes provision to support that coordination. Vegetation management near energized infrastructure is resource intensive and requires specialized crews, equipment, and coordination. The cost of vegetation management within the clearance zone is borne by the authority and paid by customers through rates. Therefore, effective management of those costs is the responsibility of the authority and the property owner. In conclusion, as I stated earlier, WAPA supports the goal of Bill number 36-0074 and appreciates the legislator's attention to this important issue. With targeted refinements to address safety, coordination, and operational clarity, this legislation can significantly enhance public safety while ensuring that it is implemented in a manner that reflects the operational realities of managing critical infrastructure in the territory. Thank you for receiving my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Mrs. Lovenair. Next, we have Waste Management Authority, Director Ware.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, and members of the viewing and listening public. I am Hannibal Mike Ware, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the proposed Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act. The intent of the legislation to improve the safety, appearance, and overall condition of our roadways while setting guidelines for property owners to maintain roadside vegetation and prevent encroachment onto public roads and utility lines is both timely and necessary. Maintaining clear roadways, controlling vegetation overgrowth, and safeguarding critical infrastructure are vital to protecting our community's quality of life and the positive image of our islands. This year alone, I've personally witnessed 2 accidents caused by overgrowth that forced vehicles into the center of the roadway. While this legislation focuses on vegetation and property maintenance, roadside conditions are often influenced by related issues such as litter and illegal dumping, areas where the authority supports through enforcement and public education. Dense, unmanaged vegetation along roadsides has long served as a cover for illegal dumping, one of the most persistent challenges we face in preserving our paradise. Our crews regularly encounter materials illegally deposited in overgrown areas that then become the de facto responsibility of public cleanup operations. We are actively increasing enforcement efforts in known illegal dumping areas, while continuing to assist with multiple roadside cleanups on each island where bulk waste, tires, and trash have been illegally disposed. These efforts include recent cleanups along East Airport Road and St. Croix and across from McBean Park in Old Tutu and St. Thomas. In addition, we have realigned our communications division to focus specifically on public education and behavior change, with a comprehensive public awareness campaign scheduled to launch in the coming weeks. Lasting change requires altering behavior, not just reacting to it, and the same principle applies to this proposed bill. I would like to highlight, though, one critical operational consideration as this legislation is considered and potentially implemented, particularly on St. Thomas. At present, like the chairman said earlier, the authority is unable to accept green waste at the Anguilla landfill on St. Thomas due to capacity constraints. This creates a real challenge for property owners who would be required to clear vegetation but may not have a viable disposal option. Without an accessible pathway for green waste disposal, there is a heightened risk of unintended consequences, such as illegal dumping, which would undermine the very goals this legislation is trying to achieve. To address this, among other efforts, the authority has been advancing a solution through the use of air curtain incinerators to safely and efficiently manage green waste. We have engaged the community through public meetings and hearings, and this proposal is currently moving through the legislative process. Legislative alignment is critical. Expectations for compliance must be matched with the operational capability to meet those expectations. Well-maintained roadsides are not merely a cosmetic concern. They are a core infrastructure and public safety issue that directly impacts the reliability of government service delivery and the provision of essential services to households across the territory. I would like to thank bill sponsors, Senators Gittins and Lewis, for proposing this bill. The legislation not only reflects a proactive approach to a growing concern across the territory, but it also addresses very real and preventable hazards. We are supportive of this bill's passage and stand ready to assist the Department of Public Works with operational data, field experience, or interagency coordination in support of effective implementation. Thank you for the opportunity to appear. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director Ware. Next, we have Caribbean Green Technology Center, Dr. Guanel.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Blyden, member of the committee, and those in attendance. My name is Greg Guanel. I'm the director of the Caribbean Green Technology Center at the University of the Virgin Islands. We develop and share knowledge on how infrastructure, ecosystems, and institutions interact in the VI. So thank you for the opportunity to provide technical comments on Bill 36-0074. This bill amends Virgin Island law to require property owners to keep roadside vegetation trimmed so they do not block roads or utility line. The Department of Public Works can inspect, issue notices, and if the owner fails to act within 30 days, DPW can work and impose a $1,500 lien on the property collected via property tax. There's also a hardship waiver and an exception for natural disasters. So my goal in this testimony is to provide technical context on the proposed legislation. In preparing those comments, I reviewed similar laws from other jurisdictions and consulted with my staff, who is an arborist. My comments are mostly about what the law as written is missing, and I provide some recommendation for your consideration. So the first issue, which has been noted by people who spoke before me, is a jurisdiction overlap. So the bill addresses the issue of transportation safety, which is vegetation encroaching on roads, but it also addresses utility safety, such as vegetation near energized power lines or water pipes. Those two matters require different type of expertise. As written, roadside clearance is appropriately the responsibility of the property owner and enforceable by DPW. However, as those who talked before me mentioned, when it comes to vegetation near energized power lines, I wonder if that responsibility should not fall under WAPA purview. As written, the bill assigns responsibility of maintaining those lines to property owner. However, they are neither trained nor legally equipped to work near high voltage line or critical water lines. So that creates safety and liability issue. I recommend that vegetation management be the responsibilities of utilities. In Puerto Rico, PREPA bears exclusive responsibility for vegetation management within line corridors with clear separation between utility and property owner responsibility. Similar models exist across the Caribbean. The bill should explicitly separate this function and assign utility corridor management to WAPA with defined clearance zone and coordination with DPW. The same principle applies to other utilities such as telecommunication, water, and sewer. The only regulation that we found in the code related to natural resources and utilities is the prevention from cutting near guts. This responsibility and oversight, the oversight and the permitting falls under WAPA for DPNR and for those. But no laws exist that specifies who should be in charge of maintenance of vegetation near utilities. However, in 2023, in a case related to streetlights, the VI Supreme Court, WAPA versus Cyprian, affirmed that WAPA has explicit statutory duty to maintain its infrastructure with reasonable care for the safety of drivers. So there might be some legal clarification that is needed here in terms of making sure that it's WAPA responsibility by law. The second issue is about property boundaries and ownership. The bill assumes property boundaries align with area of responsibility. In practice, this is not often the case in the VI. Roads, right-of-ways are not always clearly defined on the ground, and utility easements are often undocumented, not visible to property owner. A property owner may be held responsible for vegetation in an area they do not know is within public right-of-way or utility corridor. The bill should require clear definition of guidance on rights-of-way and easement to avoid inconsistent enforcement and legal challenges. Similarly, the bill assumes a clearly identifiable and capable property owner. This is not the case, often the case in the VI, where many properties are vacant with unclear ownership, or they are inherited or passed to heirs without the legal papers to justify ownership. That was an issue after the hurricane, and it is still an issue from my understanding. There might also be an equity issue where some residents do not have the physical or financial capacity for ongoing vegetation management. The recent census found that we have a growing number of people over 65, and if the trend that started by 2000 continues, we will have a greater proportion of our population on fixed income with physical disabilities. Without mechanism to address unclear ownership and limited capacity, enforcement will be uneven and may disproportionately affect vulnerable population. So I looked at Trinidad's Me We Green program, which is interesting because what it does, it offers training and build community connection around those issues. They build community capacity, while reducing the burden on individual property owners. So such training of community might be something to consider. The bill does not define what overgrown means in measurable terms. Without clear standard, enforcement will be subjective and difficult to defend. So for example, in Jamaica, they set maximum vegetation height along roadways. Trinidad defines setback and clearance distances, and Florida requires minimum vertical clearance over roadways. So those can be examples that can be followed here for more definitions. The bill should require DPW to publish measurable standards before enforcement begins and include minimum threshold. Minor encroachment that pose no safety risk should result in a warning, not a lien. The bill allows broad clearing authority without addressing protected species or cross-referencing existing law. For example, provisions in Title 12 and 30 discuss that vegetation management near guts falls under the jurisdiction of DPNR. At the same time, requiring individual permits for routine trimming would create a bottleneck. A general permit and training model, something like a registry of protected species, training for property owners, and targeted permitting only where needed, offers a workable balance. UVI's Cooperative Extension Services already has the foundation to support this type of training and should be consulted if we decide to go ahead and provide more training to the population on this matter. The bill also might create an enforcement mandate that exceeds current DPW capacity I was mentioned earlier. Other jurisdictions address this by allowing contracting of vegetation management services, which reduces pressure on government while creating local employment. As written, the enforcement lacks basic safeguards. There is no appeal process before a lien is applied. A single notice may not ensure awareness. There is no expedited process for imminent hazard, and there is no requirement for an itemized cost before a lien. The bill should include an administrative appeal process, strengthened notice procedures, itemized cost requirement, and emergency provision allowing rapid response to hazard, especially during hurricane season. So in Barbados, for example, what we found is that they allow removal within 24 to 48 hours for imminent risk with post-action notice and appeals right. As was mentioned before, one issue is debris disposal. As we discussed the last time we were here, or I was here discussing the burning, vegetation debris removal is a big question. This bill would generate a substantive amount of green waste. I would recommend that there is some coordination which is happening with Waste Management Authority to discuss how to properly manage the waste. For example, in Grenada, they operate a public wood chipping service. Barbados runs composting and collection programs, and Puerto Rico is processing large volumes of vegetative debris through mulching. Other technology can also be used. The bill includes an exception for natural disasters, but it is unclear for how long those exceptions will remain in place or mechanism for who would create conditions for those exceptions. The bill should suspend enforcement deadline for at least 90 days following a declared emergency with the options to extend while DPW and WAPA prioritize public clearing infrastructure. Finally, the proposed 60-day implementation period might be too short. Before enforcement begins, there is a need to establish measurable standard, put in place coordination with WAPA and DPNR, and create practical disposal options. More importantly, the public must be educated and possibly trained. Again, UVI CES might be the avenue for that. In other words, there usually is an implementation period of 6 to 12 months for this type of effort. In conclusion, this bill addresses a real and important problem. However, in its current form, there may be issue with implementation on the part of property owners and capabilities on the part of agencies. I think that the utility management part of the bill is the one that creates both a safety and liability issue that should be clarified. The amendments that I suggest are to separate utility and roadside responsibility and clarify any type of liability issues, define measurable standards, address disposal and capacity constraints, strengthen post-disaster provision, and allow time for the public and agency to build the proper capacity to follow the law. Thank you. I'm happy to provide any additional technical input if helpful and as needed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Canal. Next, we will have VINGN, Mr. Adams, CEO Adams. You may proceed.
Great. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Honorable Senators and the listening and viewing audiences, I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN. I am honored to present to you today. My statement during this hearing will be brief. VINGN supports the common sense legislation of Bill 360074. Maintaining the integrity of our infrastructure is a top priority for VINGN. Vegetation management is a top priority and a significant cost for our company. Crews and contractors spend considerable amount of time keeping vegetation away from our infrastructure. This time-consuming work not only diverts attention from our core technical tasks, but also puts our technical workers at risk of accidental electrocution or falling. They are also untrained to determine where private property boundaries exist versus public right-of-way. This poses liability risk for VINGN. Consequently, VINGN is in favor of this bill as long as our risk is mitigated. While Bill 360074 is well intended, but it presents potential risks to our network. This exposure comes from property owners who are not trained as tree trimmers accidentally damaging our cable and other infrastructure components by improperly clearing vegetation. Vegetation removal is a delicate task that we would not want an amateur arborist to do. It would become costly for VINGN to replace accidental cuts to our fiber by property owners striving to meet the requirements of this bill. I'm unable to speak to the bill's enforcement proposal. However, I do have a recommendation for the committee to consider. If property owners are required to clear vegetation from power and utility infrastructures, then licensed bonded professionals should be required to perform this work. Otherwise, the risk and insurance burden are shifted to VINGN in the event of an accidental fiber damage by property owners intending to comply with this legislation. I encourage this committee to weigh the inherent liability risks associated with this legislation and add safety measures to limit risk to the utilities. It might also be prudent to establish a fund that all stakeholders pay into proportionately to hire professional bonded tree trimmers to keep utilities infrastructures clear of vegetation hazards. This concludes my testimony, and thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have CEO for One Communications, Ms. James Alexander. You may proceed with your testimony. Very well. We'll go to the next testifier. We have Mr. Clay Jones, Heritage Tree Care LLC. You may proceed with your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody in attendance. I would like to start by saying that the number one thing that should be concerned is the safety of everyone that's involved. I think that if there's even the risk that one person be injured in the process of doing this type of work, that you need to seriously consider not having that potential. I think people are going to try to save money and avoid getting a fine.
Mr. Jones, do me a favor, please.
Yes.
Please stick to the testimony so we can follow along, and we'll appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh, the written testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, let me try to get this. It's going to be hard for me to. This is not my professional thing to do, to talk to people like this, so I'll do my best without embarrassing myself.
You'll be fine.
The area that I can discuss with my professional experience would be the difficulty and danger of people attempting to do this work on their own to save money and avoid fines. That would open up the potential of someone getting seriously injured by live power lines or any of the dangers associated with tree trimming, which, for example, falling from great height, being cut with a chainsaw or other power tool, or being hit by falling debris, and even being hit by a car while doing work along the roadside. There are positives that could come from this. Homeowners would have more control how their trees, their asset trees, are pruned. Trees can be assets to properties, and improper pruning can permanently damage them. The optimal situation would be that the homeowner would be able to pay a professional to prune those trees how they want them pruned, while also addressing the requirements stated in this bill. In my experience as an arborist who's been working in this field for over a decade, a good percentage of our business is from customers who want to address these very issues. Homeowners already have concerns regarding potential liability and want to make sure that they are covered as far as motorists and other potential problems are concerned. Another concern most homeowners I work for have is interruption of their power service during a storm or other occasion like that, when the trees encroach on the power lines. There are things that I have as a professional noticed from working on roadside trees. One is that roadside trees are often pruned repeatedly when it would be better that just to remove them, because they are junk trees, invasive trees, etc. And then trees that are beneficial, such as native trees, fruit trees, and rare trees, are often pruned improperly in an attempt to cut them back from power lines, causing permanent damage to those trees. I think that there are a lot of potential problems with suddenly requiring homeowners to be responsible for these areas, but having property requires responsibilities for the trees that grow there. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Next we have T-Mobile, Attorney Cordia.
It's okay if I don't. I know.
Not, we have last testifier is Liberty.
Yeah, introduce myself, but it's okay.
USVI.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tom Bolt, local counsel for Liberty Mobile, USVI, Inc., and appear before you this afternoon with respect to Bill number 360074. At the outset, Liberty Mobile commends the bill's sponsors, Senators Gittens and Senator Lewis, and the committee for the underlying objective of this legislation, enhancing roadway safety, visibility, and reliability of public infrastructure through improved vegetation management. These are important and necessary goals. However, For the reasons I will outline, Liberty Mobile must respectfully oppose Bill number 360074 as currently drafted and urges the committee to hold this bill pending revision. In its present form, Bill number 360074 conflicts with the existing U.S. Virgin Islands law governing public roadways and rights-of-ways. It improperly shifts responsibility for public infrastructure maintenance from the government of the Virgin Islands to private property owners. It fails to account for the legal and operational realities of utility and telecommunication corridors along our roadways. And contrary to the sponsor's intent, it encourages unsafe vegetation trimming near utility and telecommunication lines by unqualified individuals. And it creates a material risk of service disruptions for the Virgin Islands public, infrastructure damage, and public safety hazards. Under our existing law in Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1, the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Department of Public Works, bears responsibility for maintaining public roadways in a safe condition. Bill number 30, and this includes the public right-of-way. Bill number 360074 alters this framework by imposing inspection and remediation obligations on adjacent property owners, even where vegetation is located within the public right-of-way and government-controlled corridors or utility or telecommunication easements. These areas are not under the legal control of adjacent landowners. Imposing liability in such circumstances creates a structural inconsistency in the law and exposes property owners to obligations they are not legally positioned to fulfill. Our telecommunications infrastructure throughout the territory is typically located along our public roadways on shared utility poles, many which are owned by WAPA, others, One Communication, and other providers, and within public rights-of-ways and recorded easements. The bill does not distinguish between vegetation on private property and vegetation within these regulated corridors. Nor does Bill 360074 recognize that telecommunications infrastructure is frequently co-located with electric facilities provided by the WAPA. It requires coordinated and technically specialized maintenance and is subject to strict safety and access standards. As drafted, the bill would impose obligations on property owners who lack both the authority and the technical capability to safely perform such work. Vegetation management near utility and telecommunication lines is not routine landscaping. It requires trained personnel, adherence to safety standards, and coordination with utility and telecommunication providers and pole owners. The bill as written effectively encourages untrained individuals to undertake trimming near energized facilities, creating substantial risk, including personal injury or electrocution, damage to telecommunications and electrical infrastructure, disruption of communications, and more importantly, emergency communications, and makes us susceptible to widespread service outages. A statute which was intended to improve safety could, in practice, produce the opposite result. The enforcement provisions of 360074 present additional issues. Lack of objective standards. For instance, the undefined overgrown vegetation the wording, overgrown vegetation. What constitutes overgrown vegetation? No requirement to confirm that the cited condition is within the owner's control. Ambiguity between the immediate action and a 30-day cure period. Is it immediate? Is there a 30-day cure period? Absence of a clear administrative appeal process and broad lien authority for conditions potentially outside the owner's responsibility. These deficiencies raise fundamental fairness and due process concerns that must be addressed. Liberty Mobile respectfully recommends that this Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications consider the following revisions. 1. Limit responsibility to property that is under an owner's control. Clarify that obligations apply only to vegetation within the owner's property and legal control, excluding public rights-of-way and government property and utility easements. Number 2, require coordination with utilities and telecommunication providers. Mandate consultation with affected utilities or telecommunication providers prior to any enforcement action involving utility infrastructure. 3, prohibit unsafe self-help near utility and telecommunication facilities. Explicitly provide that unqualified individuals are not required or permitted to perform work near energized or aerial facilities. Number 4, establish clear, objective standards. Define measurable criteria for violations, including roadway clearance, visibility thresholds, and confirmed infrastructure interference. Number 5, clarify notice, cure, and appeal rights. Provide clear notice requirements, reasonable cure periods, and a defined administrative appeal process. At 6, limit cost recovery and liens. Restrict cost recovery to conditions clearly within the owner's legal responsibility. And 7, provide for post-storm coordination. Require that vegetation management following storms or emergencies be coordinated through the Department of Public Works and affected utilities and telecommunication providers. Liberty Mobile USVI shares the 36th legislature's commitment to safe roadways, reliable infrastructure, and resilient Virgin Islands communities. We stand ready to work collaboratively with Senators Gittens and Lewis, this committee, the Department of Public Works, and other stakeholders to develop a practical and enforceable vegetation management framework. However, Bill number 360074, as currently drafted, presents significant legal, operational, and public safety concerns. Accordingly, Liberty Mobile USVI respectfully recommends that the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications table Bill number 360074, pending a comprehensive amendment in the nature of a substitute. I thank you and the members for your consideration, and we are prepared to answer any questions on this issue that you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Bolt. We have 2 testimonies left before we go to our line of questioning. Is T-Mobile in the St. Thomas District? I'm a T-Mobile, I'm sorry, Liberty USVI.
No, that I was Liberty.
T-Mobile? Again? Hearing no response, we're going to go to the final testifiers. VI FEMS, Director Stevens, you recognize for your testimony. Close it out.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, fellow testifiers, all first responders, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Thank you for the invitation to be part of today's discussion. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, I am pleased to offer testimony in strong support of Bill number 36-0074, an act amending Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act. For many years, overgrown vegetation along public roadways has posed a significant and ongoing hazard in our territory. Our personnel have repeatedly responded to fires ignited by tree limbs and brush interfering with public utility lines. In numerous instances, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service has also been required to remain on standby while the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority addresses sparking or compromised electrical lines caused by unmanaged vegetation. These situations not only strain our resources, but also place both emergency responders and utility crews at unnecessary risks. This legislation represents a practical and long overdue solution to a problem that has been overlooked far too long by requiring property owners to properly maintain roadside vegetation and prevent obstructions to public roads and utility infrastructure. This measure directly enhances public safety, reduces fire risks, and improves emergency response conditions. Importantly, the bill also ensures accountability across the board, including for properties owned or controlled by the government of the Virgin Islands. Holding all property owners to the same standard is critical to achieving consistent and effective vegetation management throughout the territory. From an operational standpoint, this measure will help reduce hazardous conditions faced by both the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service personnel and WAPA crews, ultimately leading to fewer emergency incidents and safer working environments. We commend the sponsor, Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, for his leadership in addressing this critical issue. His background as a first responder and his prior service within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency Operations Center, known as VITEMA, as an emergency coordinator during storm seasons, bring valuable first-hand insight to this effort. We do know that there is a saying that no legislative bill is ever perfect. However, in the view of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, this measure comes very close. It thoughtfully addresses long-standing risks and hazards that impact not only the first responders, but also the residents of this territory who too often experience utility service disruptions as a result of overgrown vegetation in some cases. We respectfully encourage the members of this committee and the full body of the legislature to support Bill number 36-0074. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, that was the 11th testifier, so we're going to start a round of questioning, starting with Senator Ray Fonseca. I want to recognize you for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon to all the distinguished panel of testifiers. And I'm very appreciated and grateful for the frank testimony. The Public Works Commissioner is saying that in his last statement here, the bill may remain uncollected, rendering the law unenforceable. We have testimony from that the bill may not be reasonably achievable in a safe and consistent manner. We have testimony we have so much recommended amendment. Quite frankly, the bill is deeply flawed, and it imposes an enforcement scheme that threatens property owners with severe penalties and can even make them perform tasks that may cause safety issues. The elderly male or elderly female may want to go up on that tree to cut that line, cut that branch off so they don't incur the $1,500 penalty and then get into trouble. In Section 12, it authorizes the government to oppose lien plus additional costs. I understand there's amendment circulating, a 4 to 6 page amendment. I ain't even had a chance to see that yet, so the bill is a bill that's in progress. Plus, even that $1,500 that could be a lien on the property, is there going to be additional costs? Would they be charged government rates? That $1,500 is a major penalty. It's a powerful financial enforcement tool that can quickly escalate to a property tax delinquency, ultimately risking one losing the property. And will also interest and penalties be added. In effect, this bill creates a pathway that starts as a vegetation issue and becomes a property tax lien, a disproportionate and punitive outcome. At its core, the bill imposes responsibilities on property owners for areas beyond their property boundaries by defining overgrown vegetation in Section 9B. Anything that extends into public roads, easements, or utility spaces, the bill does not define the mechanism to determine if the overgrown vegetation does in fact emanate from the property that is being held liable. Also, this is a fundamental misallocation of responsibility and potential overlap of our duties. Our public infrastructure, including roads and utility corridors, are and remain the obligation of government agencies such as Public Works and utility providers such as WAPA. This bill clouds the responsibility of some individual homeowners. The bill also continues to rely on vague and undefined standards such as regular maintenance and regular inspections. These terms provide no clear guidance to property owners and grants the Department of Public Works broad and unchecked discretion. When compliance is tied to financial penalties and property liens, such ambiguity and unacceptability invites arbitrary enforcement. Moreover, the government is empowered to enter private property, perform work, and charge the owner without meaningful procedural safeguards. The bill must be held in committee, be revised to include a requirement for hearing before this action is taken. Also, there is no independent review to the costs imposed, and there appears to be no upper limit nor cap on the expenses that Public Works and others can charge the property owner. This bill exposes property owners to potential excessive charges. Finally, the legislation continues to duplicate existing responsibilities. Utility companies are already responsible for maintaining clearance around the infrastructure, and public agencies are responsible for roadway safety. This bill shifts this burden to private citizens while preserving the government enforcing. In summary, the bill replaces criminal penalty from the first version, this is the second version, now there's a new amendment, with financial mechanisms that may be even more harmful and exposes property owners to liens and potential tax enforcement actions, relies on vague standards, and improperly shifts responsibility to private individuals. For these reasons, the legislation must be held in committee and restructured to ensure that public responsibility remain public, enforcement is fair and clearly defined, and property owners are not subjected to disproportionate financial penalties or risk their property loss. Was my time called, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator. The time was called.
Okay.
Thank you so much for
I
your...
wouldn't abuse
Okay,
I wouldn't abuse the chair.
Okay.
Thank you and blessings.
Okay, thank you so much for your line of questioning. Before I go to the next senator, let me just ask in respect to DPNR, because first of all, I want to say the intent of the bill, I support. It makes sense. It's how we get there. And that's what this process is all about. Period. Okay? But before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph, let me go to DPNR, because they made some good recommendations in their testimony along with other testifiers, because there were a lot. And there were a lot of good recommendations, and some have already been done in amendment. But let me ask DPNR in respect to them stating for them to be removed from certain responsibilities. And I do agree with them in terms of also when it comes to the lien, the property lien, and to basically give a series of citation if the lien is not paid. So let me ask them in terms of them removing themselves, and why is that, if I may ask? DPNR?
Currently, the Department of Public Works holds the responsibility, specifically as it relates to any post-storm or severe weather events, for management of any roadside properties and the roadways. For that reason, DPNR doesn't feel that it's applicable for us to be inserted into the proposed legislation to share a role that already exists via DPW.
And let me go to Waste Management Authority, because we know they deal with the waste, and right now there is no waste being collected in terms of green waste at the St. Thomas, St. John district. With that being said, and you mentioned in your testimony in terms of many waste debris becoming an eyesore in our district, as was said in the last committee hearing, especially in my area in Northside, a bunch of green waste just showing up all over the place, and it looks real bad. And it doesn't look good on us, as a territory. But let me ask you, though, in respect to not the intent of the bill, because you already said you do support it, but your recommendation in terms of what you stated in your testimony. I know we have unmanned sites. I know you have challenges with enforcement. So how, if the bill is successful, how will you go about basically enforcing that part?
Thank you for the question. Hannibal Mike Ware, Executive Director at Waste Management. In terms of enforcement, a little bit of confused. We do hold the enforcement right for littering, and as you well know. So when you're talking about enforcing it, it's not related to this bill, correct? It's related to how we handle regular roadside littering and enforcement, or is there something else?
No, I'm talking about with the bill. Of course, everyone's going to have to cut their vegetation waste. They have to go someplace.
Correct.
They have to go someplace. So that's the area I'm speaking from that perspective.
Yeah. Well, just like we enforcing currently, which by the way is a lot more than it ever been. We already double in terms of the violations that have been issued over this time last year. Already double. So I mean, we out there with the resources that we have, and that will continue. But yeah.
Well, Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public, and good afternoon to the testifiers, good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to everyone in the room.
Afternoon.
after listening to the testimonies, it's clear. But the intent of the bill is some of what the Board Island do need. But at this time, listening to the testimonies clearly, because the one issue I had was the power portion as well. The second issue I'm going to have for sure is that we have to pass this incinerator bill to make sure that we got a place to put all these green waste. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I really don't have nothing else to say on this bill right now. I just feel strongly that once we eliminate the power portion, because it must be done by the power company, I really felt with the other conditions that we are lacking right now in the board, and we don't need no injuries at all, especially with power to be electrocuted. So that, and again, looking forward for the incinerator bill to come towards the Rule Committee. That about this time, I'm listening to Director Stevens spoke about fires and in the trees and everything else. But overall, we need a place first to put the green waste, and in the meanwhile, Senator Gittins and the body will work on getting it prepared where it needs to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Next, we have Senator Kurt Viale, Majority Leader. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely agree with the intent of the bill, but we have already had some preliminary discussion in reference to areas that we need to correct, and definitely from all the testimony, we know that the portion with power lines, we have to be very, very careful, and my suggestion is that we remove that Section 3 interfere with public utility lines from the bill and the definition of public utility lines, because we really don't want any homeowner to be attempting to clean vegetation that is adjacent or directly interfering with power lines. I think that we need to include in the bill the recommendation for a clearance zone. Exactly what is a clearance zone when it comes to electrical power lines. And I did like the recommendation, 15 feet back and front of the particular power lines, which would give the buffer zone that individuals know that they can clean it. And that is for trees that are intertwined in the power line. Now, vegetation that is growing out into the road is totally different, because there are a lot of roads where they're just tantan, there's grass that going out into the road, and it's somebody's property, and that should be clean. The big issue that we're going to have is staffing, because there's going to be a need for an enforcement staff for individuals who are going to go out and do these assessments, and then they're going to have to do research, go to offices of the governor, find out who the property owner is, issue citation. So there's a whole process, and I don't think, have you already begun to calculate what is going to be the cost of being able to create such an entity for enforcement? Or do you have sufficient staff right now that you can incorporate it into one of your divisions?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. So we have started looking at how we could reallocate existing resources to be able to address not only this function, but also some other related functions. We have calculated a cost by personnel, if you will, for what we believe would be needed to enforce this this particular piece of legislation.
What's the number?
So right now we are anticipating an additional 3 staff, that is 2 lay people and then 1 supervisor in each district.
So six individuals
total, correct.
And you have a number?
I mean, we've been throwing around like some salary recommendations, and I'm of course coming up with the fringe calculations. I could share that with you when we finalize it.
Okay. Now I know as we are considering this bill to make sure that property owners are responsible to maintain their property, especially the property that's obstructing the roadway, that the big question is going to be, what about the government?
1 minute.
And that's just a question we're going to have to answer, because the question is going to come, well, the sidewalks are overgrown, the bus shanties are overgrown. How is the government itself going to maintain that infrastructure before as a government, we begin to say, well, property owners, you must do X, Y, and Z. So I think it's very important for us to do that. I've seen so much areas that just lack the maintenance. I don't know if the model of just having these outside contractors work, because they do work for certain days a month, versus when you had a permanent crew at Public Work that would go out on a regular basis and maintain the sidewalk, maintain the roads, because sometimes you could cut and you just have 4 days of rain. So in 1 week, the grass is back up, and the next cut is not until 2 weeks after that. So, how do we come up with a model that's going to work? I see the area by Sand Hill, the sidewalk overgrown. Right in front of Public Works, the bus shanty is filled with grass, going on by DPNR, filled with grass. So we are going to have to make sure that we are good custodians ourselves as a government, and then be able to say, okay, there is a need for a bill like this. Because, and I'll finish now, Mr. Chair, when you drive around the island, we have a lot of issues when it comes to vegetation infringing on the road, abandoned cars, garbage, illegal dump site. We have major issues in all of those areas. So we just have to come up with a way that we'll be able to diminish those issues that we have. And this is one of the areas where we'll be holding property owners responsible. The flip side is going to be a lot of the property owners don't live here. And those are the properties that are really in bad condition because they don't live here. So they don't see the property, they don't clear it, it's in the road. So exactly how we're going to deal with those issues. But we will definitely meet and then make a decision as to how we're going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Carter, Joseph, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. This is a very great topic. I really want to commend the bill sponsor for his initiative to take on this major issue, because it is a major issue regarding the beautification of our neighborhoods. Some of them look run down, they look unkept, and we want to assure that when people, anybody, whether they're living here or they're visiting, that they can see the beauty of the Virgin Islands. And you go to the States, you see some of the lawns are well manicured and well kept. The homeowners are responsible for that. However, we are working at a disadvantage, and I suspect it's because of our laws, and I suspect also and that was the impetus that the bill sponsor wrote this piece of legislation, because we need to have some really well-kept area. It helps with the beautification. So I wanted to ask Commissioner Derek Gabriel, kindly indicate for us, what is the legal setback for development from the roadside? What does the code say? Or what is your knowledge?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. So if I'm not mistaken, I think it does vary, but I know it begins with a 5-foot setback in typical residential areas. Some, if they're subdivided, they require 10 feet or 15 feet, but most of the time I think it's 5 feet by code, especially if you're abutting a public roadway.
Okay, now DPNR, Assistant Commissioner, what is your feel on that? What is the setback in the code?
Can you come back to me on that, Senator? I just asked the question
yes,
to Ms.
because
Laplace.
that is the key factor here. And then I wanted to go to Mr. Young Man. What is your name? From the Department, from Water and Power Authority, Mr. Lavinier. Kindly indicate for us if you at the Water and Power Authority have any numbers of the number of poles that are located on private property, utility poles.
Good afternoon. I do not have that information.
Do you have knowledge of utility poles being located on private property?
Yes, we would have that information in our GIS.
We need to see that, because that plays a vital role. No utility should be on a private property. Do you pay any lease? Do you have a lease agreement? Your attorney is here, Ms. Sinclair, Attorney Sinclair. Do you have lease agreement with a private property owners to place a utility pole on their property? And then my question would also go to Attorney Tom Bolt, who is here representing Liberty. Did any of your lines cross into private land, and are you utilizing any private property owners' land for your lines?
If there are, they have easements. They have utility and telecommunication easements that cover those. WAPA has, I mean, Lord knows, you could go look in, on your own property, and I'm sure you probably going to find a WAPA easement.
Right.
Well, I'm not sure if you will, because we don't know if they exist. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask these questions, because these setbacks, and this is, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I heard my time was called, but I do have a really burning question, because that's one of the issues that we have. We need to assure that persons and the government isn't taking advantage of our property owners with certain requirements. Mr. Chairman, I do have one final question. May I proceed?
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Thank you so kindly. Okay. What lien authority with this bill, how is it going to be able to, how are they going to be able to place a lien on these property, Mr. Laird, the tax assessors? How will you be able to place a lien on these properties and enforce this?
Good day, Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Based on how the bill is written, it would be currently managed by Department of Public Works, which we have an issue with, because if the revenue is going to be collected through the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, then it should be part of the tax collector office.
Right.
And any applications for waivers or any consideration that a person needs would be processed the same way as that person having a requirement, a need to be assisted with property taxes. So they would be subject to being able to take payment plans in the same manner. It would be the same rules apply, as well as the lien authority would be placed through the Recorder of Deeds. The issue that exists with that, from my standpoint, and it's not germane to this bill, but it does affect our finances, the government of the Virgin Islands finances, is that we seem ready. First of all, I'd like to commend Senator Avery Lewis and Senator Gittins on bringing this bill, because I understand the intent. However, we are placing a priority on the ability of people, of persons needing to repair their vegetation and to manage the vegetation. We're placing that over the actual taxes that are owed to the government. Because currently as it stands, the tax collector has authority to place a lien on the property only when we're doing a final collection activity, which means those 40 or 50 people or so that may be on that list, those are the only ones we can place a lien on. So there are other persons that exist, some 20,000 properties. We can't put a lien on because we haven't gotten to a point where we can take it through the 10 or 11 step process to get to a final collection activity. So where are our priorities? I would ask that.
And that's very important. I'm so happy you were able to put that on the record. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Assistant Commissioner Walker is ready to answer my question. Assistant Commissioner, are you ready to answer my question?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay.
On the chair's time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
On the chair's time and your time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Presently, setbacks are based on the property boundaries, which are found within the surveys and possibly also within deeds and restrictions, but currently it's not a requirement of our zoning.
Problem.
Thank you so much for your response. Commissioner Gabriel, you want to put a statement on the record?
Yeah, I do. Thank you again, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I think Senator Viale's statements were very germane to this topic, and I think a lot of what he mentioned is we are essentially playing a cat and mouse or a shell game when it comes to vegetation management throughout the territory. And a lot of the time that we spend, especially in this district, in the St. Croix district, is in the communities, because you have so many plots that have been abandoned or people just not maintaining their homes. So, for example, in 2024, I think it was, we spent a lot of time cleaning the Cyan Farm community because there were some areas where you had actually vegetation that made it a one-lane road. And a lot of it was because of the neglect of property owners not maintaining the vegetation on their own properties. And so my thought process with this bill is at least it would give us additional resources to be able to focus on the major thoroughfares on the government properties like you mentioned, and at least hold people accountable and cut your grass. I mean, we sitting here making this bigger than it has to be. Cut your grass. Maintain your property. Do your part. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Point of information, Senator Gabriel.
Thank you. The tax assessor is, are you saying that the collection portion, the lien, etc., would be in the office of the Lieutenant Governor, and you want that responsibility, or in reference to the monies being deposited, that it should remain with the office of the Lieutenant Governor? Are you also suggesting that you're going to do the enforcement component, that you're going to take that up?
Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. No, Senator. What I'm suggesting is that for the purposes of how this bill is written, it places the authority for granting waivers and so forth in the Department of Public Works. However, we are the ones left with a receivable that's going to be audited. And so if we're going to be the ones audited for the funds, we have to be the ones controlling, not just waivers and payment plans and so forth.
Okay,
but also...
Hold up 1 second. Because Public Works is going to be the enforcement entity, they're going to be issuing the citation, etc., they must be the entity that would be able to grant the waiver because they're the one that was making the determination there was an issue. So you can't go from one entity issuing a citation and then you go to the next entity that don't have the prior knowledge to be able to give a waiver.
Senator,
well, we got that discussion because we are going to we're going to work on the bill. So we're just having a discussion out loud. But I also wanted to say that along with vegetation impeding traffic in a lot of community neighborhood, abandoned cars impeding traffic. Abandoned cars in front of individual homes. Individual who place 4 or 5 vehicles outside their home, and it's now becoming a one-way street. So we might have to put in this so that you can't have an abandoned car that's encroaching on the road. That vehicle must be moved. I could call neighborhoods on St. Croix where you drive through the neighborhood and there are abandoned cars throughout your neighborhood. And at some point we got to say that, you know, this can't continue. It can't allow. It can't be allowed because their neighborhoods. Montbijou is a good example. There are abandoned cars all over. But there's a need to pave Montbijou. But to pave Montbijou, you got to get rid of all the abandoned cars. So, you know, you're like at a catch-22, and it's just some deep issues that we need to discuss. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bialy. In the St. Thomas St. John district, we have many neighborhoods, I'm not going to call them, that actually individual build many huge homes with no parking. So the street becomes a parking lot, and it's a problem. But anyways, Senator DeGraff, you can have your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will commend the sponsors of the bill, but I ain't going to support it. No way, form, or fashion. The bill says on page 3, property owners shall conduct regular inspections and take corrective actions such as trimming trees, brush, or other vegetation to prevent obstruction of roadways or public utilities. That's telling the homeowner, cut down that tree, dropping that pole. That's number one. In penalties, a lien of $1,500 plus cost. Come on, I ain't gonna support that. That's number two. And then number three, section 2, the act shall take effect 60 days after its enactment. That's to drive people here. That's to cause hysteria in our community. Number one, the bill don't say anything about keeping your property clean. I had to clean my property, I had to clean the property outside, I had to clean the property up the street. It doesn't say anything about us, VI Pride, keeping your property clean. All it speaks about is taking the responsibility from the government, because the border of your property, at the border of your property, your bush go over into the street. Whose responsibility is it then? It ain't mine anymore. It passed my gate, it's yours. The government. Commissioner, how much money do you say you spend on roadside cleaning? $2.something million? Where does that money come from?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. Our roadside contracts are funded through the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund, as well as we do receive money from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So people are paying through taxes to fund these things. We are paying monies toward these things. Now, am I saying that people shouldn't take care of the property? No, I don't see it in the bill. I don't see the bill say, hey, you should keep your grass clean throughout your entire yard, only at the border where it goes over into the government property. Now, are any of these utility poles on private property? Then government property, the majority of them. My utility poles, one run outside my property, the other one, the line run right over my property. So whose responsibility is it? We taking responsibility from the government and we putting it on a guys, again, what, to punish the people? Come on, man. Let's not do that. What if then we are to just say, hey, we'll charge an additional fee on your property taxes that would go for roadside cleaning? You know, it's one thing versus you put a lien on your property. When you put a lien on the property, down the road, hey, that property gone. Another local person losing the property. It's one thing when you ain't paying your taxes and you ain't paying those fees and stuff. Fine, we address that. But now for vegetation that belong to the government, there is roadside contracts that people, the government pays companies to maintain these roadside vegetation. WAPA had a contract with Aspelong and stuff. They were going around and stuff. So that's what I say. That's why I don't, and I'm not knocking on my colleague because they brought a bill and they created great conversation. But for me, as a resident, as somebody represent the people, I ain't gonna stand for this one. No. Let's be real. If you want to charge a fee and say, hey, for roadside cleaning vegetation, fine. All of us will pay the burden. But don't come tell people that, hey, your responsibility, you're being the government, responsibility is to keep it clean. Because once they leave the edge of my property and gone over to the government, it's a government owned. It ain't mine. So let's get this here straight as to whose responsibility it is. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator de Graaf. And clearly, we have said that it is the water and power and utilities responsibility to keep the areas around the power line clean. We're not saying in any way that we want homeowners, and the sponsor of the bill have clearly said that that is an area that's going to be addressed in reference to making sure that homeowners are not in any way trying to clear power lines, trying to clear vegetation that is within power lines. But as a community, and I understand the concern of the last senator, as a community, whose responsibility it is to clean Elena Christian Junior High School of abandoned cars and 4 or 5 bins of garbage, and 2 weeks after, it's the same thing. And clean it again, and 2 weeks after, it's the same thing. Right across on Safari, the parking lot, over 25 abandoned cars in there, all dumped by people of the Virgin Islands. These cars aren't appearing because somebody dropping them from the sky or they're shipping them in from the mainland. No. All of the garbage that we're accumulating is a direct result of practices that we employ on a regular basis. And a lot of people are to the point now they don't care. They just say abandon the cars is a government responsibility. Find some place to dump your mattress. You see mattress on the highway, refrigerators, all type of stuff. You really think that somebody didn't realize a mattress fell out of the truck or a refrigerator? But the responsibility falls on the government. Does this bill need work? Yeah, it needs work. But it's something that we could work on. Something that we could fix and just make sure that it's a little bit easier in terms of all the entities being able to keep these beautiful Virgin Islands cleaner. Nobody wants to charge anybody any additional monies. But it's just important that we begin to move legislation that's going to hold people accountable. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
First of all, Virgin Islanders, we realize that we do have a problem that must be addressed. First off, let me thank all the testifiers for your input, and I appreciate dearly the contribution that you have placed on the record. The bill needs some tweaking. I am willing to put in the work. I can't move on without, it's one thing to be passionate, right? But as I sat here and just listened, especially when the good chairman first opened the floor and the first speaker started to ramble on, I couldn't help but to sit here and say, thank God for AI. That some of us could sound good and perform. But I'm not here to sound good and perform. We have real issues in this territory, and on a daily basis, I seek to find solutions to these problems. Again, we already know what's wrong. The thing is let's find a fix. Let's put our heads together to find a fix. There is an amendment in the nature of a substitute that will come at a later time. However, I have already spoken with the chairman and the majority leader to hold the measure so that we could do a working session and discuss the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which have addressed some of the concerns already, and will definitely take into consideration the other contributions made here today. I'm open to criticism across the board, but it must come with something constructive. So as we're having these discussion, criticisms without solutions just don't move anything around here. We live in a small community, and before I look at anything to preserve or to make look good for the tourists coming into this territory, I look for our people who live here and have to see it on a daily basis. The majority leader spoke to the amount of mattress and whatnot we're seeing around. I compliment the Department of Public Works. I sent him a long message the other day because he refused to answer my calls lately. But I sent him a message the other day telling him that it is so obvious that I'm seeing some roadside maintenance taking place. But my gosh, it come to me like since we're seeing this now, every place we go, we're seeing a mattress, someplace on the side of the road. We're seeing refrigerators and other household appliances. And we have the pictures. But just because I know that we're going to hold the measure so that we can work on it, I wouldn't even go through all of that. There's a lot of work to do, but we need to focus on solution and know what we need to do differently. In closing, Mr. Chair, I just want to say 4 points to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. First and foremost, this is a public safety issue for me. Second, it reduces the strain on our government resources across the board. Thirdly, it seeks to improve infrastructure reliability here in the territory. And fourthly, it creates accountability for absentee and neglected properties that you've heard about, to include some of them being government properties. However, if everyone takes care of their own area, the government will be able to take care of theirs. I thank you all again truly for your input, and I appreciate the contributions made. And I've already spoken with the majority leader and asking him to hold the measure within committee, but I'm asking the testifiers as well to please make yourselves available so that we can have at least a working session, that we can share the document and come up with something that we can actually have, that we can enforce. I don't like moving forward legislation that we'll just put on the books and it'll just sit there, but something that will be enforceable. Again, thank you for your input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Motion, Senator Kurt Veely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0074, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, by adding a Chapter 3, establishing the Virgin Islands Roadside Property Maintenance and Vegetation Act, to require property owners to maintain roadside vegetation, prevent obstruction of public roads and utility lines, provide for enforcement penalties and exceptions, and for other related purposes, be held in the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications at the call of the Chair. I so move.
Hearing no objections.
Second.
Do I have a second on St. Thomas?
Second, Hill.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. The bill was properly moved by Senator Kurt Veely, seconded by Senator College Joseph. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Immediately get second as they cry.
So ordered. Bill number 36-0074, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, by adding a chapter. Senator, you want a roll call?
Point of order, you go to a vote.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, we can hear you, no objections to order. I heard you say so order, and you hit the gavel.
I didn't hear you.
That's what we heard.
Very well, very well. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph absent, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff,
No.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, nay, Senator Ray Fonseca,
Nay.
Senator Ray Fonseca, nay, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
No.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, nay, Senator Marvin A. Blyden,
Yea.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, yea. Mr. Chairman, you have 4 yeas, 2 absent.
You didn't
3
call me for
absent.
the roll call.
3 absent.
You didn't call me.
I'm sorry, Senator Veely. Senator Kurt A. Veely.
Yes.
Senator Kurt A. Veely, yea. Mr. Chairman, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
No.
No.
Point of order. Point of order.
3 nays over here. 3 no's over here.
3 no, 2 years.
3 nays.
Right.
2 years.
3 nays. 2 nays, 2 absent. Right?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The measure dies. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication will stand in recess for 5 minutes for the changing of the recorder. We stand in recess.
Send out a vote, no? Send out a vote. Send out
Do it. The Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 3 onto the record and the testifiers, please?
Block 3. The committee will convene to receive its annual update on telecommunications issues from providers, regulators, infrastructure owners, and policymakers with a focus on evaluating system resilience, redundancy, affordability, and reliability of services. This discussion will inform legislative efforts to strengthen infrastructure planning, disaster preparedness, and public safety communications, while also assessing technical standards and the development of emerging technologies in the Virgin Islands. The committee will also take testimony regarding compliance with ADA mandates requiring website accessibility for people with disabilities. Invited to testify are the Honorable Diane Wells Heldrington, Commissioner, Department of Education; the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Mr. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Mr. Carl Knight, Executive Director and CEO, VI Water and Power Authority; Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology; Mr. Stefan Adams, Chief Executive Officer, VI Next Generation Network; Mr. Gregory Cornell, Director, Caribbean Green Technology Center; Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority; Ms. Elaine Cornelius Cora, Esquire, County Manager, T-Mobile PR VI; Mr. Ravina Dre, May Wahal, County Manager, Liberty USVI; Ms. Sibyot Bond, James Alexander, Chief Executive Officer, One Communication. Mr. Chairman, that ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our testifiers are in the well, so what we're going to do is do a mic check and have the testifiers identify who they are and who they represent. We're going to start in the St. Thomas, St. John districts since they are remote. So in the chambers, we're going to start from, I guess, from Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph's side and work our way around. Please go ahead and introduce yourself. Do a mic check.
Good afternoon, Greg Cornell, UVI.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Josette Walker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Josette Walker, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, James Richardson, Acting Technology Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems, VI WAPA.
Good afternoon. You're going to start from my left.
Good afternoon, Siobhan James Alexander, Chief Executive Officer, One Communications.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Catherine Kling, Acting General Manager, Liberty VI.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rayek Badran, Liberty Mobile, Puerto Rico, and USVI.
Repeat that, please. Speak into the mic. Repeat yourself. Speak into the mic.
Yeah, my name is Rayek Badran. I'm Liberty, Puerto Rico, and USVI.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jorge Perret, Liberty VI, Program Manager.
Please don't be afraid of the mic. Pull the mic to you and speak into the mic.
Good afternoon, Jorge Perret, Liberty VI, Program Manager.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Isabel Sola. I am from Liberty VI, Regulatory Manager.
Good afternoon, and Mr. Adams, mic check.
Good afternoon, Stephen Adams, VINGN.
VINGN, thank you. Good afternoon. And we have two more on my left.
Good afternoon, Leah Laplace Matthew, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Emanuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good afternoon. So we're going to have a robust discussion this afternoon in respect to telecommunications, especially here in the big island of St. Croix. And we have been having we've been getting a lot of phone calls from our constituents in respect to many different issues when it comes to telecommunications. So I look forward to having a very informative discussion this afternoon and having some type of solutions and pathway forward on the big island of St. Croix in particular, but also on St. Thomas, St. John district. So we're going to start our line of testimony, starting with the Commissioner for the Department of Education. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair Clifford Joseph Sr., Senators of the committee, Senator Mary C. James, Senator Kurt Viale, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, and other members of the 36th legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, and I have the distinct honor of serving as the Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, where we are transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony to the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication on issues at the Virgin Islands Department of Education, VIDE. This update will speak to internet connectivity, access to digital technology, and telecommunications infrastructure supporting instructional and administrative functions. Joining me today is Mr. James Richardson, Active Chief Technology Officer. Additional VIDE personnel, to include technology coordinators and superintendents, are on standby virtually to provide any other detailed information on specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. The Virgin Islands Department of Education provides instruction to 10,297 students enrolled in the public school system across the territory as of January of this year. This number changes daily due to open enrollment and, of course, student withdrawals. These students have access to technology devices via Chromebooks, laptops, tablets, and Promethean and smart boards. The table below shows our enrollment per school across the territory. The Fixed Asset Property Management Division audits the number of technology devices recorded as active since the Telecommunications system in September 2026 in compliance with USDE mandatory biannual inventory pursuant to the imposed special conditions. Since the start of the current school year, the VIDE has been faced with ongoing network and internet connectivity challenges, primarily impacting schools and activity centers in the St. Thomas St. John district. As the department's primary network operations center, the NOC, is located on the island of St. Thomas, these disruptions have also directly impacted the St. Croix School District, thereby resulting in territory-wide interruptions. These challenges are partly due to aging infrastructure, outdated equipment, and reoccurring system failures across both districts. However, the primary cause of service interruptions has been directly linked to the frequency of WAPA power outages on both districts. These outages have resulted in damage and loss of valuable technology equipment, which significantly impedes the department's ability to maintain consistent network and internet services. Additionally, battery backup systems, which are designed to protect operations during outages, have also deteriorated under continuous exposure to these unstable and fluctuating power conditions. In response, VIDE's information technology team has temporarily implemented various short-term stabilization measures, which include the critical upgrade of a major central server. This improvement allowed for faster restoration of services following outages and replaces legacy systems previously in place. While this has improved operational recovery, it is not a sustainable long-term solution given the continued instability of the power grid and ongoing challenges associated with WAPA service interruptions. To address these systemic concerns, the VIDE has been actively working on securing federal funding for the upcoming funding year through the E-rate program administered by the Universal Service Administration Company on behalf of the Federal Communications Commission. This federal initiative provides discounted support for the department's telecommunications services, internet access, and internal network infrastructure. Through the E-rate program, the VIDE is preparing to modernize its technology environment by replacing outdated equipment, deploying upgraded battery backup systems, enhancing internal network infrastructure, and expanding wireless connectivity across all school campuses. In preparation for the upcoming E-rate funding cycle, the department is finalizing contract development and anticipates releasing a request for proposal in the upcoming months to support the first phase of the territory-wide implementation. This phase will include the supply, installation, and maintenance of advanced battery backup systems. These services will be fully delivered by selected vendors to ensure timely, efficient, and professional implementation. In subsequent phases, the VIDE will replace deteriorating cabling and upgrade obsolete network electronics to further improve network performance, reliability, and scalability across the territory. These investments are mission critical to supporting future growth and evolving technology demands. The VIDE has also identified the need for a dedicated generator to support critical technology operations during extended power outages at the NOC. While the generator would significantly enhance system reliability, no funding source has been identified for this component, as generator purchases are not eligible under E-rate funding guidelines. However, the VIDE is working with the leadership of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance to transfer a generator to the NOC from St. John. Right now, we have secured a vendor to do just that, and so since we were able to install a new generator at Sproul School on St. John, we're going to remove and install the generator that was previously at that site to help us to support the NOC. In summary, while recent improvements have increased short-term network stability, long-term sustainability will require continued infrastructure investments. Federal E-rate funding remains a critical mechanism to modernize the department's technology systems, improve reliability, and to ensure uninterrupted educational services throughout the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to share where we are with our telecommunications at VIDE, and we are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wells-Henrington. Next, we're going to have the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Assistant Commissioner Walker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members and non-committee members present. legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am joined by Leah Laplace Mathieu, Territorial Planner within the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, and we are paired today on behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol to provide an update on telecommunications-related matters currently tracked through the department's land use, coastal zone management, and permitting review processes. DPNR's role in this area is tied to the review of land use compatibility, zoning, coastal permitting, and building permit approvals associated with telecommunications infrastructure. Depending upon the location and scope of a proposed project, applications may be reviewed by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, the Coastal Zone Management, and the Division of Permits. As a result, a single telecommunications project may move through different stages across multiple divisions at the same time. To assist the committee, DPNR has organized its update based on the telecommunications matters currently tracked by the department, noting approvals, matters in progress, and applications that remain incomplete or subject to appeal. Firstly, Liberty currently has the largest number of telecommunications applications reflected in DPNR's telecommunications project tracker, including permanent and temporary facilities across St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, as well as a territory-wide fiber project. At number 1 and 6, Estate Little Profit, St. Croix, Liberty's Green K permanent site application was received on November 16, 2022, with permits approved on April 19, 2023, and issued on September 5, 2023. The temporary site at that same location received on November 10, 2022, was combined with the permanent file. At number 3, Estate Oxford, St. Croix, the West End permanent site application was received on March 11, 2022. A public hearing was held on July 27, 2022, and the CCZP report recommended approval with conditions. The permit was later issued on December 23, 2022. The internal tracker also notes that implementation remained contingent upon receipt of a land use restriction waiver from the land developer and that an alternate location was being explored. At number 6, Estate Petronella, St. Croix, Liberty's Sally's Fancy permanent site proceeded through public hearing on June 12, 2023. The CCZP report recommended approval with conditions and forwarded the matter to the Division of Permits on June 23, 2023. Permits were approved on June 30, 2023, and issued on September 5, 2023. The temporary site at that same location was received on August 28, 2022, and was combined with the permanent application. At number 93D, Estate Diamond St. Croix, Liberty Sign Farm permanent site application was received on February 17, 2023, with approvals issued on August 25, 2023, and permits issued on August 31, 2023. The related temporary site at 93C, Estate Diamond St. Croix, was received on September 8, 2022, and approved on August 25, 2023, and issued on August 31, 2023. On St. John, Liberty's Coral Bay permanent site at 6-4-1 Estate Carolina was processed under CZM JL 0005-23. The application was received on July 6, 2023, and required a major CZM permit, which was issued on November 14, 2024. The site is currently under construction, while the temporary Coral Bay site at that same address was received on September 8, 2022, with its permit issued on February 28, 2023. An informational meeting was held on August 11, 2023, and the CCZP report was completed and forwarded to the Division of Permits on September 13, 2023. On St. Thomas, Liberty's co-location application at 11A Estate Rappoon was received on June 22, 2023, and approved on September 6, 2023, and is awaiting issuance. DPNR's tracker further notes that the Board of Land Use Appeals hearing was continued for this application. DPNR's telecommunications tracker also reflects a Liberty-related major CZM matter, WF 0006-24, associated with number 3 Estate Long Point, St. Croix, which remains in progress. In addition, Liberty's territory-wide fiber-to-home network project under application numbers CZX-14-23L, CZT-11-23L, and CZJ-16-23L was received on December 21st, 2022, with permits issued on December 28, 2022, and March 23, 2023. Next, we have T-Mobile. T-Mobile's application reflected in DPNR's tracker involves a permanent co-location at 16 Estate Thomas. The application was received on August 25, 2023, and approved on September 18, 2023, but awaits permit issuance. Additionally, an appeal was filed with the Board of Land Use Appeals, which affects the project's current status. With respect to One Communications, formerly VIA, DPNR's tracker reflects a permanent site at 9 Remainder Estate Bellevue, St. John. The application was received on August 24, 2023, and remains incomplete. An application package was resubmitted on September 7, 2023, but did not include new information, and a further resubmission on January 19, 2024, failed to cure the deficiencies. For SBA Towers USVI, DPNR's tracker reflects a permanent site at 1A Estate Hermitage, St. Croix. An application package was received on February 9, 2023, but remains incomplete. Our internal review indicates that a commercial bond is needed and that the proposed tower does not meet required fall zone standards on 3 sides. As a result, the tower would either need to be relocated to satisfy the fall zone requirement, or the applicant would need to secure fall zone easements from the adjacent affected properties before the application can proceed. In summary, DPNR's telecommunications update reflects that a number of Liberty matters have advanced to approval, permit issuance, or construction, particularly on St. Croix and St. John, while a small number of projects remain in progress, incomplete, or subject to appeal. Public hearing activity is reflected for Liberty's West End and Sally's Fancy sites. An informational meeting was held for the Coral Bay temporary site, while appeals are noted in the T-Mobile Estate Thomas project and the Liberty Estate Rappoon project. The One Communications application at Remainder Bellevue and the SBA Towers application at Hermitage remain incomplete, while the St. Croix East End FirstNet matter remains in progress. From DPNR's perspective, telecommunications infrastructure is a critical component of resilience and emergency preparedness in the territory. Permanent sites, temporary facilities, co-locations, and fiber network expansion each play an important role in strengthening redundancy, improving service continuity, and supporting public safety communications during routine operations and after storms or other emergencies. At the same time, telecommunications expansion must proceed in a manner consistent with zoning, land use compatibility, environmental safeguards, coastal management requirements, and public hearing obligations. DPNR's review function helps maintain that balance while supporting infrastructure deployment across the territory. Separate and apart from telecommunications siting and infrastructure review, the committee has also requested testimony regarding ADA-related digital accessibility requirements applicable to DPNR's public-facing website at dpnr.vi.gov and online services. DPNR recognizes the importance of digital accessibility and the obligation of public entities to ensure that online information and services are accessible to all individuals. As such, DPNR will seek to assess and improve the accessibility of its website, public-facing content, forms, notices, and service pathways as part of our hosting and maintenance contract currently in the execution phase. This includes ongoing attention to usability, navigation, and access to information for individuals relying on assistive technologies. DPNR remains committed to supporting lawful, orderly, and resilient telecommunications deployment throughout the Virgin Islands while ensuring compliance with applicable planning, coastal, and permitting requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I remain available, as well as Ms. LaPlace, to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director Rice. Commissioner Gabriel, you recognize for your testimony.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. I do not, due to some miscommunication, I do not have any testimony today. I'll just be here to answer questions.
Very well. Director Weimer, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, other members of the 36th Legislature, and a viewing and listening audience in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Julio A. Reimer, Sr., Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the status of the territory's plans for the utilization of the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Grant. I'm pleased to share with you updates on the program timeline, federal developments, and the territory's continued compliance and readiness to implement this important initiative. At our last appearance before this committee, OMB reported meaningful progress in the implementation of the BEAD program. The territory successfully secured the full $27.1 million allocation and completed key prerequisites, including a challenge process and notice of funding opportunity release in anticipation of the subgrantee selection and submission of the final proposal. Since that time, there have been significant developments at the federal level that directly impact the territory's planned use for BEAD funds. On June 6, 2025, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, known as NTIA, released a revised policy notice that rescinded the approval of all non-deployment activities previously authorized under initial proposals. This represents a substantial shift in program implementations framework, particularly for the U.S. Virgin Islands, which has strategically focused on the non-deployment initiatives due to the separate awards of broadband infrastructure funding to the FCC's Connect USVI grant. Additionally, NTIA has stated that the funding for allowable non-deployment purposes is currently under review and that updated guidance will be issued in the future. As of today, the Office of Management and Budget is still awaiting this updated guidance. In the interim, the Office of Management and Budget continues to remain fully compliant with all federal grant requirements. This includes the timely submission of all required programmatic and financial reports, full cooperation with quarterly monitoring activities, and submission of approval of the BEAD final proposal, which will be revised once we receive further guidance on eligible non-deployment activities. While these federal changes have temporarily paused the forward movement of certain planned initiatives, we remain proactive and prepared. OMB continues to monitor all federal communications closely and are positioned to prioritize programs implementation immediately upon receipt of the updated guidance from NTIA. We remain committed to ensure that all BEAD funding is utilized in full compliance with federal requirements while maximizing its impact for the people of the Virgin Islands. Once clarity is provided, we prepare to move forward efficiently to implement programs that support digital opportunity, economic growth, and long-term resilience in the territory. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to actually present this afternoon. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Reimer. Next, we're going to have Caribbean Green Technology Center. Dr. Gwinnell.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Blyden, members of the committee, and those in attendance. I shared a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if it can be loaded.
We're going to take a 2-minute recess. We stand in recess for 2 minutes. Okay, man. We're back on the record. So maybe you can proceed with the PowerPoint presentation.
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden and members of the committee and those in attendance. My name is Greg Guanel. I'm the director of the Caribbean Green Technology Center at the UVI. We develop and share knowledge on how infrastructure, ecosystem, and institutions interact in the U.S. Virgin Islands with the goal of supporting more resilient and sustainable development of the islands. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the cell phone reception quality work that we have been working on over the past few years. So today, I'm going to present a short presentation about some work that we have done in 2023-2024. The work is ongoing for 2025-2026, but I will present the result for the 2023-2024 cell phone signal quality survey in the USVI. This is work that was done by me and a former student, Asimian Edmed, who currently works with WAPA. Next slide. So really quickly, how do cell phones work? So very simply, your phone connects to the nearest tower when you make a phone call. That tower collects the signal, sends the signal through the internet to a switching center, who then identify the closest tower to whomever you're calling, send that signal back to another tower, to the phone of the person that you are calling. Next slide. So to determine whether a call is good or bad, we need to look at two things. First, signal strength, or how strong the connection is. So this depends on distance to tower and obstacles like buildings or hills and stuff like that. Second, we need to look at there is interference, or how noisy the signal is. This happens when too many users share the network, when towers overlap, or when signals bounce off terrain like water or hills and stuff like that. So there's signal strength and then there's interference, and those two things determine whether or not your phone, your quality is good. Next slide. So we are part of a consortium that is led by the University of Notre Dame and other universities throughout the States. And what we are doing, among other things, is we are quantifying cell phone reception quality in different locations. So here I've been working on the 3 islands, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. So we, in the fall of 2023, I've been training a student, Asimian, on how to use an app that was developed by a student who is now at Notre Dame that collects information on the power and the quality of the signal. So the app collects two things. So the first acronym is RSRP, or Reference Signal Received Power. So this is basically an indication of the strength of the signal. It's basically saying, from the phone, do I hear the tower clearly? The second is RSRQ, Reference Signal Received Quality. So that's what matters when we receive a phone call, is this RSRQ. We can have 4 bars, but if the quality is not good, we will not hear anything. If we have 1 bar, the power is not good, so we definitely will have some problem. But ultimately, what matters is RSRQ if we have a good power, a received power on the phone. So the RSRQ, which is the received quality, measures how clean the signal is, or is the signal clear, or is there interference? So in this study, because of time, we focus on RSRQ because, like I said, it reflects what people actually experience. That is drop calls, slow speed, or instability. Good service requires both a strong signal and a clean signal. So what I'm going to do now is present some of the maps that we have developed that track RSRQ on all the island. And to do that, the app that was developed measures passively the quality of the signal. So as we drive, the phone is still in connection with towers, and so the phone is measuring through time as we drive around the island the quality of the signal. So next slide. Okay, so very quickly, everything is green means good signal. Everything in yellow means fair to average. Everything that you see that is orange is basically poor quality. Again, I'm not going to show the result on the power. I'm just showing result on quality. And we measured for 3 companies, Via, which is now One Communication, T-Mobile, and AT&T Liberty. So I'm going to present result for our SRQ for those 3 providers. So what we see is that depending on where you are on the island, the quality of the signal varies a lot. Most of central St. Croix, with some isolated spot on the east end, Frederickstead in particular, doesn't have has average quality. That's interesting, let's say, because it's a very populated place. Most of the east of St. Thomas also has average quality. We find that the rest of the island has, good quality. On St. John, there is also good quality. Next slide, please. So here what we do is, so we measured those signals through repeated measurements. So we drove those routes many times. So what you saw previously was the average. Here we look at something called the standard deviation to basically give a sense of how much that quality varies based on all the measurements. So everything in red represents that there is actually a lot of variation. On average, it can be okay or fair, but if it's red, it means that there is a lot of variation. One day it's good, one day it's not so good. Everything in green means that there is less variation. So what we see is that there's actually a fair amount of variation on St. Thomas to, for example, on the north side of St. Thomas or, Frenchman Reef area, on St. Croix towards the east end or the south and north of the east end, and then somewhere around Sunny Isle area. And then on St. John, we also see that there are some regions with a lot of variation in the signal. So overall, Via provides relatively, good to sometimes very good quality, but there are regions where the signal varies a lot during the time that we did our measurements. Next slide. So this is T-Mobile. T-Mobile provides average service overall, if I can say so, based on the numbers. You can see that especially pretty much all of St. Croix except some areas on the east end, most of St. Thomas except from isolated spot have, on the sort of average to good sort of quality. St. John is also a bit of a mix with some areas that receive fair to poor quality. Let's go to the variation, standard deviation. Thank you. So we can see that the standard deviation is not, there is some standard deviation, but there are some areas that just receive consistently the same quality of the signal. But when we look at the north side and part of St. John, we also see that there is a fair amount of variation in the quality of the signal. Next slide. So this is T-Mobile. This is AT&T Liberty. We see that, to be fair, this provider performs the worst. I don't really want to make too much of a commentary on that. I'm just presenting the data, but we're comparing the three. Is the conclusion. So we see that most of St. Thomas receives fair to poor quality. in terms of the RSRQ. Most of St. Croix receive fair to poor quality, and a fair amount of St. John as well. Let's look at the standard deviation. Next slide. So the standard deviation is, there's not too much standard deviation. So what it means is that the signal is fairly consistent, except, some part of 2.2. We need to put that into context. So the signal is fairly consistent, but the quality seems to be fair to poor in general. So we see that the signal quality varies across time and across space. Some areas are consistently good, while others experience larger variation. Some areas, including part of St. Thomas and St. John, show significant variation. That means that users may experience good service in one location and poor service in just a short distance away or throughout the same time. This suggests that the issue is not just coverage, but how the network is configured and how signals interact with the environment. In some areas, the signal quality remains relatively stable, but in others, it fluctuates more significantly. That variability is important because even if the average signal looks acceptable, inconsistent performance leads to poor user experience. Next slide. So this is I'm going to explain this graph a little bit because many people are not used to this type of graph. So this is called a box plot. The way to interpret this is the horizontal bar, the horizontal line represents the average. So that gives you a sense of the average. The box that is colored represent where most of the data is. So when you have a lot of data, most of the data fits within a particular range. So the box represents the width of the data where most of the data is. And then the bars that you see at the bottom and at the top represent the maximum and the minimum, okay? So the best way to understand this box plot is to look at the width of the box, right? So if you have very narrow, it means that most of the data reside within the narrow range. You don't have too much variability. And then the maximum and the minimum give you a sense of, okay, what is the worst, what is the best? So the RSRQ is measured in decibels. Don't pay too much attention about the numbers because I translated the meaning of the numbers on the right-hand side. So everything above -10 is excellent. Then you have good average, and then you have fair to poor. So you can see the difference between the various carriers, which we discussed with the maps. AT&T Liberty tends to be on the lowest hand side with not too much variability. Then we have T-Mobile that tends to also not to have much variability and be on the average to good overall. And then there is Via, where there is generally close to the excellent. However, there is more variability. So the box plot summarizes the data collected over many months. And so this box plot confirms some of the data that we saw on the spatial pattern earlier. Next slide. So I showed you the data, over space measured many times. Now, what we've done is we've done another type of measurement where we stayed in one fixed location. We stayed at the lower campus of UVI, and then we stay in my office. And what we did is we let the cell phone collect the data through time. So I'm not going to go too much over the graph. Don't be too intimidated because, the point is not to understand all the numbers, is to look at a few things. So we have the same 3 carriers in different colors. And what we see here is that even without moving, the signal fluctuates. So imagine you're making a phone call, you're not moving, and you're talking. So what we see is that the signal fluctuates. These oscillations sometimes are fairly minimal, which means that you are going to be experiencing overall a good quality. But sometimes you see very, very wide variation, especially in VIA or one communication. So These oscillations are caused by interference and changing network condition, such as users joining or leaving the network or signals interacting with the environment. This is why many calls may drop or quality may degrade even where you're standing still. So overall, we see different variation among the providers. At the CGTC office, there is a huge amount of variation between all carriers, especially among VIA. So these data suggest that improving service in the Virgin Islands is just a matter of adding more towers. It also requires better network coordination, managing interference, and understanding how terrain and demand affect performance. So I would like to remind you that these data were taken 2023, 2024. So we are currently collecting new data, and so the service performance may have improved. So we are currently doing another campaign, and we expect to have results to present next spring. Next slide, please. Yes. So we expect to have results to present next spring. Specifically, we are collecting more repeated measurement across location. We are analyzing temporal patterns in more detail. So we are letting the phone run for longer amount of time at different locations in different residencies. We are also looking at the impact of weather and environment, meaning different conditions when it rains very hard versus when it's sunny. We are also investigating, as we were doing some of our work, we interacted a lot with students, so there was a lot of questions from students about cell phone, but they also shared a lot of experience. A lot of students mentioned that when they are placing phone calls, especially on the north side of St. Thomas or in Bordeaux, when they're placing phone calls, especially there was one who talked about calling 911, their calls were routed to Puerto Rico, and they were not able to get 911 or the police. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at why that happens. We cannot go too deep because a lot of the information is proprietary, but what we're going to be doing is looking at which antennas are being pinged, because we can sort of get a sense of which antennas get pinged and how many of them. So we're going to see, how many antennas get pinged to try to figure out if somehow during those emergency calls, the local antenna don't pick the signal, but it's an antenna in Puerto Rico. So we're trying to figure that out. And we are hoping to provide some more information. One thing I forgot to mention is we never really received any 5G information. All the information that we had, the network was 4G network. We didn't see any 5G network during our data acquisition effort. So thank you for inviting me to present this information. We are happy to come again and give you an update in a year or so when we present the data from our current campaign.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guevara, for that most important information that you shared with us. But I have a couple of questions because I know you have to leave at 5, but I have a couple of questions for you in respect to what you shared with us, especially the 911 wire that call that went to Puerto Rico. I know you cannot really mention which entity they used. Did they tell you which service they had? Or they are with? The service provider?
Well, yes, so I know it happens with T-Mobile and Liberty from talking to the students and various folks about this. But we are testing it with 3 cell phones. So we have 3 different cell phones on St. Thomas and then 3 cell phones on St. Croix. So we're testing with all carriers.
And have you shared this data, this most important data, with the different carriers? Have you shared?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I find it amazing, in my opinion. It actually will assist them in many ways in terms of the deliverables to the customers. Also, finally, before you leave, in terms of the new data that's you're going to bring out next spring, about what month we talking about?
Probably same time.
Okay, very well. But we're going to bring you back anyway, but I really appreciate the information. Very interesting stuff. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And your students, how many students do you have work with you on this project?
We have 2 students on St. Croix and then 2 students on St. Thomas because I don't want to have students driving by themselves. So we have 2 students on St. Croix and then 2 students on St. Thomas.
Great work. Tell them congratulations.
Thank you.
Next we have the Water and Power Authority. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Marvin A. Blyden, Honorable members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications, Honorable Senators present, testifiers, and listening and viewing audience. My name is Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which I may later refer to as WAPA or the Authority. Appearing today on behalf of Executive Director and CEO Carl Knight. Joining me today is Dion St. Clair, General Counsel of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our interactions with the telecommunications sector. WAPA actively supports the territory's telecommunications infrastructure by providing access to its utility poles and underground ducts with qualified telecommunications providers. To date, WAPA has executed a pole attachment license agreement for distribution poles with Broadband VI LLC and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc., more commonly known collectively as Liberty. Similar agreements are currently in progress with One Communication and ADM Technologies Inc. These agreements establish standard terms for pole attachments, ensuring safety, reliability, and equitable cost sharing among utilities. Joint use agreements are a critical component of infrastructure efficiency in the territory. By enabling multiple providers to utilize existing utility poles, WAPA helps reduce the need for redundant infrastructure, lowering deployment costs, and minimizing environmental and visual impacts. WAPA also integrates telecommunications infrastructure in its undergrounding program by installing 2 4-inch ducts along main roads and 1 2-inch duct along lateral routes. This Dig Once approach ensures that telecommunications capacity is built concurrently with electrical infrastructure, avoiding costly future excavation and service interruptions. The use of these ducts is coordinated through WAPA's partnership with the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, VINGN. This collaboration ensures that available capacity is strategically utilized to expand broadband access, particularly in underserved communities. WAPA's core mission is to provide reliable electric and water service to the residents and businesses of the Virgin Islands. Increasingly, this mission is directly tied to the strength and resilience of the territory's telecommunication systems. Modern utility operations depend on advanced communication networks to support real-time grid management, outage response and detection, advanced metering infrastructure, cybersecurity, and customer engagement. Therefore, investments in and support for the territory's telecommunications sector are essential to the effectiveness and modernization of WAPA's operation. Thank you, Chairman and Honorable Senators, for your attention and for the opportunity to provide updates on telecommunications. We welcome discussions and questions you may have within this sector.
Thank you so much. Next, we have EIT Director Rupert Ross. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Marvin A. Blyden and honorable members of the Committee on Housing and Transportation and Telecommunications. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to participate in this important discussion on the state of telecommunications in the Virgin Islands. I'm Rupert Ross, Director and Chief Information Officer of the Bureau of Information Technology. I appreciate the committee's continued focus on telecommunications issues and that directly affect the government operations, emergency response, and public safety throughout the territory. The Bureau of Information Technology serves as the central organization for the executive branch of the government of the Virgin Islands. While BIT is not a retail telecommunications provider, our responsibilities place us at the center of government communications infrastructure. We oversee and support the networks and systems that agencies rely on daily to deliver services, coordinate operations, and respond to emergencies. As a result, the reliability, resilience, and security of telecommunications infrastructure are foundational to our mission. Telecommunications resilience is especially critical in the Virgin Islands due to our geographic realities and exposure to natural hazards. Hurricanes and other disruptive events have repeatedly demonstrated how quickly communications failures can cascade into broader public safety and government continuity challenges. BIT's work, therefore, emphasizes ensuring that essential government communications remain available before, during, and after emergencies through redundancy planning, coordination with providers and utilities, and continuity of operation support across agencies. From a public safety perspective, dependable communications are not optional. Law enforcement, emergency medical services, fire services, health agencies, and emergency management all depend on stable and secure connectivity to perform their duties effectively. BIT supports these functions by maintaining government networks that enable interagency coordination and information sharing, particularly during emergencies. Our role includes ensuring that these systems are designed with resilience in mind and that cybersecurity considerations are integrated into telecommunications planning, recognizing that disruptions can result from both physical damage and cyber incidents. A significant portion of this work is carried out in close coordination with the Critical Infrastructure Working Group, VITEMA, and the FirstNet Authority. These partnerships are focused on strengthening public safety communications and ensuring that telecommunications investments align with real operational needs during emergencies. BIT serves as a technical coordinating bridge between public safety stakeholders, federal partners, and telecommunications providers to help advance resilient and interoperable communication capabilities. Through our engagement with the FirstNet Authority and AT&T, BIT has been actively involved in monitoring and supporting progress in the FirstNet deployment commitments in the Virgin Islands. Based on the most recent state commitments update provided to BIT, several permanent FirstNet sites in St. Croix, including West End, Green Key, Salis Fancy, and Science Farm are now on air and providing service. An interim solution at the Claremont site is also on air, while permanent construction activities continue. On St. John, construction has begun at the Coral Bay site with foundation work underway and equipment mobilization in progress. At the same time, BIT has remained engaged in addressing challenges that affect the pace and completion of FirstNet deployment. On St. Croix's East End, progress on the proposed communication site continues to be affected by the Coastal Zone Management Review process. During its March 2026 meeting, the St. Croix CZM committee elected to table a decision on proposed tower and requested additional information and consideration of alternative solutions before moving forward. This action followed continued public discussion and reflects the committee's effort to balance environmental, community and infrastructure considerations. BIT remains engaged with our partners to support a resolution that advances public safety communications while respecting the regulatory process. On St. Thomas, the originally proposed Tango site did not move forward due to unsuccessful lease negotiations. While there was no formal permitting denial associated with that site, telecommunications sitting in the broader West End and Fortuna area has historically required heightened sensitivity due to community concerns and competing land use priorities. Consistent with that context, BIT has been working with AT&T and FirstNet Authority to evaluate alternative approaches, including enhanced Band 14 coverage at existing sites such as Fortuna, to ensure public safety communications objectives are met. In addition to broadband-based public safety communications, BIT is advancing a major upgrade to the territory's mission-critical radio infrastructure through the planned deployment of a Project 25, or P25, Advanced Digital Land Mobile Radio Network. BIT has initiated the procurement process to design, build, and optimize a modern interoperable P25 radio system that will support police, fire, emergency medical services, public works, utilities, and emergency management across the Virgin Islands. This initiative is intended to replace legacy government radio systems and address long-standing interoperability challenges that can emerge during large-scale incidents, disasters, or periods of commercial network congestion. BIT is already coordinating engineering analysis, site assessments, procurement planning, and grant compliance activities with partner agencies to move this effort forward in a deliberate and structured manner. In parallel with these site-specific system-level efforts, BIT's coordination with ITEMA and the Critical Infrastructure Working Group ensures that telecommunications planning is integrated into broader emergency management and critical infrastructure resilience efforts. This coordination helps ensure that communications investments support continuity of operations, disaster response, and interagency coordination, particularly during hurricanes and other high-impact events. Despite ongoing progress, challenges remain. Aging infrastructure, funding constraints, and complex permitting and coordination processes can slow the pace of modernization. Addressing these challenges requires sustained collaboration among the legislature, executive agencies, regulators, and private sector partners. BIT believes that continued engagement is essential to align policy investment and operational priorities in support of resilient telecommunications infrastructure. I also want to give an update on the executive branch's efforts to implement the web content accessibility guidelines that were proffered by the Department of Justice, U.S. Department of Justice. So just for the public and so that everyone can be on the same page, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which we call WCAG, is a set of simple rules to make websites easier for everyone to use, including people with disabilities. The main ideas is, can people see or hear it? Can they use it, like with a keyboard? Is it easy to understand? And does it work on different devices and tools? There are levels to the WCAG guidelines. Level A is the basic level, and the bare minimum. Without this, some people can't use the site. Level AA, which is the good standard, what most websites aim for, and it works well for most people. And then AAA, which is the best standard, is the highest level, very accessible, but not always possible everywhere. In short, WCAG helps make websites usable for more people with the good, the basic, and the best. So, on to my update. This is an update of the executive branch's Web Content Accessibility Guidelines Accessibility Program. So, I want to speak clearly and directly about where we are today, the risks we face, and the practical actions we're taking to manage those risks while continuing to deliver essential public services to the people of the Virgin Islands. BIT, on behalf of the executive branch, is leading a government-wide initiative to align public-facing digital services with WCAG 2.1 Level AA. This work is centered on ensuring equal access to online services for residents with disabilities while also reducing legal, operational, and reputational risk to the government of the Virgin Islands. We acknowledge at the outset that the applicable deadline for full WCAG compliance is a federal requirement and that the executive branch will not fully meet the deadline across all systems. It is important to be clear, this does not reflect inaction or disregard for federal obligations. Remediation activities are already underway across agencies. High impact and high risk systems have been prioritized, and accessibility is being incorporated into normal operations rather than treated as a one-time compliance exercise. It is important to be candid about the risks associated with not completing all the remediation by the original deadline. From a legal perspective, public-facing systems that remain non-compliant may expose the government to ADA-related complaints or legal challenges. However, enforcement bodies and courts also evaluate good faith progress, prioritization, and governance. The executive branch has structured this program specifically to demonstrate documented, proactive compliance efforts rather than last-minute remediation. There are also operational risks in rushing accessibility work solely to meet a date. Improper or unvalidated changes can disrupt critical public services such as licensing, permitting, and information systems that residents rely on daily. Experience shows that poorly executed remediation often leads to regressions, creating recurring problems instead of lasting solutions. And from a financial standpoint, fragmented or delayed remediation increases long-term costs through rework, emergency vendor engagement, and potential litigation. Agencies acting independently without centralized tools and funding would duplicate efforts and slow overall progress in practical terms. And the highest risk is not missing a date. The highest risk is implementing accessibility incorrectly and unsustainably. The compliance deadline is federal and was established by the Department of Justice in 2024, final rule under the ADA Title II. The deadline has not been extended. So at this time, the Department of Justice guidance makes clear that the compliance is measured not only by a date on the calendar, but by good faith progress, prioritization, and high impact services, and sustained remediation efforts. BIT is actively executing against those federal expectations. The executive branch made a deliberate decision to adjust the guidance timeline to ensure that what is delivered is enforceable, auditable, and operationally effective. The current inventory includes more than 80 public-facing executive branch websites, many of which were built over different time periods on different platforms. Some are WordPress-based, others are require manual remediation approaches due to their underlying technology. The scope also expanded to reflect government's real public-facing footprint, including semi-autonomous and externally managed platforms. Rather than issuing guidance that agencies could not realistically implement, BIT advanced remediation work, put tracking and controls in place, and continued refining guidance that agencies can execute and sustain. Despite the timeline, meaningful progress has been made. A formal WCAG compliance strategy and implementation roadmap is established. Baseline accessibility assessments have identified common, repeatable defects across agencies. And this has allowed the executive branch to focus on template-level remediation, where fixes address entire sites rather than isolated pages. Accessibility findings are being tracked through centralized issue management workflows and providing visibility and accountability. Importantly, this work is being carried out in close collaboration with the ADA director, ensuring that technical WCAG requirements are aligned with civil rights, obligations, and reasonable accommodation considerations. The executive branch is managing the implementation through a structured phase plan of action. In the near term, standardized guidance will be published, ownership of public-facing systems will be finalized, and remediation will continue under high traffic and high-risk services. Over the midterm, remediation efforts will expand across agencies with the support of training and technical assistance, and accessibility checks are being embedded into development practices, content updates, and procurement processes to prevent future compliance gaps. Over time, recurring assessments, executive-level reporting, and measurable indicators will support ongoing oversight and continuous improvement, moving the government from baseline compliance toward maturity. Accessibility compliance requires sustained investment rather than emergency funding applied at the end of the deadline. From the executive branch perspective, centralized enterprise level funding is the most cost-effective approach. It reduces duplication among agencies, accelerates remediation, and ensures consistent validation and monitoring as systems evolve. So in closing, the executive branch is not avoiding accountability. It is exercising its responsibility. We have chosen a course that prioritizes real accessibility outcomes for the public, documented and defensible efforts, and long-term sustainability over short-term optics. So I want to thank you, Chairman Blyden, and the members of the committee for the opportunity to present today. BIT remains committed to working collaboratively to strengthen the reliability, resilience, interoperability of the telecommunications infrastructure and supports government operations and public safety in the Virgin Islands. We remain fully committed to achieving the WCAG compliance and will continue to report progress transparently as remediation advances. And I look forward to your questions and continued dialogue on these.
Thank you, Derek Ross. Yeah, I have plenty of questions, but when the time comes. Next, we have VINGN CEO. Mr. Adams, you may proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Honorable Senators, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN Inc. I am honored to present to you today. I would like to begin by thanking the dedicated employees of VINGN. They work tirelessly to maintain our 100% fiber optic network, which is reliable and resilient infrastructure that is affordable to all ISP partners. We provide them with wholesale bandwidth, which they resell directly to end users. VINGN recently completed the deployment of over 600 free community Wi-Fi access points on all 3 islands under an ARPA grant. Sites included all public housing locations, public schools, and other public places. We strategically selected locations that enabled everyone to access the internet within 5 minutes of their home. We are working closely with VITEMA to provide broadband connectivity to all storm shelter sites. Our community Wi-Fi program is not intended to replace commercial internet service provided by our RSPs, but rather it is a community accessibility initiative. Funds from our ARPA grants were also used to upgrade our core network equipment and for data exchange to 100 gigabits from 10 gigabits. This increases performance and resilience. VINGN also is undertaking a $650,000 out-of-pocket upgrade of our batteries, AC units, and for all 33 access point locations. We also have been awarded a multi-million-dollar FEMA mitigation grant to replace all of our generators and to enclose them. These upgrades further enhance our network reliability. Additionally, we have recently lowered our wholesale bandwidth pricing by over 40% for new orders and contract renewals. This is the first significant price reduction since the company's inception. This action was taken to help make broadband access more affordable. We also added new dark fiber leasing to give our ISPs direct network flexibility. These new initiatives have been popular, which have increased revenue. This revenue gain has allowed us to pay for much of the infrastructure upgrades and equipment replacement. Our goal is to replace all original equipment by the end of this year and work towards further wholesale price reduction. I would like to note that we have initiated a revenue diversification strategy through the exploration of new technologies. Satellite bandwidth is chief among these innovations. We have recently witnessed Starlink services gain market share in the territory. This market growth will likely continue at the expense of local ISPs. VINGN intends to provide wholesale satellite connectivity offerings through a strategic partnership so our ISPs have an option to compete with Starlink. This will ensure VINGN's relevance while protecting local ISP market share against a global broadband juggernaut. Lastly, I want to update the committee on Diaspora Link. This is a proposed federal initiative to run undersea cables between the U.S. mainland and Africa. Satellite connectivity is now a component of this strategy. This option was discussed during my 2 trips to support the Ghana mission. It was well received by the Minister of Special Projects and the Minister of Telecommunications. I also had the opportunity to present Diaspora Link to the President of Ghana's Chief of Staff. It was imperative to gain support in Africa as Diaspora Link moves next to the U.S. Senate for approval and then to the President to sign. Once enacted, a 1-year feasibility study will be conducted for funding consideration. Upon a federal appropriation, Diaspora Link will become an economic driver of digital commerce between Africa and the United States, with the U.S. Virgin Islands serving as a digital hub. This concludes my testimony today. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Director Adams. Next, we have Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Ms. Perez, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, Vice Chair Clifford A. Joseph, and Senator Dwayne M. McGrath, Ray Fonseca, Maurice C. James, and Carla Joseph. And good afternoon to all the distinguished senators present today, esteemed legislative staff, the citizens of the Virgin Islands, and the dedicated employees of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and the listening public. My name is Emanuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I appear before you today on behalf of the Executive Director, Dwayne Alexander, who experienced unexpected travel challenges returning to the territory. However, VIHA understood the importance of this discussion, and we did not want to miss an opportunity to share the realities of our residents we serve in this conversation. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to appear before you today on behalf of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and our dedicated team of 172 employees. Their steadfast commitment and relentless efforts in service to our communities are truly commendable and warrant our utmost appreciation and recognition. For VIHA, connectivity is not only a quality of life issue, but also a workforce and economic participation issue. As more employment, education, and services move online, reliable broadband access has become essential for residents to engage in job training, employment opportunities, and self-sufficiency programs. At the onset, VIHA's position is clear. Internet access is no longer a luxury. It is an essential service, and for low-income households, it must be both accessible and affordable. We support solutions that expand access to every household while ensuring cost remains low and do not increase the financial burden on residents. It is important to distinguish that the Virgin Islands Housing Authority serves low-income households, not general affordable housing. The families we serve include those living below federal income thresholds, working families who still struggle to meet basic expenses, seniors and persons with disabilities. For these households, even modest increase in monetarily monthly expenses create real hardship. In the Virgin Islands, basic internet plans run from approximately $50 to $70 per month, mid-range broadband from $80 to $120, and high-speed services can exceed $120 to $180 per month. When combined with rent, utilities, and daily living expenses, even the lowest tier becomes difficult to sustain. The Affordable Connectivity Program demonstrated what is possible when targeted support is in place. However, when federal funds ended in April of 2024, many households immediately lost access to affordable internet and were forced to disconnect. While programs like ACP proved that targeting assistance works, VIA's position is that we must widen the net. Some working families did not qualify, yet still struggled, while households with school-aged children, senior residents, saw clear benefits when connectivity was available. This is directly connected to our broader work. Through our Section 3 program and Bright Path initiatives, we are actively working to connect residents to employment, training, and long-term economic opportunity. Reliable internet access is a necessary component of that pathway, supporting job applications, virtual training, and access to services that promote self-sufficiency. Today, while many households have access to a cell phone, which is different from having reliable home internet, and not every household can consistently afford even that level of service. No family should be forced to choose between keeping the lights on and paying for Wi-Fi. VIA already provides utility allowances. However, those allowances may decrease based on household size and often do not fully cover the actual cost for utilities due to the high cost of energy in the territory. Our goal is to put residents in a better position, not add to their financial strain. VIA supports solutions that are sustainable and aligned with broader economic and workforce development goals. If the legislature were to consider a local subsidy model, a targeted approach in the range of $40 to $60 per household per month could create a pathway to broader access, particularly when paired with provider partnerships and existing federal programs. If the legislature were to consider a local subsidy model for roughly 1,700 households, that would create a sustainable pathway to universal access. This would represent an estimated investment of $816,000 to $1.2 million over 12 months. Especially with a provider agreement, VIA stands ready to assist in implementation and ensure equitable access across all communities. This issue is about more than connectivity. Reliable internet supports education, employment, and access to health care, and participation in an increasingly digital economy. Chairman Blyden and members of this committee, the loss of ACP shows us that access can be achieved, but also how quickly it can be lost. We now have an opportunity to build a sustainable and inclusive approach, one that supports not only connectivity, but economic participation and long-term stability for the residents we serve. Again, VIA remains committed to ensuring that no resident is left behind as the territory moves forward. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Emmanuel Perez. DPNR.
Good afternoon. Assistant Commissioner Walker already placed the testimony on record.
Okay, very well. That's what I thought. Next, we have 3 minutes to go, guys. 3 more. We're almost there. Okay, next we have T-Mobile, PRVI, Attorney Cordia. Ms. Picard, you have the testimony. I think it's 1 page. Can you read it on the record for me, please? T-Mobile. Ready? Okay, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Members of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, senators, legislative staff, and members of the public. T-Mobile appreciates the opportunity to appear before this honorable committee to provide an update on the status of telecommunication in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as to outline the progress achieved since our last appearance and the priorities that continue to guide our operations in the territory. T-Mobile's presence in the USVI is grounded in a continued commitment to network investment, operational discipline, and resiliency. As part of a broader national network, our company's objective is to deliver consistent and reliable connectivity to Virgin Islands residents, business, and public institutions. 1. Network investment and infrastructure development. T-Mobile continues to deploy private capital to expand and strengthen its wireless network footprint throughout the territory. These investments are directed towards expanding coverage, increasing network capability, and reinforcing resiliency, taking into account the operational complexities of a multi-island environment and the logistical considerations associated with serving geographically distributed communities. Over the past year, T-Mobile has continued to optimize and integrate previously deployed infrastructure, including across St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, with a focus on strengthening network performance and improving consistency of service. Network development in the U.S. Virgin Islands reflect a continued progression following the company's integration in the territory and remains part of a multi-year investment strategy. This includes ongoing upgrades, sector expansion, and development of additional sites, with continued progress expected through 2026 and into 2027, subject to standard permitting, infrastructure readiness, and operational dependencies. In parallel, T-Mobile continues to advance infrastructure hardening initiative, including enhancement to battery backup systems and site readiness to support continuity of service during power disruptions and other events. These effects underscore the operational importance of maintaining reliable communications, particularly in emergency and public safety contexts. 2. Operational, environment, and interagency coordination. Network deployment in the territory is carried out within a multi-stakeholder operating environment requiring coordination across permitted processes, infrastructure readiness, logistics, backhaul availability, and utility integration. These elements are actively managed as part of the company's ongoing development strategy. T-Mobile has experienced constructive engagement with government agencies. However, deployment timelines may at times be influenced by sequencing considerations across permitting, environmental, and land use appeals, and dependencies on third-party infrastructure providers and utilities. The company remains committed to continued collaboration with government partners, and industry stakeholders in this context. Processes that support visibility, alignment, and clarity around timelines, including existing or evolving service level expectations, can contribute to more predictable and efficient infrastructure deployment. 3. Federal broadband funding and BEAD program. T-Mobile remains attentive to ongoing discussions involving the U.S. Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget and other stakeholders regarding opportunities under the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program, BEAD, particularly as they relate to connectivity, resilience, and emergency preparedness in the territory. As previously discussed, we understand that under the territory's current BEAD implementation framework, deployment activity focused on mobile wireless infrastructure have not been included as eligible uses. Consistent with a fiber prioritized strategy developed in coordination with the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and the Federal Communications Commission, T-Mobile continues to invest private capital to support wireless network expansions and performance across the USVI. At the same time, federal policy discussions around BEAD continues to develop, including NATA stakeholders in engagement and public listening sessions focused on the permissible use of non-deployment funds. These discussions have increasingly emphasized infrastructure resilience, public safety, and continuity of communications. In that context, stakeholders across the telecommunication ecosystem understand the critical role that mobile networks play in emergency response and disaster recovery, particularly in the geographically vulnerable areas such as the USVI. Investment in resilient mobile infrastructure, including redundant backhaul, hardened sites, and backup power, directly support the reliability and continuity objective that BEAD is intended to advance. Consistent with this direction, T-Mobile believes that there may be opportunities as additional guidance develops to align certain categories of investment in the USVI with allowable uses of BEAD funding, particularly where such investments support mobile connectivity, network resilience, and emergency preparedness in the USVI. Accordingly, T-Mobile respectfully encourages continued coordination between federal and territorial stakeholders to evaluate how BEAD funding, particularly non-deployment funding categories, may support public interest objectives such as enhancing network resilience and hardening through backup power, site hardening, and redundancy, improving reliability through diverse and redundant backhaul solutions, expanding coverage and capability in critical or high-density areas through distributed antenna systems and similar technologies, strengthening emergency communication capabilities and disaster response readiness. T-Mobile remains committed to working collaboratively with the USVI Broadband Office, OMB, NTIA, and other stakeholders to explore these opportunities in a manner that is consistent with federal guidelines and responsive to the unique needs of the territory. In the meantime, T-Mobile will continue to invest private capital in a USVI to advance mobile connectivity, strengthen network resilience, and support the long-term communication needs of the community. 4, customer experience and service performance. T-Mobile continues to advance its customer operations in the U.S. Virgin Islands through operational improvements and service alignment. Over the past year, customer support functions were transitioned from third-party vendor to T-Mobile International Customer Experience Center, resulting in improved service consistency and responsiveness. Operational indicators in the territory reflect a stable service environment with relatively low customer contact volumes and limited escalation rates. Customer interactions are primarily associated with routine inquiries, while issues related to coverage or account management represent a smaller share of the overall activity. At the same time, digital engagement continues to increase, reflecting greater adoption of web and mobile service channels. Retail location in St. Thomas and St. Croix remain an integral component of customer interaction, supporting a balanced multi-channel service model. These combined efforts contribute to a stable operating environment and reflect continued progress across network performance, customer care, and service delivery in the territory. 5, workforce community engagement and local commitment. T-Mobile maintains an ongoing commitment to its presence in the U.S. Virgin Islands through local employment, workforce development, and community engagement. Through its retail operations and local teams, the company maintains direct engagement with the community, supporting both customer needs and day-to-day operations in the territory. T-Mobile also recognizes the importance of contributing to broader efforts that support community resilience and economic participation. These efforts reflect a long-term commitment to the territory and its continued development. 6, emergency preparedness and network resilience. Given the territory's exposure to severe weather events, T-Mobile prioritized emergency preparedness and network resilience as core components of its operational strategy. The company maintains a layer resiliency framework that includes hardened infrastructure, enhanced battery backup systems, and contingency planning to support continuity of service during power disruptions and other adverse conditions. These efforts are supported by ongoing investments in site readiness and operational processes that enable timely responses and recovery. T-Mobile also coordinates, and as appropriate, with infrastructure partners, utilities, and relevant stakeholders to support restoration efforts. Established response protocol allows for the assessment of impacts, prioritization of critical sites, and efficient implementation of restoration process. These efforts reflect the importance of maintaining reliable communication in support of emergency response, public safety, and overall system continuity. And number 7, conclusion. T-Mobile remains committed to its continued investment in the U.S. Virgin Islands and to the ongoing development of reliable and resilient telecommunication infrastructure across the territory. The company appreciates the opportunity to provide this update and values its continued engagement with the community, with the committee and other stakeholders on matters impacting telecommunication in the territory. Thank you for your consideration. We are, as usual, available to address any questions that concerns you may have. Mr. Chair, this concludes the T-Mobile's testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Next, we're going to go to the Interim General Manager for Liberty USVI, Catherine Kling. You recognize for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members of the 36th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen, I am Catherine Kling, Liberty VI's Interim General Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to provide information on present infrastructure projects and updates on other topics. I take this opportunity to introduce Rajek Badran, Area Manager, RAN Planning and Engineering, Jorge Perret, Connect USVI Program Manager, Isabel Sola, Regulatory Manager, and Wanda Perez, Senior Regulatory and Government Affairs, who is appearing online. As of March 2026, the Connect VI program has reached approximately 20,100 homes passed, reflecting continued progress in expanding broadband infrastructure across the U.S. Virgin Islands. Deployment remains active across both St. Thomas and St. Croix. Fiber distribution has been deployed across multiple areas, including Anna's Retreat, Barron Spot, Lowry Hill, Boboni, Clifton Hill, Content, Diamond East, Dono, East Street, Friedinghoy, Hannah's Rest, Kings Quarter, Lindbergh Bay, Mariandal, Mount Pleasant, Nazareth, Queens Quarter, Smith Bay, Strawberry Hill, Two Brothers, and Williams Delight. Several multi-dwelling unit MDU locations have also been connected across the territory, leveraging existing VINGN infrastructure, expanding broadband availability in higher density areas. Since mid-2025, following the progression of permitting and coordination efforts, a significant portion of deployments have been executed. Coordination with WAPA has been consistent and effective, supporting sustained deployment progress in compliance with applicable engineering, safety, and regulatory requirements. Coordination with the Department of Public Works, DPW, has focused on alignment fiber deployment with roadway repaving projects where feasible, reducing additional excavation and minimizing community impact. As part of this approach, a coordinated underground project was completed in the Ruby area of St. Croix towards the end of 2025, demonstrating the viability of this type of joint efforts when schedules and approvals align. Restoration activities have also been strengthened and prioritized, including pavement repairs, site cleanups, and ongoing coordinations with DPW to address comments and concerns while maintaining compliance with applicable standards. Additionally, Liberty is working with WAPA to identify and enable potential synergies with underground electrical infrastructure projects with the objective of aligning excavation efforts and improving deployment efficiency. This includes coordinating opportunities where, as WAPA undertakes the undergrounding of electrical infrastructure, Liberty can deploy fiber concurrently. While these opportunities continue to be evaluated, no joint excavation projects have been executed to date. Regarding middle mile connectivity and IRU in the feasible right of use agreement with VINGN, executed in Q3 of last year, has enabled connectivity to multiple MDU locations across the territory. Liberty continues to evaluate additional ways to leverage VINGN infrastructure, particularly its underground network, to support future expansion. Coordination's efforts remain active and constructive. Overall, the program continues to make steady progress, advancing deployment across the territory while maintaining alignment with applicable regulatory requirements. Execution will continue to be guided by practical deployment considerations. Finally, I am proud to inform that our True Fiber Internet Network won the UCLA's 2025 Speed Test Award as the fastest fixed network in the USVI. Regarding our mobile network, in 2025, we added capacity to 5 existing sites. An all-new band was deployed for the first time in the territory, 600 megahertz. These upgrades expanded 5G capacity and increased network speeds by up to 30% for our customers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Additionally, recent new site deployments resulted in 19% increase in total number of sites across the territory, with all sites equipped with LTE technology. According to the latest census data, our network now covers 99.3% of the population. Overall, these improvements have significantly enhanced 5G coverage. While we recognize that not all issues have been fully addressed, we continue to actively optimize the network to resolve remaining gaps. In the 2025 benchmarking surveys conducted by Global Wireless Solutions, Inc. and UCLA, Liberty Mobile was recognized as the fastest mobile network in the U.S. Virgin Islands for 2 consecutive years. Looking ahead, we have 5 new site builds and 25 capacity expansions projects planned for 2026. These include 25 LTE 5G expansion projects. These are to install LTE 5G technology on existing sites. Although all sites are equipped with LTE, we continue to implement capacity enhancements to improve the customer service speed. These initiatives will deploy an all-new frequency to Liberty's 5G network, AWS-H, that will be translated into better customer experience. 4 new site builds, monopoles. We aim to address coverage and capacity issues with 4 additional new site builds or monopoles. We are in the permitting process for these additional new site builds, 1 in St. Thomas, 2 in St. Croix, and 1 in St. John. 3 of these sites are part of the commitment between the U.S. Virgin Islands government and the FirstNet Authority. 1 site build in building. We aim to address coverage challenges at a specific indoor new location through the development of an in-building solution. This site will enhance both coverage and capacity throughout the facility in the upcoming hotel at Botany Bay, resulting in improved user experience for residents, guests, and employees. I reaffirm our commitment as partners to the legislature, the government of the Virgin Islands, and the community as a whole. I'm also happy to report that in 2025, our philanthropic arm, the Liberty Foundation, donated $38,100 in grants, sponsorships, and donations to multiple nonprofits in our territory. Overall, Liberty and the Liberty Foundation have benefited 30 nonprofit organizations in the Virgin Islands with a total investment of $454,100 in donations since 2020. We appreciate the opportunity to continue building a good working relationship with this commission and its members, DPW, WAPA, and other entities as a community partner, promoting the development of telecommunications services and the communities within the U.S. Virgin Islands. We all want the same things: faster progress, fewer bottlenecks, and better service to the people we serve and the communities where we live. Please let me know if I can provide you with any additional information or clarification. At this time, my team and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Yem Kling. Madam Clerk, can you recognize the presence of Senator Maurice James? Thank you so much, Senator James, for making it. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication will take a 5-minute media break. We stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Definitely gonna stretch my legs.
We're back on the record. We have our last testifier from One Communications. Ms. CEO James Alexander, you recognize for the introduction of your testimony.
Honorable Chairman, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the 36th Legislature and their staff, and the listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. My name is Siobhan James Alexander. I am the Chief Executive Officer of One Communications. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to provide an update on the state of telecommunications in the Virgin Islands and to share how One Communications continues to serve the people of this territory. Telecommunications in the Virgin Islands has changed significantly over the past several years. Customers today expect faster speeds, greater reliability, clear value, and transparency, and they now have more choice than ever before. The market has evolved from a single provider environment to a competitive landscape where consumers can select from multiple technologies and service providers. This evolution has raised expectations across the board, and that is a positive development for the territory. It also requires continued investment, operational discipline, and a strong focus on customer experience. In response to these changes, One Communications has focused on three priorities: network performance, affordability, and predictability. First, network performance. Over the past 5 years, we have invested heavily in our broadband network. Today, our minimum internet speed offering 200 megabits per second with gigabit speeds available in many areas. Just 5 years ago, 25 megabits per second was the standard minimum. This represents a 10-fold increase in baseline speeds for Virgin Islands households and businesses. And One Communications is proud that we led the charge on this initiative. Second, affordability and cost certainty. We recognize that cost of living pressures remains a concern for many families and businesses. In response, One Communications recently introduced a 5-year price commitment for customers who bundle mobile and internet services. This initiative is intended to provide predictability and transparency, allowing customers to better plan their household and business expenses while continuing to access reliable connectivity. In addition, our landline telephone rates have remained frozen for the past 5 years. These services remain critical for many residents, particularly seniors, and we are prepared to continue working with the Public Service Commission to extend this rate stability. Third, local commitment. One Communications employs Virgin Islanders, invests locally, and operates critical infrastructure across all 3 districts. Our focus remains on serving this territory, not only as a service provider, but as a long-term partner in its economic and social development. Like all essential services in the Virgin Islands, One Communications has been affected by the stability of the electric grid. Persistent grid instability materially increases the cost and complexity of operating telecommunications infrastructure, requiring the redeployment of technical staff to activities such as generator refueling, emergency power management, and the repair or replacement of equipment damaged by power fluctuations, resources that would otherwise be focused on network improvement and customer experience. This dynamic places the operational and customer experience consequences squarely on telecommunication providers, notwithstanding that the source of disruption lies beyond our direct control. To protect customers and ensure continuity of service, One Communications has made significant investments in backup power and network resiliency across hundreds of locations throughout the territory. In a more stable operating environment, this capital would have been invested in network upgrades that directly enhance the product delivered to customers. These investments are often unseen, but they are essential to maintaining connectivity during disruptions and ensuring that residents, businesses, and emergency services can remain connected when it matters most. As the telecommunications market continues to evolve, it is important that regulatory frameworks evolve with it. A modern telecommunications environment requires regulation that is technology neutral, competitively balanced, and focused on consumer outcomes rather than legacy market structures. We believe that a fair and forward-looking regulatory approach supports continued investment, innovation, and improved service for Virgin Island consumers. In closing, One Communications remains deeply committed to the Virgin Islands. We've invested to dramatically increase broadband speeds. We've introduced initiatives designed to provide customers with price stability and predictability. We continue to invest in resilience to ensure reliable service across the territory. We appreciate the opportunity to share this update and look forward to continuing to work with the legislature, the Public Service Commission, and the people of the Virgin Islands to ensure that telecommunications remains reliable, affordable, and fit for the future. Thank you for your time and attention today and giving me the opportunity to present my testimony. I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, CEO James Alexander, for your testimony. I want to thank all of the different testifiers for their comprehensive testimonies. Before we go to a 5-minute round of questioning, I'm going to start by a couple questions in respect to the many information that was shared today. But let me start with you, One Communications, since you just finished speaking, because in respect to government, our government as a whole, do you have any outstanding debt that the government owes to One Communications in terms of agencies, etc.?
Senator, yes, we do. We do have a significant amount, both from federal and local government, in excess of $7 million or $2, and about 89% of that is past due. And it is a combination of local government and federal government owing us.
Which agencies are we speaking to?
We have we deal with most of the government agencies. We continue to liaise to the hospitals, for instance, Department of Education, Department of Health. We are in conversations with all of these agencies and the Commissioner of Finance. However, these are significantly outstanding and significantly past due.
Can you give me a little bit more detail in terms of the any projects that's impacted as a result of that, or any operations as a result of that?
It is a significant cash flow issue. We continue to provide service without disconnection. Yes, if this cash were in hand, it would be able to be invested in other areas. It does not, however, impede the fact that we continue to invest. But as in any business, cash flow is important, and so collecting those remains a priority for us. We represent and understand our actual role, and therefore we have not disconnected any agencies, but we continue to work with them.
That's good to know. Point of information, Senator Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you break it down? How much is federal, how much is general? And can you name the federal grants? Because I want to determine if there are any specific deadlines for the use of those monies.
So in excess, so over $7 million in total. About $4 million of that is local. About 3.5 of that is federal. Local government is 92% past due. Federal is 86% past due of the amounts I just said. We do not have any federal grants at the moment, as in funds coming into us. The last of that was in 25.
Okay, and which federal grant are you still owed $3 million?
Sorry?
Which federal grant?
No. Federal government owes us. So that's
the federal government?
Yes. It's not a grant. It's actually agencies that would have been.
Okay, and you're having issues collecting from the federal government?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Viale. And let me ask also to all three telecommunication companies, in the report from the Caribbean Green Technology Center regarding telephone call quality, which was conducted, he said, a year and change ago. Can you please detail for us exactly what capital or other improvements you have made to increase bandwidth and call quality? And do you have any internal studies to document improvements in services over the last 18 months? I'm going to start with you since you spoke last, and then I'm going to go to Liberty and One Communication.
Within that time, and you note that the presenter spoke about 4G LTE. We've actually deployed 5G across a number of sites.
When?
Between 24 and 25, end of 24, we've optimized our network significantly, 25 into 26. That is an ongoing exercise.
Okay.
We do drive test all the time, which is analogous to what he presented, to understand where there are deficiencies. Within those coverage gaps, we are also looking at, in terms of exactly in St. Croix, for instance, bringing up a St. George site, and that's to address, he mentioned Frederickstead, so that's actually to address that coverage issue in St. Croix. We optimize, and so some of the variabilities that you look at, which he presented, is something that our technical team, our radio access team, would continue to work through in terms of power gains between sites, interference, putting in filters. So it's an ongoing matter, Senator.
Okay, very well. And colleagues, for those that were not here at the time, I believe you have a copy of the chart, that the presentation, the PowerPoint. It was very useful and informative. Liberty?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. In fact, we have made a significant amount of improvement since the cycle that was presented in the study. I will pass on the question to Rajek Badran, who leads our RAN, and he will provide all of the details you need.
Okay. Hi again. I first want to congratulate the Technology Center for doing this excitement study, and the very promises for this, all their leader and the student to do this kind of study. However, as mentioned by our general manager, since that year, we have done a lot of improvement in the network, more new build, more capacity. To answer your specific question, we have employed 4 new bands, the all new spectrum that we acquired here locally from Claro, and the new spectrum that we have acquired also from Dish Wireless. We are very happy to sit down also with the Technology Center because there is some opportunity to improve because, for example, the data doesn't include the 5G devices, and Liberty has launched the 5G here in 2020. So more than 60-70% back then in 2023 to 2024, I didn't see the 5G data as mentioned by the team. Also, we have the devices, so some kind of devices that has been done this study, we need to know exactly. Also, we have the information we can share with you. So we have a study from the recent one from Ookla. We have been awarded the best coverage network in 2025. This is real world test. We are talking about 600,000 tests that has been done just in 2 quarters in 2025. We also have other information from benchmarking from GWS because it has included more routes. So the routes I just see in the map is somehow limited. So we are included more routes to represent the population. And we are happy also to share with you the other information from the FCC. So with the FCC, we share periodically the improvement. We have signal strength quality for the network for LTE and 5G separately, and both of them. So yes, we have a lot of information that we can share, and a lot of improvement have been done so far since 2023 in the network.
But let me ask you though, because there's a disconnect somewhere, because based on the information that my office have been receiving from both districts, along with many of my colleagues, regarding the quality of service, have you been receiving any feedback along those lines in terms of drop calls, etc., at this point?
In which area specifically?
Both St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Yes, yes. For example, we still have multiple drop calls in the area of St. Croix in the east end.
Mm-hmm.
We have identified a new build. We have been working with DBNR, with CCM to get all these permits. So we are aware, as mentioned by our general managers, that we are still have opportunities to improve the coverage in the island, to improve these drop calls that you are mentioning and this signal quality. But also we need the help of the local authorities to get the permits, because we have multiple, couple of new builds that still we cannot have the benefit of this location due to the permit progress.
Okay, and in respect to VIHA, Ms. Perez, let me ask you quickly in terms of have any survey been done as to what percentage of a household currently have subscription for high-speed internet? Have you done any type of assessment?
No, Senator. The last time we did an assessment, a needs assessment around internet connectivity was in 2023, and we worked along via NGL and VIA at the time, and that was right before that program got cut, when we were trying to justify the continual need of the ACP program.
Well, let me ask Mr. Adams. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams. Let me ask you in respect to the housing communities. Do we have any fiber going to? I believe we have fiber going to the community centers, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Adams.
Oh, sorry.
When do we anticipate getting fiber to the units, though? Because I know that's been my issue for some time. What's the status on that?
Stephen Adams, VINGN. Right now we have fiber at all public housing units, and that was to the original CAIs, the community anchor institutions, and all public housing with that were under that program. So we actually currently have fiber to all locations, and what we have done with the fiber, since most of those community institutions were closed, we provided free Wi-Fi instead in the general areas. We don't go to the units. That's be the last mile. That's the jurisdiction of the ISPs. But we are working with multiple ISPs. We're trying to do a test with Marley Homes to be able to do fiber to the home there with an ISP partner, and then seeing if how that test progresses to be able to roll out to the rest of VIHA. But the last mile is the domain of the ISP, and we are trying to stay into the middle mile, but support as much as possible to get fiber to the home at VIHA locations. So it's been challenging.
So you said there is fiber going to all of the different housing community centers, right? So how much what's the capability of the bandwidth in terms of megabytes per second? What's the number?
Well, you can do a gig. You can go further than that, but every single housing complex with VING and fiber has a minimum of 1 gigabyte available to distribute throughout the housing complex.
Okay, very well. Let me go to my colleague. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of good information, and this is good testimony that we've received. I want to ask T-Mobile, Liberty, and One, and also VING, and it's appropriate. As far as access going across the water, how many of you actually have a cable, or do you share the cable? Just a quick yes or no. Liberty? Between St. Thomas and St. Croix?
We don't have our own cable.
Do you have a cable between St. Thomas and St. Croix?
Senator Catherine Kling, Liberty VI, we do not have our own cable.
Okay, how about VI One Communications?
I believe, Senator, we share a cable across between the islands.
Who do you share the cable with? VINGN, who do you share the cable with?
I want to be accurate. I could come back to you with exactly who the provider is.
Okay. I want to know how many cables for the same communications line do we have between St. Thomas and St. Croix, and maybe it could be a shared cable and share cost, because I know that cable must be very expensive to maintain. Okay, so through the chair, I'll ask for that information. I want to continue with you, Ms. James Alexander. Your company, you receive a profitable balance sheet. The ATN is your headquarter company, right? Is that a profitable company?
Siobhan James Alexander, One Communications. Yes, ATN is our parent company, and yes, they are. They respond to a shareholders. We do present our financials to NASDAQ, and yes, we are a profitable company.
Okay, thank you. So, you receive tax incentives from the Virgin Islands government?
Yes, Senator, through RT Park.
Okay, so you're a profitable company and you receive tax incentives. You know, I'm concerned about the bill. You know, I'm a subscriber to one, and let me tell you something. That bill keeps going up. I don't know why, but I got to tell you, that bill, that one bill, that VIA bill before, that bill always going up. I wonder if there's any particular reason, because, you know, you've cut jobs in the Virgin Islands. You know, we lost the local call center, you know, and some support jobs. Some long-term employees were laid off, some executive staff, and some of them were very skilled employees. And, you know, you've outsourced some of the work, but the prices keep going up. So I don't want to say that you're bleeding the Virgin Islands, but if you're profitable, you're getting tax advantages from the government, but yet still our bill keeps going up. So tell me why the bill keeps going up, and then tell me too about that equipment fees, Popa. I've been looking at that equipment fees thing. I think the last one was like $6.99, and so give me the justification why Virgin Islanders continually see the one bill, the former VIA bill, going up.
Siobhan James Alexander, again, One Communications. I will answer your question in 3 parts. As it relates to how your bill, we recently we listen to our customers, and we have implemented as of March a 5-year price lock on plans. That is that if you have mobile, you have internet with us, if you come on mobile, and that gives customers predictable billing. And so we are addressing that from a cost perspective, which is separate. Telecommunications pricing is driven by local operating conditions, and the Virgin Islands is a high-cost geographic area. We do have cost from technology, from replacements, from investment, and so even the tax that you the tax exemptions that you speak of is we reinvest that into our network, into reliability. And the equipment fee that you speak about is because it's the modems, etc., are a lease to customers. We use that to be able to replace it within the grid that is very unstable at the moment. We do incur cost to be able to, you bring your box in and we replace it. So that's part of the equipment fees that you see, Senator.
Well, Mr. Chair, my time was called. I didn't hear the timekeeper. If I can be allowed to just ask one.
But you can wrap up. You can ask one more question. That's fine.
Okay, yeah. So, Liberty Latin America, is that your headquarter company? Liberty VI, are you a subsidiary of Liberty Latin America?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. That will be correct.
Okay, and is your company a profitable company? And that would be it. You could answer on the chair's time. And thank you for being so lenient, Mr. Chair.
No problem. You may respond.
Yes, it is, and it's shared. Our results are shared publicly, so they're available.
Okay, very well. I believe before I go to Senator, I think in PLA, let me Christopher Joseph, let me ask BIT. Because most of my colleagues were not here when we spoke to the ADA portion. So let me ask a couple of questions in that respect. Because the first question I have for you is, when did your agency become aware of the DOJ's 2024 ADA Title II Web Accessibility Rule, and who internally is designated as accountable for compliance? That's the first question.
So we became aware of it sometime back in 2024.
Speaking to the mic, I can't hear you.
Okay, there we go. So we first became aware of it in 2024 when the DOJ made its final ruling. Since then, we've put together a governance team to be able to execute on the requirements of the WCAG. The team is composed of individuals internal to BIT, and then we also has a subject matter experts, individuals from the ADA coordinator's office.
And is ADA digital accessibility included in your agency's risk management or compliance framework? And if not, why?
So the accessibility is, the way how we are approaching implementing the accessibility is using a risk management framework. It was not a part of it before. Definitely, we do this in cybersecurity, so we thought it would be appropriate for us to do this as well in accessibility. And pretty much that means that we're identifying the largest risks, assessing them, tracking them through completion, and figuring out where those biggest gains are that we can get early on, and then how we could complete the rest of them afterwards.
And I know you said that the Department of Justice is a problem, but are you aware that private individuals can also sue your agencies if it is not in compliance with this mandate by April of this month? Did you know that?
Yes, and I think that's one of the larger risks.
So are we there yet?
We're not in full compliance. As I mentioned in my statements before, the Department of Justice did give a hard and fast date, but they also said in progress of getting to that point, they will take that into consideration. I do know that we've come a long way as far as the WCAG is concerned. I don't think that we're not going to make the date that is set forth. I think it's April 24th, if I remember correctly. But definitely, it's a program. It's not a one time and finished. We are continuing the program, and we're going to be able to come to compliance.
Do you have a timeline, anticipation of when it will be completed?
Yeah. So again, it's a program. It's not like it's going to. Yeah. So as we add more content and as we add more, sites or solutions for the public, we have to make certain that those are compliant. So it's not like it's a date of compliance.
Okay. With that being said, let me ask you another question. And have BIT completed a comprehensive inventory of all government websites, mobile apps, online portals, PDFs, videos, third-party platforms subject to the same rule? Have you done that?
No. So what we have assessed is a sample of those sites. We know that 71, or the sites that we've sampled, that between 71 and 90% of them are compliant, or their compliance rate is 71 to 90%. We have an inventory of all the sites, the ones that we can manage directly, the ones that are vendor managed, and those that are operated by external vendors. And it's 80 plus sites that we're talking about.
Well, my recommendation is honestly to send out some to all of the different agencies, let them know the importance of this, and let them start doing some to assist you in that respect. That's just my recommendation. It's very important. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Since we are new already, good afternoon to the testifiers. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone in the room. As far as timing, I know you say you're not going to meet the April date, but are we going to be bringing all the different websites to a some kind of uniformity?
So that's a very complicated question. So sites, there's informational sites, and then there are sites that kind of give the public the services that they're requiring. Those sites are very specific to agencies, and they provide a specific role, like they provide a specific solution.
Okay, then, is there a site that work on getting a team so we could get a standard, like so, or train some of your individuals as well, so make sure that they are working on one standard?
So that's the goal of the accessibility guidelines.
Yeah.
We do, in the technical background, we do manage sites. About 30 of them are under our control, where we host them and we update them, upgrade them, and we can apply the WCAG standards to those. There are other sites that are beyond our control that we would need to work with other individuals.
Okay, well, thanks for your response. This is for the other cell phone companies. Based on UVI, information provided by UVI, what plans do you have to install new towers to improve the service that you guys are giving? All three.
I could go first. Siobhan James Alexander, One Communications. We do have plans over the course of the next 3 years to be able to do that. And I say 3 years because it is where population centers are. It is depending on where traffic is. Our first of that remediation happens this month with St. George site in St. Croix. And we continue to work through where we can improve coverage and improve with new sites.
Liberty.
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. As I mentioned on my statement, we have plans for this year for 25 5G LTE expansion projects. We're also launching a new band which will also assist in coverage as well as the general experience of the customer. We have 4 new site builds as well. I mentioned 1 in St. Thomas, 2 in St. Croix, and 1 in St. John. 3 of these sites are part of the commitment between the USVI government and the FirstNet Authority. And we also addressed earlier the fact that the study showed data that was somewhat already obsolete. Since 2024, 2025, we also completed a number of builds specifically in the island of St. Croix, where most of the investment was done. There have been sites also brand new in St. Thomas, and the site that is pending in St. John, as I mentioned, is part of the permits that we're still trying to complete. If you like additional information, I have our RAN engineer here too.
You run into any obstacle trying to get?
Well, on the sites that are pending right now, there's been issues with lease, the land lease. There's been community also concerns in terms of environmental issues. There's been also permitting.
1 minute.
So there's been some situations on at least 3 of the sites right now.
Okay, as far as we also understand that we have had issues with, I guess, all the communication in the Borden Islands. When you dial 911 calls, you end up in Puerto Rico. Why is that?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI, I don't have any particular data right now that I can tell you which cell site that may be. However, our RAN engineer perhaps can answer your question.
Yeah. Roger Padron, Liberty Virgin Island. So right now, the sites that are in Puerto Rico, if we have one shooter in the water that's coming here, that's be very, very, very rare situation.
Okay.
However, like more than 90% of the calls are managed here in Puerto Rico. But this is like how the RF perform. We have some time the RF moved from like the east side of the island and get to USVI.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I ask this last question? Okay, so is it consistent that you're saying that you got 5G service? Is that for sure, or it is for sure that we're at 4G and we're not seeing 5G on island?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. We launched 5G in this territory since 2019.
And
So we have since also added capacity to all of our cell sites, and we have also acquired additional spectrum that have allowed us to complete our deployment. So 5G is available here. Now, what is key is that the device that the customer uses is 5G capable. If they have a device that is older, that is only 4G, then you will never see that tag on the phone saying 5G because it's not capable of that. More than 80% of our customers currently have 5G capable devices. So that shows a difference between 2019 versus now.
And One Communication, what do you have?
Javon James Alexander, One Communications. Yes, we do have 5G in the territory. That deployment would have started in 2024, and we continue to optimize that. Like, it is device specific, and it is throughout the territory.
So the study that where they showed on the chart is not consistent, or?
At the time that they did that, we wouldn't have had 5G as yet.
Okay.
They did it 23, if I remember clearly, it was 23 to 24. Our deployments would have started in 24.
And you say you got your 5G
in 2019. So
in 2019.
Correct. Catherine Klein, Liberty VI. So the question is what devices were used for the sample that was collected during that study.
Okay.
That wasn't mentioned in their slideshow. So, but we can guarantee that we have 5G since 2019, and that is also on record with the FCC.
Okay, thank you. I get one question for housing, finance, or housing.
Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Housing Authority.
Yes.
As far as hotspots, do you have any hotspots in the communities?
Emanuela Perez, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Yes, Senator, all of our community centers are public access points for Wi-Fi internet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for the response.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph, for your line of questioning. Let me ask CEO Adams, NGN, in your testimony you spoke to a federal grant to replace the 2 generators. Does the federal grant you're getting permit you from not gifting the old generators to like anyone in terms of a non-for-profit and or a LED facility? Can you answer that question for me, please?
Yes, I can. Stephen Adams, VINGN. The 23 new generators that we have will allow us to replace all existing generators, and all those generators we're going to develop a program to first figure out what agencies, sister agencies and nonprofits would be best for donation. Once we get the new generators, the federal government allows us to be able to dispose of those as we see fit. Some of them would require maintenance, but we would have some type of program as is, give them away. The new generators don't have, we cannot cannibalize for the new generators. So we'll have some type of program to put those 23 generators into the...
Sounds good to me. I appreciate that. I'll be in touch with you. Thank you. Senator Kurt Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'm hearing all the discussion about 4G, going to 5G, et cetera, but at the end of the day, we still get a lot of complaints in reference to cell phones. You're calling, calls are going directly to voicemail. You got to call the same number 3-4 times. You're on the phone, the call drop. And I'm talking Liberty, because I have Liberty. And my entire household has Liberty. What is the issue that you're not getting that consistent service?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. I'll defer the question to Rajek Badran.
Okay, Rajek Badran, Liberty VI. So as we mentioned, we have still couple of areas we still need to improve. We have identified, especially for example in St. Croix, we have 3 new builds that need to be completed as soon as possible to mitigate all these issues you are mentioning. We are working with the permits, and right now it is back and forth between one agency and another. But right now with our infrastructure, we can manage most of the traffic, most of, like a drop call is less than 0.4%.
Well,
however, to mitigate everything, we need this new build.
Are you getting a lot of complaints? the bill don't decrease or no. Whether or not you get reliable or unreliable service, your bill remains the same. And you have heard the similar excuses for quite a long period of time. When do we expect to see a change? Is this a direct result of your inability to get permits to put in new towers, or what is this a result of? When I'm calling a phone number and it goes to voicemail and I have to call 2-3 times in order to get through to the number, what is that a result of?
Rajek Badran, Liberty VI. So right now, we are aware that we have customers with this kind of complaint, and this is exactly where each time we are escalating with an agency here to give us the permits or accelerate the process of any hearing.
So hold up. DPNR is here. What permits are you waiting on, and for which area?
Okay, we have the DBNR, we have the CCM. So
what part of the island?
I'm sorry?
What part of St. Croix or St. Thomas? What permits are you waiting for?
Okay, we are waiting
Location.
the one in right now, the one in Synchron East.
East End, okay.
East End. So we are waiting for that, and we have another one in the also in Tango, like in the other island. We have also in Coral Bay. So we have multiple locations. We can share you all the information if you have if we want to highlight summary of everything. But this is not something new. We have been dealing, for example, with the permits for Coral Bay.
Hold up. I got it in the record. I just wanted, because I've been reading some of the discussion back and forth in reference to the hearings by DPNR, where not in my backyard. We don't want a tower here, we don't want a tower there, and we keep on getting the same service because the process of being able to get a permit to put up a tower is sometimes stretching for a long period of time because individuals are just saying we don't want it there. And then our service overall is being diminished. Now, in reference T-Mobile, I know One, Communication and Liberty, you both under the RT Park?
Yes, we are. Catherine Kling, Liberty VI.
Is T-Mobile under the RT Park also?
And they're not here.
Oh, they're not here? Okay, sorry, I came in a little late. What's your charitable contributions, One Communication?
Chargeable in terms of
1 minute.
Sorry.
Charitable in terms of the agreement you have with the RT Park. How much do you reinvest? How much do you give back to the community on an annual basis?
Attached to that is a scholarship fund that we do with UVI.
How much?
That is 50 grand. Then we do services with UVI that are, and continue to do that, which is offsetting. And then in terms of complete investment in community events, community initiatives, we would, at least in 25, we would have done over $600,000 on that.
Okay. And the 50 grand to UVI for scholarships, have you seen those monies we use for scholarship? I'm trying to think of a scholarship UVI put out. Or they just put in the money into a pool?
We pay into...
You pay it into it?
We pay into it.
Liberty, you said you contributed $454,000 in 5 years?
That is correct. So on the last cycle, 2025, we donated 38,100 overall since 2020, benefiting 30 nonprofit organizations with $454,000.
So if I take that 438 from 454, that's like 416. So you're contributing $100,000 every year, and you drop to 38,000 in 2025. What's the reason for the drastic reduction?
Well, this is an overall program throughout our Liberty Foundation. That is how we do the contribution. We also do our own fundraising.
Hold up. You said overall to your Liberty Foundation. I was speaking to Virgin Islands alone. Your Liberty Foundation is Virgin Islands alone or other jurisdiction?
The Liberty Foundation, it covers both territories, Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
So how much of that 454 is Virgin Islands?
Entire amount.
So did it decrease from the previous 4 years?
No, it has not. We have a track record of actually 6 to 8 nonprofit organizations on any given year since we started as Liberty in 2020. So the total amount varies based on our own fundraising. This is based on what we as a foundation do to actually then provide assistance and sponsorships to the various organizations.
So your average had to be a lot higher, because if it was 38,000 for 1 year, 5 times 30, because 5 times 40, that's only $200,000, and you said you contributed some 450 something. So just trying to get a breakdown or to see if it has decreased, because based on the numbers you gave, it had to be a lot more before.
It has varied during the different years. We have used actually given you, all of you, the senators, an impact report. You just received the last one, and you will be able to see a breakdown of everything that we have done over the past 4 years.
Okay, I'll take a look at it now. One communication, the Senator from St. Thomas spoke about the increases in bills, cable TV, etc. Do you give prior notification when you're increasing the bill?
Siobhan James Alexander, One Communications. Yes, we do, Senator. It's normally inside the bill. There are notices that we provide directly to customers. We would do in excess of 30 days of that, so it'd be 2 billing cycles. What we have recognized over the last one that we did is that customers do not necessarily read the insert in the bill. We do send it also via email.
They're seeing the increase because the bill has. You had I know you said you freeze your rates now for 5 years, but you had 3 or 4 increase in a short period of time. So you increase, and then you say you freeze it. So you increase equivalent of a certain period of time, and then you came up with a freeze. Were you freezing after you have consistently increased? How much time have you increased before the freeze in the last year?
Last year, February, and then this year.
So twice?
Yes.
And how do you determine your rates? Based on trying to provide the best price to the people of the Virgin Islands, or seeing what is the most you could pay that they could sustain?
Siobhan James Alexander, One Communications. Actually, Senator, our price lock actually sees a decrease from our mobile. It's $39 if you pay, or $24 if you have internet with us. I believe that would be one of the lowest rates in the market at the moment. What we're betting on is that our customers, that predictability will give them comfort, and that within 5 years you remain, and it's a steady bill. So we have actually come down on our mobile rates. I'm
talking about more cable, and the mobile I've seen. And you did have a good report in reference to your signal for your mobile devices, but the Virgin Islands, everybody's financially strapped, and these entities continuously increase in price, and sometimes the service isn't really increasing. Sometimes you lose the channel don't come back. You lose this, you lose that, but then the price continues to go up. And all the entities in the Virgin Islands at some point need to realize that there's a breaking point. And that point is literally gone, and individuals, when they reach that breaking point, they're just going to cancel the service. So it's better to charge $4 less than to lose the service altogether, because that is what is happening. Gas prices going up, so everybody need to revisit the rates that they're charging. Liberty rates have been the same forever. Bad service, the same, you're paying every single month. At some point, have a bad bonus. A bad service bonus. We give you a $25 credit for bad service for the last year. We're going to give you a little rebate back, but do something, because you're consistently paying and you're not getting that quality service that you deserve. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Piele. I have, before I go to Senator DeGraff, I have a quick question. This for Mr. Plath. Matthew, you've been quiet today. I got a question for you, and also the telecommunication companies. Liberty spoke to 25 new projects coming online in your testimony, right? What do those projects entail in terms of the scope of work? Is it towers? Is it expansion? What it has to do with that? What type of permit we spoken to in terms of public works, DPNR, CCM? I need to know, and also I need to know, after you finish, what permits you have pending for any of these telecommunication companies. What are the challenges or bottleneck that causing all of those permits in terms of getting back in a timely fashion? That's my question.
Okay, Rajek Badran, Liberty VI. So regarding we have the expansions, we are using our existing location and we are adding a new spectrum that we acquired from Dish Wireless. So this is the new band that was mentioned by our general manager. This is a new in 5G, and it is one of our biggest and spectrum that we will have in the island, 25 megahertz channel. Regarding the new build, they are
Hey, don't go too far yet. For those 5G expansions, what type of permits are you trying to acquire for the expansion? What type of permit do you need?
The permits, I don't have an issue here because
Okay.
I work it directly with the landlord. So
Continue.
regarding the new builds, this is the ones we are stuck with the permits, and we have just for your reference, we have in the meeting our senior director from external affairs, Wanda. She can explain to you exactly what is missing regarding the permits. So Wanda, if you can to highlight it.
Wanda Perez?
Yes, hello. Yes, hello, I'm here.
Okay.
So thank you for allowing me to testify via video. I appreciate it. So some of the issues we are having with permitting are particularly with CCM committees. I can give you the example of the East End Tower. We've been in the CCM process for a long while.
What is a long while? Give me a time frame, please. Exact date, time.
I think more than a year.
Okay.
I don't have it here, but in the last hearing, it was a determination hearing. We were supposed to get a determination, and it turned out to be, it was tabled, and it turned out to be another public hearing where people started with giving arguments again. Today we were notified that the committee wanted to reevaluate sites, and this is not what the committee is for. So we're trying to place these antennas where we have to place them, and we are having tons of issues getting the permits.
And that,
so you cannot put these antennas just anywhere. It's very precise locations. We need to do very precise analysis to determine these locations. So it's a very complex process.
so is
And
that
this is part of the issue.
so that's specifically one of the reasons why that there's such poor service on the east end, because you can get to put
Yeah, probably, yes.
Okay, let me go to DPNR. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good evening, whatever.
Good afternoon, Senator
Can you speak to
Viola
us,
Matthew.
please, in terms of what the challenges are, if any, and what?
So the two sites that we have record of where there's challenges, one is in Tier 1, so it's going through the CZM committee. And so there has been that challenge where the adjacent property owners are questioning the site and its suitability. The other site, we did issue a permit, but it has been appealed by other adjacent property owners, so it's going through the Board of Land Use Appeals process.
Usually how long these processes take?
They could take a year or more.
At some point, right? At some point, we have to decide as a community what our priorities are in terms of, number one, safety, number two, communications, because I can see instances where the residents in the area are crying out. Many individuals in the community are crying out because you don't have any service, but at the same time, we have other challenges that stop in progress. So when it comes to CZM and DPNR, how do you balance the two and try to get some type of compromise moving forward to really have an impact on the community as a whole, especially those in those areas? How does that work?
Well, Senator, I won't be able to speak to the coastal zone management process, but for the other departments within DPNR, we do follow the wireless rules and regs. So once the applicant complies with those, they are going to get their permit.
Okay, very well.
But the permit can be appealed to the Board of Land Use Appeal.
So, if the telecommunication company complies with all the rules and regulations, they what they have to do, it can still be appealed
Correct.
time and time again.
Correct, Senator.
That don't make no sense to me. There gotta be something that needs to be. I'm serious. In this day and age, something needs to be done. I don't agree with that. That's a problem. That's a problem. I'll get back to you after my next colleague. But
just for the record, the tower has arrived the island, so they are one in St. Thomas, one in St. Croix. The equipment, the RF equipment is here. Everything is here. So once we get this permit, we will put them in service as soon as possible, just in case.
So you have everything you need.
Yeah.
And you have followed all the rules and regulations to comply with.
Correct.
Colleagues, we have a problem that we need to solve immediately. That's a problem. I personally have a problem with that. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Alexander? Question I have for you is the bundle you're speaking about, that's the only thing that is frozen if you have the bundle.
Siobhan James Alexander, One Communications. No, you can have internet or you could have mobile, on its own, and it can freeze. If you bundle with internet, you're frozen, and that means that your mobile is also heavily discounted on the bundle. That's the benefit of the bundle. But yes, you are frozen.
So if I have both of them and I didn't come in, do I get my bundle?
No, because we'd have to contract you. There would need to be a contractual agreement on that.
Okay. I mean, that's why I just want to make sure the clarity is not there, because I know I have both servers and I surely gain no discount. So I have to come in. Good. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. What is the basis for the appeals in these cases, if anyone can provide that information?
The one that is before the Board of Land Use Appeals, the neighbors are appealing the review process, how it was handled. And that one has been on appeal probably about 2 years now.
2 years. And what's the reason for the slow processing?
Which one?
Any one of them. 2 years is long. No, the long one.
Well, the Board of Land Use Appeals, they have to get a quorum, and that takes time.
I knew I figured you were going to say that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, that Senator Carla Joseph was ahead of me. She's here now.
Oh, I apologize. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I've been here waiting patiently. Thank you so kindly, the gentleman from Savan, Minority Leader. A pleasant good day to everyone. I just want to really express my dismay sometimes with our carriers. I was a customer of One Communication, then I switched to Liberty for my internet, thinking that my cost will go down. My gosh, it has doubled. And so I have really major issues, and I have to make a decision. That's why I don't like to enter into contracts. So, and I don't understand why the internet at home has doubled. And so one of my colleagues made a very poignant remark. It was very precise. People are going to make changes because of their financial abilities, finances is what's going to drive us. But I see for VINGN, you have been reducing your price by 40%, and for your wholesale bandwidth. So tell me, with this lowered price, who are your customers benefiting from this lowered amount?
Stephen Adams, VINGN. All the ISPs at some level are our customers, some being 100% of their customer base is on VINGN's network, and in other cases, it's a minority. I can say positively that all of them are increasing their use of VINGN's network, which is one of the reasons why we are lowering the price to encourage them, more of them, to use our network, which is pure fiber and evenly distributed.
Mr. Stephen, I'm sorry. I don't want Mr. Stephen Adams. I don't want to for you to get in. But any of them are Liberty, One Communication, AT&T, or T-Mobile?
AT&T is not a direct customer, but they are an indirect customer through Liberty. One Communications is a customer, and T-Mobile, I believe, will be a customer. Is a customer indirectly as well through.
So they are benefiting. Please, they are benefiting from this lowered cost, and this lowered cost ain't being passed on to us as the consumers.
Well, that's a recent reduction in costs, so it might take some time.
I'm sorry to interject my time. How recent was this reduction?
About a month ago.
A month ago. And so we haven't seen any reduction in our cost. And so that's what my concern was. Where and how can this cost be reduced for our ratepayers, our consumers, since you have lowered your bandwidth price? Liberty, Ms. Catherine Kling, how are you doing today?
Good evening, Senator. I'm doing well. How are you?
I am thankful. Now tell us kindly, how much of your how much bandwidth does your company purchase from VINGN and they're using?
The negotiation that we currently have with VINGN is through a construction of our Connect VI program. So we have right now several MDU connections that we've done with them. We have the IRU that I mentioned in my statement.
Ms. Kling, I'm so sorry, but the time, kindly give me a percentage. Can you or your people who are there, your supports, give us a percentage of the bandwidth that you are using from VINGN, which is a government entity? Can you give that to me? And the same question applies for One Communication.
I don't have that data.
I'm sorry, Senator, but I don't have that data at hand right now.
Through the chair, provide that, because my point is, if you're getting reduced costs from a government entity, that cost needs to be seen and felt by the people of the Virgin Islands, because I'm just trying to understand that. I mean, maybe I am not technology savvy, but when I see reduced costs and then I'm seeing my bill going up, I want to know why my bill is going up and the companies are seeing a reduced cost. Even though it's a month in, I would have hoped to see something. Mr. Julio Reimer, are you there? Is my time called, Mr. Chairman? I have one question for Mr. Julio Reimer, if he's still there regarding this BEAD.
It was, but you can ask your question.
He's there?
Yes. Yeah, he's there. You can ask your question.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Director Reimer, kindly indicate for us what percentage of the funding for the BEAD was wrapped up in the monies that were not allowable. What percentage of, or what amount of the 27.1 million where that they rescinded the approval of all non-deployment activities?
Senator, Basically, all that's not administrative funds are wrapped up there. It's about $25 to $26 million sitting there.
Was in the non-deployment activities that they rescinded?
They have taken all the funds back because they wanted deployment in terms of deployment for the BEAD funding. Right now, we're waiting on guidance on how we proceed forward. To make some more further clarification for you, for us to do deployment, the Virgin Islands already have 4 fiber rings going around the island. So where do you put more deployment as going forward? We also have competing federal grants, which is the FCC Stage 2 funds that Liberty currently is implementing their actual fiber build that's creating issues for the BEAD funding. That's why the Virgin Islands went non-deployment on the fundings for the 27.1 million. That's where we went that route. But with the new administration, they actually changed that and eliminated non-deployment throughout the 50 states and territories. It's not only the Virgin Islands sitting in this predicament. There's several states and Puerto Rico have the same problem that they cannot spend these BEAD funds because of the current ruling with the new administration.
Okay, great. I'm glad that you gave that clarification because I really was concerned about us being able to get the supports needed to actually spend this money, but now we're seeing why. And I thank you for that clarification that's saying because FCC awarded Liberty, well, it wasn't Liberty, it was Broadband VI, actually this huge grant, and Liberty bought out Broadband VI, and that's how they got this FCC grant. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I do have a burning question. May I ask it, please?
Proceed.
Thank you. Tell me kindly, Ms. Kling, where are you with the spend down for your FCC grant? And are you on target, or are you behind and the like? Tell us where you are with that.
It's Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. So as I mentioned earlier in my statement, we have reached 20,100 homes passed. We have deployment in more than 20 states between St. Croix and St. Thomas combined. And for further questions as to relates to the stage of the project, I will defer to Jorge Perret, who is our Connect VI program manager.
Yes, thank you. If he could provide that information, because I don't know where you are as far as meeting your grant requirements. I don't remember seeing it clearly delineated in your speech.
Jorge Perret from Liberty VI can provide more details if you allow me to. We are right now around 10,000 houses, as Catherine just mentioned. We have a plan this year to complete 10,000 more by December. That would allow us to reach around 27,500. That would be the target that we should have been in December 2025. So basically, we're at 1 year delay of the target.
So you're behind in meeting your requirements for the FCC grant?
Yeah, approximately for a year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I'm very concerned about us with telecommunication. Very good meeting, and thank you for calling these individuals in. We do have a lot of work to do here. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. But in respect to your line of questioning, let me follow up with another question in respect to the expansion and the 10,000 additional customers. Does that 10,000, will that 10,000 be affected by any of the challenges you face with permits, etc., in certain areas? Does those number of individuals in those areas are included in that expansion in terms of 10,000 individuals? Would it affect that in any way, shape, or form?
Well, we expect not much to be affected. I mean, we're leveraging the network that we have right now to connect new neighborhoods. And in that distribution inside those neighborhoods, we are working with WAPA for pole attachment. That is it's a good collaboration right now. We may need some permits for specific locations that we will need to submit to DPW and work with them to be able to get them out. But
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Liberty, One VI, we have a problem. Regardless of how you slice it or dice it, we have a problem. You would believe that this body here, this branch of government, works for your organization because of the amount of complaints that we get. For One VI, the majority of people using landlines are seniors. I've gotten calls where they say they see increases. I think one time was a $5 increase right off the bat. And so for One VI and Liberty, what percentage of increases have you done within the last year?
Catherine Klein, Liberty VI, we have not performed any increases in our rate plans for the past 4 years.
For Liberty? Okay. Liberty is one. One VI? I mean, one... Communication?
Yvonne James Alexander, One Communications. In the last increase we would have done was February. That $5 that you referenced is a bill fee for printed bills, and we have engaged in a campaign to get persons on e-bill, which takes off that $5, and it is a printing cost. That's one of the charges.
Excuse me, let's talk about that. The majority of your people who have landlines, to include myself, are seniors.
Yeah, landline.
Yes, of course. They are seniors. So you put in a $5 charge because they collect a paper bill, and to force them to go another direction that they're not comfortable with. I think that should be something that you revisit and deal with it a different way, because regardless of what, then they're stuck with paying this bill. So are you open to a discussion as to how probably we could go about addressing that?
Yes, Senator, we are open. I think one of the things that I need to point out is that we continue to listen. We continue to look at our NPS. We get information from our customers. And so, yes, we are always open. Price lock is one of those things that we've implemented because we're listening. And if this is a major concern and a burning for our customers, yes, we will listen and we will look at how we can alleviate those pressures.
It is, because when you're in a fixed income, $5 a month, $5, $12, $60 a year, and it adds and adds and adds, and it doesn't stop. So those are the issues that the reality that they face. So that $5 may be the difference between buying food and keeping on the light. So that's a reality that I like, seriously, we could get together and try so we could address that going forward immediately. For OMB, in regards to the BEAD grant, I understand that you said there's a freeze, but can we change the request of, or how I could say, did the Virgin Islands government determine how we wanted to spend that money, or was it the federal government or the National Telecommunications Information Administration?
1 minute.
Senator, the short answer is we have sent several iterations of different plans to NTIA, even submitting one from the Department of Defense in terms of a request, and we're still waiting guidance.
Okay, because I read the states, they requested to use, or they were using it for residential.
But in some cases, some states don't have the actual situation we have. As I mentioned before, the Virgin Islands are a very unique place. And we have 3 islands, and we have rings around 3 islands 4 times. So where do you put deployment when they say non-deployment? That's what the issue is now. They want to do all deployment projects. And because you have competing federal grants, you're having the same problem that here it is. If I decide to say I'm going to put in more fiber in the ground, I now compete with the FCC project they have for stage 2. So now you have a situation where they deobligate one of the 2 grants. So you cannot just go ahead and say you want to do something different. NTIA right now have provided guidance on several fronts and rescinded that guidance of several times. So now we're sitting on waiting to get new guidance to provide a path forward for us, Puerto Rico, and several states. In most of those states we're talking about where they're doing fiber to the home, they didn't have a FCC grant like the stage 2 grant. And that's the reason why we're in the situation we are.
Okay, and in closing, Mr. Chair, it's just for Liberty, we are getting a lot of complaints regarding service. So, on average, in closing out, how many complaints have you had in the last year, and how have you addressed them? Because I say I get a lot of calls from individuals, or you hear a lot of comments that the service is very, very poor, and that's a reality. So, how many calls have you gotten for, or emails or texts, or have you received Liberty and One communication in regards to service?
Catherine Klein, Liberty VI. Senator, I don't have the exact statistics to provide to you. However, some of the complaints that we receive have a lot to do with the handset, have to do with a SIM card that is damaged, has to do with an area in which we have a known issue. So we address those in case-by-case scenarios. So there's situations like that happen essentially every day in a small amount, right? They go to our locations, we address the situation, and close the issue.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if you could ask at your time one more in regards to information being put out on these.
You can continue. You can proceed. Yeah. Continue with questions.
Okay. Yeah. Just in case of when you get messages that come over your phone, everything is in Spanish. We hear at St. Thomas, predominantly English, but again, we get these messages all in Spanish, alerts and different things. Is there anything could be done about that? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. For your line of questioning.
Catherine Klein, Liberty VI, which alert in specific are you talking about? Because that is not a complaint that we have registered at this moment.
I have seen different alerts come on my phone where they just come up and they're all in Spanish. Silver alerts and other alerts that I am not particularly of understanding what is being said. Other than some of my Spanish, I can figure out what some of the things are, but not fully. But I guess we could always contact you through the chair and follow up with these alerts and different things that come over the phone that are not in English or different languages.
Gracias. Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
I can clarify.
You can clarify for him.
Yeah. Isabel Sola here for Liberty VI. I just want to clarify.
Pull the mic.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that Liberty doesn't issue these alerts. Those are issued by the agencies, and we are just like transmitters. So they come from such agencies, and we don't have anything to do on the language and stuff. So we're limited on that.
Very well. Thank you. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. That was really good. Good afternoon to the testifiers and everyone inside and outside the room, my colleagues. I have a question for Mr. Adams. And is he still online? Virtual? He's there?
Yes.
Okay. From a resilience standpoint, how does fiber infrastructure compare to satellite systems in maintaining connectivity during and after major storm events?
Stephen Adams, BINGN. Satellite is very resilient because it doesn't have any land components other than a base station. As long as your base station to transport back to the mainland is fine, then you would not have an interruption. However, cloud and weather events do disturb the signal strength and throughput of satellites. So fiber is always best from the standpoint of resiliency and speed, but you have a lot more flexibility with satellite.
Thank you for that answer. I just want to bet. So I agree with your answer. I lost the page that I had another question for you where you speak about a strategic partner, I think, with regards to the satellite. You say that you intend to provide wholesale satellite connectivity offerings through a strategic partner. Are you at liberty to, that's interesting, I'm using the word liberty. Are you at liberty to disclose who the strategic partner is?
Stephen Adams, BINGN. No, not at the moment, but however, the partner that we're working with is very interested in the Virgin Islands and the Caribbean as a whole. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at that as not only to provide resiliency for the territory, but also part of our diversified revenue strategy throughout the Caribbean, figuring out how we can leverage and maximize BINGN's network beyond our local jurisdiction, which is new revenue, which allows us to drop our wholesale prices even further. When I mentioned our aim is to drop wholesale prices further.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I want to ask the Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment at Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Director Perez Casillas. You spoke about the fact that when we lost the Affordable Connectivity Program, that many households immediately were forced to disconnect. Do you have a number on the amount of people who no longer then have any connectivity in those housing areas?
Emanuela Perez, Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Senator, I can get you that information. What has changed? That program closed in 2024. So connectivity that was disconnected then may have been reconnected now. So I would have to go back and look to see who was disconnected during that time versus who was reconnected. But we've got data, so I can check it out and send it back through the committee back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted also to find out, you speak about the utility allowances that you provide and that they may decrease based on household size. I was curious, how is the utility allowance determined? Is it... The reason I asked that is, again, I was in the military, and the utility allowance for soldiers in the Virgin Islands was higher than anywhere else.
Right.
So is the utility allowance not based on the geographic locality?
It is. That's one of the criterias, but there's other federal criterias that's tied to it. And with the changes that's happening around with the federal government and HUD right now, some people have been affected.
And it decreased?
The decrease went based on family sizes. So, for example, you may have had children living with you before, but now your household doesn't have that. So you're still zero rent, but you're not receiving any utility allowance because...
Can the utility allowance exceed the amount of my bill?
Can it exceed the amount of your bill?
Your bill, my bill.
Maybe in utopia times, but not now. Not under our current energy cost in the Virgin Islands. I don't know if any residents who get back a utility check that is over the amount of their bill now.
Okay, that's possible. But if it's based on your local, okay, I won't get into that. I'll have to check with my military colleagues, members. I have one more question. Actually, I have two. Okay, he said okay. So the other question is for One Communications. you speak to the electric grid and how it affects your operation, but I have a constituent who said that when that happens, it takes like, even when WAPA comes back on, it still takes like sometimes more than a day for one communication to provide the service to that household. Can you speak to that?
Javon James Alexander, One Communications. Senator, what you outlined there is part of the issues that we're having with the instability. The constant movements, the constant instability sometimes impacts the actual modem in the house. So our nodes would come up, our network is up, but a customer could linger, and we won't see that until the customer reports it. Based on what's happening now and the frequency, we have done a lot of work to try to identify these quicker, to be able to remotely reset those. And so our team is engaged as we speak to try to do that. Normally we say that a reset, just a reboot of your modem brings it up, but we do have those lingering ones. Where we see it the most is we do monitor the social media, we do monitor what customers are saying, we actually listen to calls, and we've picked that up as an issue. So our nodes are up, our network is up, but customer is impacted.
The customer is impacted. Thank you for that answer. And I just have one more for Liberty, actually two. So this is also from a constituent. They said that when they're visiting the continental United States and they need their phone replaced or checked, there aren't any stores or places where they can go to get it.
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI, that will be correct. We are no longer a national carrier. We will be exactly on the same status as our partner here, One Communications. They also don't have stores in the United States.
Okay, and if you have thank you for that. The other question is, if you have a 340 number, you can't call some landlines. So, for example, you know how people go to, a lot of people now travel to the States for health care. And if they try to call their doctor who has a landline, they're unable to get through and from their 340 number.
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI, we have seen some issues like that, but when we discovered was that then, let's say they're calling a doctor, like you well stated.
Yeah.
So the PBX system that doctor has does not recognize 340, sees it as an international number rather than a local or domestic number. So that's more on their carrier that manages that system. So we have actually been able to assist some customers because the doctor, you know, they put us on a three-way conference trying to confirm whether or not we're international or what the deal is. And by us actually putting them in contact with our network team, they have been able to resolve it. But it's very much localized with whoever the provider happens to be for that service, for that particular entity, hospital, or what have you.
So that's just again, really that's I don't want to say it, but I'll say that's with the fact that we're a colony.
Exactly. So that goes for many different things, as you know, in the Virgin Islands, for shipping, for...
Right, that's why. I was thinking about, when you said that, I was thinking about when you know, you try to order and they don't recognize, drop down doesn't say Virgin Islands, it's almost the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or you even have other instances, sorry to cut you off, but like entities that are based in the US, let's say that they send a short code to validate you.
Right.
That also sometimes is a problem because they don't recognize the 340 area code.
Yeah.
That's not on us as a carrier, that is on the receiver end.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the additional time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Marie. I'll ask a couple of questions before we close out. But before I go there, Ms. Perez Emmanuel, in respect to the credit check, utility allowance check, the utility allowance check, everyone gets it, whether you're working or not. And is the utility allowance is a set amount per bedroom size. it's the same across all spectrum. It's based on the bedroom size, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And some people, a lot of people get a check more than the rent because the rent is based on 30% of your income minus that utility allowance. So even though for those families not working, based on the family composition, some get more than others, but they still receive the check. So I wanted to clarify that for the record, okay?
Yes, thank you, Senator.
In respect to
Thank you.
Commissioner Gabriel, I have a couple of questions for you. The car before you dig call center, have there been any issues with that, or how are they going?
Good evening, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. We have not stood it up to date. We have spoken to the most recent conversations that we had were with 911 to see if we could piggyback with them, but there were some collective bargaining challenges on that side.
And have there been any fiber cuts within the last 6 months?
Yes. I know there's been a few that have been reported, and they're primarily actually like private citizens doing work like in along the roadside or in their areas. So yes, there have been.
And for the telecommunication companies, Liberty and One Communications, have there been any issues with 911 calls going to Puerto Rico when you call from the Virgin Islands? One Communication first?
Siobhan James Alexander, One Communications. Not that I'm aware of.
And what about?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. We don't have any records of issues as of late.
Okay, very well. Okay. Again, I want to thank all of the testifiers for being here today. I think we had a good discussion when it comes to telecommunications and internet services and telephone services to our people. One of the takeaways is we must find a way to deal with CCM issues and the challenges that we are facing when it comes to the public and the telecommunication companies in order to have a more safer community. I want to thank first my staff for putting this meeting together. It was a lot of calls and back and forth and challenges, but nonetheless, I appreciate my staff. I want to thank my colleagues for being here all day. I want to thank central staff, media, security, stenographers, everyone and anyone that had anything to do with hearings. And, of course, Ms. Picard, thank you so much for all you do all the time. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.
Great.